And we're live.
Now I just need to send out the link.
Would anyone like to go up first?
I'm just sending out the link right quick. All right, that should take care of that.
Huh? Lol. Yeah, like I teased in the Watch Mojo video, I decided to go after What Culture this time. However, only now do I realize that another YouTube channel that talks about wrestling and What Culture also sometimes talks about wrestling. I decided, they've been pissing me off for so long. I'm finally going to go after them. And it doesn't look like the Smart Busters will ever go after them, but I will. What Culture is one of those channels where they just talk about stuff. They make top 10 lists and all that. You'll quickly see what they're all about. It does say in the thumbnail I presented what they do. They're just basically another shitty version of Watch Mojo.
Yeah, they do
and What
talk.
Culture is a bunch of people.
They do talk about things other than wrestling on their different channels, but even all that is still cringy.
Yeah. One of the main things I used to watch on What Culture is a lot of their top 10s on horror videos because they have a horror section to their channel and the wrestling section before I realized that they're garbage and because they're just a bunch of fucking smarks.
Hello, first comments.
Speaking of smarks, I'm going to try to carry the mantle of the Smart Busters on this one and start busting some fucking smarks because some of these big wrestling channels have been getting away with their bullshit for too long, and they've somehow managed to escape the Smart Busters' wrath, with the exception of What Culture, who already has gotten destroyed by them twice.
Kim, the anti-simps here, Sussy.
Oh, cool. I didn't think Mommy was going to show up.
Hello, Sussy.
Pretty sure it's pronounced Susie.
Susie. It's kind of like a Russian language, but okay.
Yep. You call everyone a simp. Look at some favorite female wrestlers of smarts. They simp for these ugly women wrestlers so hard. One smart even broke into one of these divas' houses with a knife and tried to stab her because she wasn't giving him the attention he wanted online.
Yeah, I think that was Sasha Banks in particular. It's funny these people want to simp for Sasha when Sasha hates wrestling fans. She admits she thinks all wrestling fans are perverts and creeps.
No, it's just the smarts. Real wrestling fans don't give up. Real wrestling fans want Sasha Banks out of the company.
And plus, she also made a 9-year-old girl cry.
Yeah, Sasha Banks is just a bitch.
Also,
but that's the thing. Almost all the wrestlers the Smarks like are terrible. Like as people.
Oh yeah. Also, Sasha Banks probably has a Greyhound face, or is that other bitch with purple hair? But I do
Well,
know
you guys
that
have no
Bailey
idea.
has Jalen
Smarks are
face.
some of the biggest losers on the planet. There are people on Wrestling Forum with over 80,000 posts. It's ridiculous.
And I gotta be honest, that Cord Majera makes fun of Smarks. He calls them nerd faggots. That's pretty funny though.
Yeah.
Nerd faggots.
Yeah, so this isn't going to be purely a wrestling only stream, especially in regards to what culture, because they talk about more things than just wrestling, and I'll definitely be covering a lot of their horror videos naturally, but I got a huge bone to pick with both what culture and wrestle talk, because there's smarks that spread a bunch of falsehoods about wrestling. Now, the fact that they have more subscribers than the Smart Busters, General Jerry, and Wrestling Jesus makes me sick.
Yep.
But yeah. Here's the first video I wanted to cover. The greatest wrestling finishers of all time. Believe it or not, this is one of the tame ones. There's going to be some real bad ones later on. Right out the gate, this dude just told a complete and utter lie. The thing that people watch wrestling for, contrary to popular belief, it's not the wrestling, it's the story and characters, because that's all WWE ever was, a TV show. It was never a sport, and wrestling is not a sport.
It's kind of like anime. The Smarks, or should I say the loser, low tier anime fans that always keep watching Dragon Ball Z. It's just the fighting scenes and not the stories and characters, kind of like that.
WWE is already dead. So there's no need to wish WWE to die. It's already dead.
Right, Malcolm.
Yeah. WWE died a long, long time ago. It's going to eventually fade away. They can't get ratings anymore. Their pay-per-view buy rates are tanking, and Vince McMahon had to sell his network to Peacock.
It's gonna slowly fade away. Like now that WWE is about to die, I don't know if we should. AEW is probably the only one which I'm probably afraid of.
AEW isn't going to do shit. AEW can't get ratings either. AEW is going to do nothing. It's going to die out all the same.
Then I don't know which wrestling.
Yeah. Fortunately, I can't hear what's going on the screen share.
What?
I can't hear the screen share.
Hold on, let me see. Let me fix that. Yeah, that might be my fault. I might have forgotten to share the sound.
Also, Kim, I wish the wrestling company should have the elements like the Attitude Era, Thrill Kill, and sometimes probably some death matches like ECW, or sometimes
death matches are retarded. There is nothing entertaining about death matches. They are stupid. They are beyond dumb. Yeah, who wants to see wrestlers throw each other into cactuses? How is that entertaining? That's not entertaining, that's gay.
Oh man,
all they're just doing is really
fitting for the scariest thrill kill type of story. I mostly just wish for the thrill kill type of story. That's what I'm just wishing for. You know the video game Thrill Kill?
Oh yeah, so you want to see people actually kill each other. You do realize that's a problem with Smarks. They actually like it when wrestlers kill each other.
No, I'm just trying to say to make things realistic, okay? It's just for the stories and character. I was trying to make things like a soap opera.
Thrill Kill is not any of those things, though. Thrill Kill is just a fighting game where you brutally murder each other to escape from hell, or something like that. What are you talking about?
Fine. I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Jeez, are you out of your mind?
Middle is filler, Ernest Miller. And while I'm 70% sure I'm joking, I have to
I
admit that when I
hear
first started watching wrestling back in the Attitude Era, the finishers were the main attraction for me. Leviathans of Ham hitting world-ending moves, sometimes from out of nowhere, sometimes with theatrics, sometimes hitting their opponent's finishers on their opponent. What a time to be alive. It never got old, and the pop that always follows a finisher was and remains a huge...
Well, it gets old now because every motherfucker has the same finisher nowadays, and they're all lame.
Yeah, like
Finishers
there's like
used to be larger than life. Now they're now any schmuck can do a wrestler's finisher nowadays.
like 3 different wrestlers that do the freaking crossface.
How do you?
There's like 20 different wrestlers that do the super
Also,
kick.
Kim, how do you make the? Okay, Kim, how do you make the soap opera style wrestling to make it things a bit more realistic, to make things a bit more what can draw attention from the audience, the casuals?
It's called to just tell a fucking story. It's that simple. That's what a soap opera is. It's a story. That's all it is.
Hugely addictive part of wrestling fandom, celebrating the moves that make the crowd come unglued. Here are the 20 greatest finishers in wrestling history. Number 20, the bank statement. Ah yes, submission finishes, the choice of the wrestling connoisseur. Some submissions look like...
Submission finishers are always bad, okay? The only submission finishers that are okay in my book is the ankle lock. I hate submission finishers. I hate them so fucking much. If you're a wrestler and you have a submission finisher, I'm pretty much instantly going to hate you.
There are some other good ones like the stretch muffler and the torture rack, cobra clutch. Those are some cool submissions.
Yeah, if you can't be bothered to have a cool, like all a submission is it's just a wrestler hugging another wrestler for the most part. That's all it is.
Why won't they do it like freaking Goldberg, where he do his finisher like that?
The bank statement is just a shitty version of the crossface. That's all it is. It's that dumb backstabber into a shitty crossface. That's all it is. And I hate the crossface. It's stupid.
Yeah, now I hate
when
the back.
Benoit did it, it was gay. When Daniel Bryan did it, it was gay. And when every other wrestler afterwards has done it, it was gay. Stop doing the crossface.
Yep. And now I hate backstabber too, because it was awesome when Carlito did it, but now Sasha Banks does it and it's horrible.
That's because Sasha Banks is a midget diva that can't lift anyone. Sasha Banks is worthless as a wrestler. This is why you can't have divas be quote unquote wrestlers. Because unless they're like China or something, they can't lift anyone and they can't do anything cool. This is why divas, for the most part, would just do things like bra and panty matches. Because divas can't actually do anything. They can't do the stuff that a lot of male wrestlers can do. They can't do cool power moves, again, unless they're China.
I think the closest thing for a diva's finisher is probably the bitch slap, but I think that's about it. You know, that where I play the WWE games or 2K games, kind of that.
They don't hurt at all. Cough, STF, cough. But the bank statement looks like a spine ender every time. The hands locked in front of the face makes us feel the pain at home right in our noses. And the torque Banks can get on the back is truly nightmarish at times, especially against Charlotte. Look at that. It's a simple crossface, but sometimes simple is best. Number 19, the double moonsault. And sometimes stupid, complicated.
I fucking hate Ricochet. And Wrestle Talk, being the smarks that they are, mentioned this worthless vanilla midget multiple times, and he sucks. This guy sucks so hard, he was fed to Lesnar to be squashed, and he hasn't been seen on TV since. Ricochet sucks. These smarks talk about how amazing Ricochet is. He's just a midget that does high-flying moves because that's all he can do. He's not believable. He has no character, and he sucks on the mic.
Yeah, I believe he was a victim of firings.
Good.
He's only known as.
It should have never been employed in the first place. I wouldn't even hire
Nobody
this
knows.
loser to be a jobber.
Not even a local competitor.
Stupid is okay too. Step right up, the patron saint of silly wrestling. It's Ricochet, who never met a move he couldn't add one more rotation to. The double moonsault is absolutely spectacular, but it ranks a little low for a few reasons. One, it's bloody dangerous, and two, because it's so dangerous, the person on the top rope often takes ages psyching themselves up before they hit it, which can break immersion. But that being said, look at it, so pretty. Number 18, the big boot. More
I
specific.
hate the way that these smarts describe moves as pretty or beautiful. Stop. The only way you should describe a wrestling move is either cool, awesome, or anything else. If you use adjectives like pretty and stuff like that, you're probably gay and watching wrestling for the wrong reasons. Also, I don't want to see midgets flipping around. I want to see awesome, larger-than-life power moves.
Typically tests big
I
boot.
like the
For too
quality.
long now, the move has simply been a counter to an Irish whip. Charlotte does a fairly good one. Rhea Ripley does an even better one, but no
Charlotte
one in
does
wrestling had a
absolutely
big
nothing
boot like
right.
test. It was like getting jousted to death. They should have protected the hell out of that move and used it to make him a huge star, because it's like a shotgun blast and a cannonball
He does
to the
a pretty
face
cool
all
big
in
boot.
one. Number
That's
17, the 630. Hello again, Ricochet. Aren't you silly? The one and only looks at your 450 splashes and then farts in their general direction. Although the move has been made a lot more famous by Prince Ricochet, Puma Ricochet, the move was actually innovated by
Nobody
Jack
knows who
Evans,
this
who
guy
actually,
is.
looking at both side by side, hits it a little harder than
And that's
Ricochet.
another thing I'll say. For those of you who don't watch the modern era of wrestling, you're going to see a lot of wrestlers that you have no clue who they are. That's because WWE thought it'd be a bright idea to pick up a bunch of nobody midgets from the indies that have no character and no charisma. And nobody knows who these people are. So there's no iconic people anymore. All the iconic wrestlers are pretty much gone.
Only ones that
So
are
you're going to
still
see a
around.
lot of people you've never heard of.
Only ones that are still around are Jeff Hardy, Edge, and Rey Mysterio.
And that's because they always have to drag old wrestlers out of retirement because the new guys suck and can't draw ratings.
Himself, the one and only, hits it
Oh, yeah.
safer, but looks like he rolls off his opponent with less impact, whereas Jack Evans, splat. Number 16,
Nobody
Black
knows
Mass.
who
Some
Jack
strike
Evans
finishes
is.
are absolutely shite. Well, it's the big show, but some are damned iconic, from Ox Baker's infamous heart punch to Kenji Muto's shining wizard to Nakamura's bombardier or Kinshasa if you bet.
Shut up about the Kinshasa. It's lame. It's a knee. It's just a fucking running knee. Does that look fucking cool to you?
It looks like freaking Michael Jackson doing a ballerina.
It looks like a homoerotic
Wannabe
Japanese
superstar.
Michael Jackson kneeing somebody. This is lame. Any of you at home can do a Kinshasa. All you have to do is run up to somebody and hit them with your knee. It's lame. It's not even believable. I don't believe that this fucking thing would knock me out.
Look at that fat
Don't
piece
worry,
of
we'll
shit.
get to John
That's gonna make
Cena
Shinsuke
as
Nakamura
time
look
goes along.
cool.
Nobody is going to want to do the Kinshasa. It's a lame move. At least the Black Mass is a roundhouse kick, and a roundhouse kick can look cool. A knee to the face is lame. Again, stop Wrestle Talk acting like people care about Nakamura. Nobody knows who he is. He's not a star. He has no character. He can't talk because he speaks broken English. And his in-ring ability is terrible. All he does is kicks an exploder, some sort of knockoff of the triangle submission from The Undertaker, a stupid knee to the face, and this dumb move where he puts you on the top rope and then he hits you with his muffin top. That's all he does. He doesn't do anything in the ring. He can't even throw you, because if he tried to throw you, he'd probably break every bone in his body trying.
Yeah. And of course,
He
also
also
that
looked like a freaking sushi chef.
Basic. These were all long listed,
He
but
also
beating
looks like
them
a
all
freaking
is
sushi
Black
chef.
Mass. It's an out of nowhere finisher up there with the best. And God, when Aleister Black hits it flush, you can see someone's soul leave their body. Few finishes are more of a convincing knockout blow.
I mean, I admittedly thought that Aleister Black was going to be something great when I saw him debut in NXT, and he fucking apparently failed so hard. He was immediately put in a tag team, and to quote one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, Ryback, when they put you in a tag team, that means they have no plans for you. And then he cut this very odd promo where he just looked like the bad guy from Far Cry 5. And I'm like, great WWE, great. And great Aleister Black for completely fucking failing and making people like me look like jackasses for supporting you.
Blow, and he can even hit two people with just one because he's a daddy. Number
Fuck yourself, Wrestle Talk. You're gay. Aleister Black is a daddy? What the fuck does that mean? This is the problem with fucking smarks. They are obsessed with homoerotic bullshit. Because in the indies, they literally do homoerotic stuff. They will have wrestlers finger each other in the ass. They'll have wrestlers 69 each other. They'll have male wrestlers just kiss for no reason. They make tag teams called the Golden Lovers. Everything in the indies is just homoerotic, and then they bring that shit into WWE.
Which is why I like Bubblegum Funk when they actually make fun of that bitch known as Bestie Buns.
Like that right there just basically buried Aleister Black, because now how am I supposed to take Aleister Black seriously when all I can think of now is, oh, he's just some guy that likes to fuck guys in the ass. Lovely. Thanks for that, Wrestle Talk. You fucking suck. Stop making videos. And while you're at it, stop watching wrestling. Go back to your gay porn.
15, the figure 4 leg lock. Again, do you want to seem like a discerning wrestling fan? Slide those glasses up your nose and say, well, actually, a submission finisher requires a lot more skill. The figure 4 is one of those skilled submission finishers, and it's one of the most iconic moves of all time, being the move by the man in the NWA throughout the 80s. Ric Flair passed it to his daughter, who actually managed to improve it with the figure 8.
No, she didn't. Charlotte ruined the figure 4 just like The Miz did. Okay, Charlotte sucks. I'm sick and tired of people that pretend like Charlotte is this amazing wrestler. She sucks. If she wasn't the daughter of Ric Flair, nobody would give a flying fuck about Charlotte. Like, does that really look like that would hurt you? It looks like it would hurt her more than it hurts her opponent. Because unless you're flexible, that's not going to be very comfortable. It's just stupid. Again, to anyone watching, even if you're not overly familiar with wrestling, does any of these moves look fucking cool to you?
Right, and then Ric Flair passed it to The Miz, who perfected it, winky face. But no matter who uses it, it will always be greeted with woos, because like Rick himself, it's a wrestling artifact. Number 14, the Frog Splash, the greatest aerial finisher of all time, RIP my mentions. It's not just because it was the finisher of Eddie Guerrero, one of the all-time greats. One of the move's strengths is how different wrestlers bring different things to it. When Kevin Owens hits it, it has a huge amount of impact. When RVD hits it, you marvel.
But my problem with it is that a lot of shitty wrestlers overuse the frog splash. The Usos do it. That fat piece of shit Kevin Owens does it. It's one of those moves that's overused.
Yep.
As a result, it's not as special anymore.
Yep. Sasha Banks, Seth Rollins, Montez Ford, they all overused it. It was a cool move, and now it just looks gay.
And Montez Ford is another nobody. Nobody knows who Montez Ford is. I don't even know who Montez Ford is. And I'm actually involved in the wrestling community.
It's one half of the Street Profits.
Right. I care even less. about the Street Profits. I already couldn't stand those fuckers.
The distance he could travel. With Montez Ford, you look at the height he achieves. With Eddie, you get his fluid.
Shut the fuck up about Montez Ford. He's a nobody. He's just another look at me. I'm black gimmick. That's all he is. It's just I'm a black guy. Watch me do stereotypical black guy things. That's all the Street Profits are.
Fluid, perfect form. It's a beloved move for a damn good reason. Number 13, the sharpshooter, the most over move in Canadian history. Bret Hart's use of the sharpshooter was so.
Okay, first off, Canadian history means nothing because a lot of wrestlers from Canada suck, and a lot of Canadian wrestling fans also suck.
Yep. And I've seen literally every Canadian wrestler use the sharpshooter. I've seen Kevin Owens use it. I've seen Sami Zayn use it. Anyone who's Canadian, I've seen them use this, and it's just gay.
Again, it doesn't even look like it hurts. It just looks dumb. And Natalya buried this move because whenever Natalya did the sharpshooter, she used to have a gimmick where she would fart. So while she's doing the sharpshooter, she would just be farting on you. This move is lame.
Iconic.
Cool.
Every time
Sting
WWE
did,
ventures to the Great White North, someone has to use it. It's the law. A deadly maneuver that targets the legs and the back. The
Does this look
one
deadly to you? You know what's deadly? A fucking choke slam. You know how I know that? My older brother choke slammed me once when I was younger, and I almost died from it. I had an actual near-death experience because my life actually flashed before my eyes, and I was knocked unconscious for quite some time, and my brother actually thought he had killed me. That's deadly.
Yep.
You want to know how to measure if a finisher is good or not? How many to quote Smartbusters, the way to know if a finisher is good or not, how many fathers have almost killed their children doing these moves? If you take a choke slam, odds are you might possibly die. Because a choke slam is actually deadly. This is not deadly. It's just gay.
Yeah. Again, it only looks cool when Sting's using it.
Bret Hart countless matches. Sting used it to great ovation as a Scorpion Deathlock. Natalya still puts people away with it, and Shawn Michaels has a version that was so powerful it once ended a match without the opponent even submitting. Winky face. Number 12, the spear. One of the most ubiquitous
this one
finishes
is
in the
fine,
industry.
but it should be higher because the spear is a very iconic move. Used by Goldberg, Ryback, Edge, the list goes on.
Rhino, who I think is the best user of the spear.
The spear for a time, and it was fine. Then you got the best of all time Goldberg,
Ooh.
used it as a sort of first half of a two-part finisher.
Ooh.
Bobby Lashley
That
does
never
a
will not
whimsical
be
little
entertaining.
forward roll with it. Roman Reigns, who does a bloody great one. I don't even want to hear any discussion about that. And a personal favorite, Rhino's Gore, which would reliably make an opponent 100% full dead. Number 11, the Lion Tamer, the greatest submission finisher of all time, and I am not talking
This is like the only submission finisher I can concede looks like it could possibly be painful.
Yeah, it absolutely
the
is.
walls of Jericho.
Right,
That is a
Jericho
Boston
can't do
Crab,
it,
and it is fine.
because-
The Lion Tamer is the walls
Boston
of Jericho's
Crab is
terrifying
not
mega
Boston
death variant,
Crab
and
is
whenever
like
it makes a surprise
Boston
appearance,
Crab.
it's like Christmas, but for next. If the move has a shortcoming, it's that Jericho can only lock it in on people who are actually able to take it, which seems like a rare few these days. You'd be hard-pressed to find a move that's more convincing as a submission finisher in the entirety of wrestling. Look at that. Horrible. Number 10, the Doomsday Device. There aren't too many tag finishes on this list because honestly, we'd be here all day. But how do you leave the LOD/Road Warriors Doomsday Device off the list? Answer, you don't.
One thing that always pissed me off was when people would try to say that the Ascension were a ripoff of these guys. And their only argument was, oh, they wore shoulder pads and had face paint. Wow. Fucking beautiful. Why don't you hang yourself now?
And because they also want to use the Doomsday Device, it's stupid because the Dudley Boys used the Doomsday Device long before the Ascension ever did. They never called the Dudleys Legion
American. I don't even think the Ascension ever did the Doomsday Device. I know American Alpha did.
They did it once, and it's also in their tag team moveset in the 2K games.
I don't know
believe.
why it is though, because I followed the Ascension's career. I never saw them do the Doomsday device, but fucking American Alpha would do it every fucking match they ever had. Oh, but because they have face paint, wear red, and have shoulder pads, they're Legion of Doom ripoffs. Oh yeah, I never recall the Ascension coming out on motorcycles. Jackasses. And while I'm at it, fuck you, JBL, for burying the Ascension. I'm never going to forgive you for that shit, motherfucker.
Or they'll find you. The delight of the fandom and the terror of the enhancement talent industry, the Doomsday device saw many scared men flipped arse over tit for our pleasure, and I can imagine fewer situations I'd least like to be in than on animal shoulders with hawks smiling at me from the top rope, except maybe in a Steinerizer. That would also be a terrible time. Number 9, the Lariat. Now hang on, I know what you're thinking. A clothesline, one of the 10 greatest finishes of all time. Yes, and I have 4 key pieces of evidence. Exhibit A, Stan Hansen's Western Lariat.
It's a perfectly okay generic move to give to your wrestler as like a basic move, but as a finisher, it's lame.
Yeah, unless like Stan Hansen or JBL are using it.
Mm-hmm.
It actually looks pretty.
A cowboy taking your head off your shoulders. Exhibit B, the buckshot lariat, which is a cowboy taking your head off your shoulders with theatrics. Exhibit C, the clothesline from hell, which is a cowboy businessman burying you in a shallow fucking grave. And Exhibit D, the Rainmaker, a clothesline that turned Kazuchika Okada into an international megastar. Clothesline.
Oh my god. Okay. Nobody knows who Okada is. Anyone in the live chat, tell me, do you know who Okada is? I hate it when these fucking smarks use the word star. Okada's not a star. Nobody knows who he is. You know who's a star? John Cena, The Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Undertaker. People all over the world know who they are. If you ask people who Batista is, they know who Batista is. If you ask someone who John Cena is, they know who John Cena is. Nobody knows who Okada is. It's just some nobody in NJP. Nobody watches Japanese wrestling except for smarks and the Japanese.
Yeah, I don't know many people who know Okada. I mean, I don't mind Okada. Kind of consider him a guilty pleasure wrestler, but even I admit we shouldn't compare him to Cena because he's nothing like Cena or Batista.
Like, need I remind you, Batista was such a superstar, he was in the MCU. The one who played Drax, that was Batista. And everybody loved him. Why? Because it was Batista that was playing him. I guarantee you, if Batista didn't play Drax, nobody would have given a fuck about him. And again, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Go onto the street. Ask a bunch of people if they know who John Cena is or Batista or The Rock. I guarantee you they will say yes. If you show them a picture of Okada, they won't know who he is. Stop using the word megastar. Just because he might be a star in Japan, which even then I doubt that, like that doesn't mean jack shit. He's not a megastar is someone that everybody knows.
Kim, just so you know, is Randy Orton a megastar? Even though
nobody knows who Randy Orton is. He's a bald, oiled up queer. He's a sentient walking penis. Randy Orton sucks. Randy Orton's one of the worst wrestlers of all time. He is so boring. All he does is he steps on people and he slithers around acting like a gay snake doing his fucking RKO. That's all he is. Nobody, if you ask people who Randy Orton is, they won't know who he is. They'll know his finisher, the RKO, but they won't know who Randy Orton is because Randy Orton is nothing.
Okay. Wrestling silent killer. Number 8, the elevated powerbomb. Powerbombs can be deadly. They'll jangle your spine with a bonus whiplash cherry as a garnish. Elevated powerbombs are when a wrestler
As far as I'm concerned, if you're a wrestler and you can't do a powerbomb, get the fuck out of here. You don't belong in wrestling.
Yeah.
Also, if you can't take a powerbomb, cough Finn Balor, also get the fuck out of here because you're a little fucking pussy bitch. Every wrestler should be able to take a power bomb without being out of commission.
Unless the power bomb was blocked.
Thinks in for a penny, in for a pound, then raises them up a bit more before bringing them down for max damage. They're things of beauty, and for example, see the Razor's Edge, one of the most protected finishes of all time, Taker's Last Ride, which looks like it's sent Triple H to meet his Jesus, and of course, the Spirit Bomb, the sexiest move from wrestling's sexiest man.
You see, oh my god.
I mean, his Spirit Bomb looks okay, but to say he's a sexy man is just dumb.
Okay, 3 problems. Number 1, he named his finisher after a DBZ move. Fucking gay. I don't know if that's the intention or not, but I don't care. You named your finisher after a DBZ move. Get the fuck out of here. Number 2, who describes a move as sexy? That is retarded. And number 3, Keith Lee is not sexy. Keith Lee is just a fat black guy. That's all he is. He's just a fat guy who's not in shape. He's not even like one of those like impressively unnaturally overweight fat wrestlers like Big Daddy V or Umaga or something like that. He's literally just a fat guy. That's all he is. Like, stop it. You are fucking gay, okay? Also, Keith Lee literally injured himself and vanished from TV. He's nothing. Keith Lee will never be anything in the company because he's nothing. Just another fat nobody that takes his shirt off.
Number 7, the Tombstone Pile Driver. This move would bloody...
This should be way higher. There's no reason for this to be as low as it is. I don't care if it doesn't look realistic or not. It's a fucking iconic move. A move can look stupid as long as it's an awesome move.
Yeah.
It's all about making the move look awesome and dangerous. And the Tombstone Pile Driver looks like it'll kill you.
Kill you if Taker actually hit it, compress your neck and leave your spine looking like a shaken packet of Pringles, you know, like it did when Steve Austin accidentally took one at SummerSlam 97. As such, it's also one of the fakest moves in wrestling. No one even slightly believes Undertaker.
Okay, so wrestling is fake, dickhead. There is no such thing as a quote-unquote real wrestling move. It's all fake.
And also, you want to talk about being a wimpy wrestler? Stone Cold in that match broke his neck from that pile driver, and he still managed to finish the match.
Yep. These wrestlers nowadays are fucking sissies. They constantly injure themselves. People want to talk about how, oh, Finn Balor's so cool because he reset his shoulder during a match because he can't take a power bomb because he's a little sissy boy. Well, guess what? Kurt Angle and Steve Austin finished matches with broken necks. Go fuck yourself.
Wait.
The move, or the Young Bucks, or a card.
Don't mention the Young Bucks. Nobody knows who the Young Bucks are. And stop mentioning Okada. Stop mentioning these losers.
Young Bucks, more like the Young Fucks.
Let me tell you this.
The Young Bucks are just a bunch of gay boys that go around super kicking people. That's all they do.
They're so gay. They cosplay
but
as
also
Ryu.
absolutely no one cares because it's over and it will never not be over. It's acted as the punctuation mark to some of the most iconic WrestleMania matches of all time, and it cemented its place in history. Number 6, the F5. And now for some very believable.
This is another fine one, but it should be much higher. Okay, Brock Lesnar has one of the most brutal finishers in the fucking company.
Violence. The F5 is the world's sweatiest mountain, putting you on his shoulders and throwing you at the ground right on your tiny face. Like Brock himself, the move came out of nowhere
Brock
and
Lesnar
instantly
is one of the
rocketed to the
greatest
top of the
wrestlers in
industry, feeling like
history.
it had been here the whole time. It's savage,
Like, as far as
powerful,
I'm concerned, if you hate Brock Lesnar or think he's a terrible wrestler, I am convinced you know nothing about wrestling and you need to find a new hobby. Brock Lesnar is everything a good wrestler should be.
Yeah. When I first saw this finisher as a kid, I thought it was cool and devastating at the same time. He literally lifts him up and then he just spins him in the air and he goes crashing down brutally. It's awesome.
I rest my case. See, that's the problem with a lot of these retards in the indies and NJP. Nobody knows who they are. And that's a problem. Again, I'm going to say this again. People know who Brock Lesnar is. People know who John Cena is. People know who The Rock is. People know who The Undertaker is. People know who Kane is. People know who Batista is. And of course, everybody knows who Triple H is because Triple H is fucking awesome. Nobody knows who these guys from the indies are.
Yep.
They're a bunch of losers.
Even my mom
would be higher on the list if the
knows shit about wrestling knows who those guys are.
Exactly. An actual star is someone that everybody knows. Even if you don't know what that star is from, you can usually identify them. Even people that think that wrestling is gay, they will know someone like John Cena and Batista, especially The Rock. The Rock is one of the most iconic stars to ever come out of wrestling. The Rock is fucking awesome. The Rock still kicks ass and takes names to this day.
Kim, just so you know, what about Rey Mysterio and Rob Van Dam? Are they that mega stars or no?
RVD, I don't know. Rey Mysterio, maybe. Only because I feel like he's one of the only lucha wrestlers that people actually know, because a lot of these luchadors are literally just the same guy. Which is why Mexican wrestling will never be over.
F5 wasn't also indirectly responsible for creating the parody FU, which would become the most overrated finisher of all.
Okay, first off, the FU is nothing like the F5, okay? Nope. Yeah, it might be mildly similar, but outside of throwing someone on his shoulder, the FU isn't even remotely like the F5.
It's not
except maybe the leg drop or the people's elbow.
The attitude adjustment is just a Death Valley driver. That's it.
This is why I fucking can't stand Wrestle Talk. You have the audacity to shit on the people's elbow. One of the most amazing moves in wrestling history. Think about it. The Rock took an elbow drop and made it one of the most entertaining moves of all time. When The Rock did the people's elbow, everyone would lose their fucking shit. It was one of the most awesome finishers ever. The Rock would always get a huge pop whenever he did the theatrics and dropped his elbow on somebody. How dare you have the audacity to shit on the people's elbow? Fuck you, Wrestle Talk. Shut the fuck up. You are a disgrace to wrestling.
5, the one-winged angel.
Okay, this pisses me off on so many levels. Number one, I fucking hate Kenny Omega. Nobody knows who he is outside the smart community. Number two, fuck you for naming a wrestling move after a Final Fantasy character. And number three, fuck you for picking, like, as if I didn't have enough reason to hate Final Fantasy VII as is. Now I gotta deal with this fucking shit. Fuck you, Final Fantasy VII. You are the biggest whore in the entire fucking franchise. Fuck you.
And Fuck you, Sword Art Online. And fuck Sword Art Online. Fuck you, Sword Art Online, for bringing up this guy who cosplays as Kirito.
And again, does this guy look cool to any of you? Seriously, he just looks like a fucking cornball.
Not really. He looks like a
If you don't know who Kenny Omega is, he's some guy that nobody's heard of who was in a tag team called the Golden Lovers, where he was in a gay relationship with another wrestler.
Yeah.
And all you need to know about the Golden Lovers is this. When they split up, a bunch of smarts were writing articles saying that it's so tragic. It was like Naruto versus Sasuke. Which is even more reason why I'm convinced that Naruto and Sasuke are gay. Because they compare Naruto and Sasuke's relationship to the Golden Lovers. Naruto and Sasuke is gay. Can we put this to rest once and for all? They are gay. Stop saying that they're not gay.
Yeah,
Omega likes video games. I'm not sure if that was
fine
clear from the fact he named
woman.
his finisher after the villain from Final Fantasy.
Yeah, and if anything, this just makes me hate Sephiroth now. Thanks, Kenny Omega. You are so fucking shitty that you managed to bury one of the best Final Fantasy villains of all time. Thanks, Kenny Omega. You fucking suck. Go away or go to fucking NJP and botch and kill yourself.
7. Anyway, yes, giant nerd Kenny Omega has one of the most protected moves in wrestling. Literally, one of the greatest feuds
Not
in
even
pro
cool
wrestling
move
history
either.
built around the move and how
Oh my God, one of the greatest feuds in wrestling history. Nobody knows that this actually happened. Jesus Christ. Smarks, I need you to understand this. You are the absolutely small but obnoxiously loud minority, okay? You are nothing, Smarks. You make up such a small minority of the wrestling community. Let me make this be known. Back when wrestling was good, they got 8 million viewers every week. Now, all that's left is the Smarks. And WWE can't get out of the ones. The most they ever get nowadays in terms of ratings is 2 million people. You are nothing, Smarks. You are barely even 1% of the overall wrestling fandom. You are nothing. Stop acting like because Smarks know about these feuds that means that we all know about it, okay? Do you think anybody's ever going to talk about this feud?
No, so it's not
For
even.
anyone who doesn't know, Smark is a term used for a type of wrestling fan. A Smark is somebody that thinks that they know everything about wrestling and they think that wrestling is real. They're very annoying. Smarks are the worst kind of fans. You want to know how much Smarks suck? Actual wrestlers hate Smarks. There's this video online where some of the greatest wrestlers of all time, like Undertaker and Ryback, just completely shit on Smarks. They're the worst.
Even CM Punk shed on Smarks.
Yeah, CM Punk, who is an absolute Smarks delight. All of CM Punk's fans are Smarks, and he hates them.
Yep. And of course, there's also Matt Morgan as well. Matt Morgan's awesome.
if he hit it, it's game over. It's like the perfect plex on steroids. Both are slams that catch their opponent in an instant pinning situation, but while Mr. Perfect suplexes them, Omega nails them with a driver, spiking their shoulders down with a rolling swing. Number 4, the Burning Hammer. If you want to talk mega death moves that only a few people can take without an instant murder investigation afterwards, fewer moves are as infamous as the Burning.
Oh God, get fucking Spanky off the screen. For those of you who don't know, this was a wrestler from back in the day called Spanky, and they brought him back and called him the Brian Kendrick. Not Brian Kendrick. They call him the Brian Kendrick, as if we're supposed to forget that this is just Spanky.
Yeah, and when he was Spanky, he got destroyed by Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, that's all he was. He was just a jobber that would get the shit kicked out of him. The only memorable thing that Spanky ever did was that I can remember was he got green misted by Tajiri, who's one of the only Japanese wrestlers that's actually good.
Hammer. It's a reverse Death Valley driver, emphasis on the death, innovated by Kenta Kobashi, where he gets you up for a torture rack before dropping you on your...
Again,
Yeah.
Does anybody in the chat know who Kenta Kobashi is? Nobody knows who this fucker is. I never even knew. I've been watching wrestling since I was a little kid. I never knew who Kenta Kobashi was. Nobody ever knew who he was. Nobody gives a flying shit in hell about Kenta Kobashi. He's just another Japanese wrestler that's going to be forgotten, while people like The Rock and Undertaker will be remembered decades from now.
Yeah, he's just a Japanese wrestler from the 80s.
Yeah. He's nothing. Now, granted, I didn't watch wrestling in the 80s because I literally wasn't born back then, but I imagine even back in the 80s, nobody knew who Kenta Kobashi was and nobody cared.
Yeah, the only Japanese wrestler people knew about were Antonio Inoki and Jushin Thunder Liger.
Also, people didn't watch wrestling back in the 80s because that was back when wrestling was going through a shitty time and they got no ratings. It wasn't until the Attitude Era when things changed.
Yep.
Bean. It was simply unkick-outable until Brian Kendrick hit one on Kota Ibushi and he kicked out, and the internet was torn between marking out for a banned super finisher suddenly being seen in WWE or raging that someone kicked out of the thing. Number 3, the cutter. You can't make me choose between the RKO and the Diamond Cutter. You just...
Well, so here's another thing I want to be known. For those of you who aren't familiar, NJP and other wrestling feds like it, they actually kill people in those feds. There are actual stories of wrestlers dying. There was this wrestler called Misawa. He died in the middle of the ring. He broke his neck on a suplex because he was a moron that was trying to make wrestling real, and he died in the middle of the ring. This wasn't like Owen's death in WWE where he died in a freak accident. No, these Japanese wrestlers actually kill each other because they actually think that wrestling is a real sport and people die from it. So if you watch Japanese wrestling, let it be known that you are supporting a wrestling fed that kills their wrestlers for entertainment. NJP is where death matches come from.
Oh yeah, I know that Big Japan wrestling. I get that. That disgusting matches, especially frontier martial arts. Kim, you still there?
Yeah. Okay, here's what I will say. Yes, I understand that it's seen as like bad, but here's the thing. I'm mostly just being edgy. Obviously, I don't want anyone to actually kill themselves. The Smartbusters do this all the time. They use all kinds of edgy humor. It doesn't mean they actually want someone to die. Here's enough evidence of this. I don't support NJPW because I don't like hearing stories about people dying in the ring, you know? Because people actually die in these Japanese feds and it's scary. And it's never because of accidents like with Owen's death. No, it's because these people in Japan are fucking morons. They think that wrestling is an actual sport and then people die from it. Like, try not to take my edgy jokes too seriously. It's like when I tell a suicide joke. Obviously, I don't want anyone to actually suicide themselves. It's just a joke. Like, this isn't anything new. I make edgy jokes all the time on my channel.
Can't make me. It's the second greatest surprise finisher in the world, and no matter how much of a Goldberg you are, you can still eat canvas at a moment's notice. The unpredictability and tension created by the
I just want to let it be known that the RKO is not nearly as unpredictable as people make it out to be. I can remember there was a time where I was watching wrestling, and I could almost always reliably predict when Randy Orton would do the RKO in a match.
Yep.
The only times I couldn't predict it are times where there would be skits where Randy Orton would literally just jump out of nowhere and RKO someone.
Yeah, I could predict
being
it
able
with
to strike
Randy Orton. I
solidly and
couldn't do
on
too
anyone has been
I'm
the
definitely-
foundation of Randall Keith's character for almost his entire career. The move deserves a Hall of Fame spot all of its own. Also, a special shout out to the greatest tag team finisher of all time, the elevated cutter, also known as the 3D. Number 2, the stunner. Has any move ever produced a bigger pop than a well-timed stunner?
This one is fine. My only problem with this is that shitty wrestlers like Kevin Owens try to do the stunner, and it's terrible. Kevin Owens, you are not Stone Cold Steve Austin. Stop trying to be Stone Cold Steve Austin. You will never be Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah, Shark Boy does
Genuinely,
it
if
too.
Austin ever appeared on WWE TV and at no point did he hit someone with a stunner, that would be regarded as an instant heel turn. It's so perfectly designed for a pop as well. The kick to the gut lasts just long enough to get you excited before the stunner brings you out of your seat. Whether or not it's the coolest finisher of all time or was just performed by the coolest wrestler of all time is a debate you can have, but ultimately, does it matter?
The wrestler usually makes the finisher doesn't make the wrestler. Case in point, a lot of these shitty wrestlers from the modern age will steal moves from classic wrestlers like the super kick or the frog splash or the stunner, and they'll usually make the move shitty because a shitty wrestler is doing it. It's all about the wrestler. They make the finisher. You can have some random midget like AJ Styles do a stunner and nobody would care. Why? Because it's AJ Styles.
It's just cool. And this entry wouldn't be complete without a shout out to the Eclipse, Ember Moon's top rope stunner, which is also utterly rad. And number 1, Sweet Chin Music.
Okay, I'm going to say this. I understand that Sweet Chin Music is a classic move. I get that. But here's the problem. This move has been ruined by the modern era. Every motherfucker does this move nowadays. Everyone. The Usos do it. Almost every diva does it because it's one of the only moves they can do. The Young Bucks do it. Even James Ellsworth, a literal jobber, this was his finisher, Sweet Chin Music. It was the only move he was capable of doing because James Ellsworth is literally 5'0" and weighs less than me.
Yeah. And they called it the no chin music, which I thought was a clever name since James Ellsworth has no chin.
Yeah, but James Ellsworth is a fucking comedy jobber. Like the Sweet Chin Music has been ruined. Even that fat douchebag Kevin Owens does it, and it looks like shit. It's such an overused finisher.
Everyone does the Sweet Chin kick.
If you thought the stunner should be here, okay, fair enough. If you also think the super kick has been diluted by being a signature move for Dolph Ziggler, the Young Bucks, and many more, then I understand that too. But also,
yes, it has been diluted, and that's another thing. That fucking feminine gay boy Dolph Ziggler, which, by the way, here's the whole thing about Dolph Ziggler. You want to know how disgusting Dolph Ziggler is? He fucked Amy Schumer. That thing with pink hair stuck his dick in Amy Schumer. Let that be known. Dolph Ziggler sucks.
Oh my God, imagine.
Dolph Ziggler has this persona of, I'm this ladies' man, but the only ladies he ever got was Amy Schumer and a freaking post-menopausal old woman. He's terrible. Also, Dolph Ziggler is a woke SJW asshole that needs to get the fuck out of the company because he's been in the company for years and has accomplished nothing. And don't say because he won the belt, because they'll put the belt on anyone nowadays. Dolph Ziggler sucks.
Yeah, they would put the belt on anyone nowadays. If the Attitude Era were like today, they would put the title on the Brooklyn Brawler or Doink.
Yeah. Like, seriously, it's terrible. They have put the belt on almost anyone. I mean, for God's sake, they put the belt on Finn Balor, for God's sake. He was the first ever Universal Champion. That's all you really need to know about that belt. That fucking, there you go, Finn Balor fucking buried the Universal title.
Jinder Mahal buried the WWE title.
Well, first off, the WWE title was buried way before Jinder Mahal ever got a hold of it. Because motherfuckers like The Miz and Dolph Ziggler held that fucking thing. Also, they gave that belt to Randy Orton who knows how many times. Also, Bryan has held the belt before.
And AJ Styles.
Oh, no, it's the coolest finisher of all time.
No, it's
brutal,
not. It is
surprising,
not the
could be hit on
coolest finisher of all
anyone,
time.
guarantees
Fuck
a
yourself.
monster pop, has a great lead-in if Michaels decides to tune up the band. It's completely convincing as a match finisher. It is just the best. It's the best. That's our list.
It's only good because Shawn Michaels did it.
Yep.
And here we go. The best wrestling entrances of all time. Okay, I'll play.
Hello, say the rest.
Oh, great. We got to deal with Adam again. Yep. Sadly, we have a lot more of these lists to go. Don't worry. Like I said, we're not going to be doing all of these. We're going to do a few wrestling lists. And we're going to do like a few videos from Wrestle Talk because I really want to bury these assholes. And I'll do a little bit from What Culture because I can't fucking stand What Culture. And then we'll move on to some other stuff, like some of their cringy top 10 lists.
Wrestlers, here I am. Look at my fancy walk. Like we said in a previous list, wrestling's the worst part about wrestling. The best bits are the finishers, which we've already covered, video packages, and of course, entrances.
Oh my God, how many times are you going to get this wrong, you asshole? People watch wrestling for storylines and characters. You see why I can't stand these guys? They're the worst. How you have escaped the Smarkbusters' wrath all these years is beyond me. I hope the Smarkbusters bury you fuckers one of these days.
Smarks are like Dragon Ball stars. They only watch it just for the fight scenes and not for the stories and characters, something like that.
Yeah. Video packages are meant to be. Here's basically what a video package is meant to be for. It's meant to hype you up and inform you as to something that's going on in the story. A video package in WWE is essentially the equivalent of a previously on insert name of show here. That's essentially what it is. It's just meant to catch you up on the storyline so far. And yeah, wrestling is the worst part of wrestling. No shit. But here's the problem, Smarks. All you do is talk about how much you love great matches and work rate and all this shit. Nobody cares about wrestling.
Pomp, circumstance, pyro, weird dollar bills with Shane McMahon's terrible face on them. Entrances are often way more memorable than the match that follows. And over the years, some grapplers have had absolute corkers.
Fuck this guy. I hate this motherfucker right here. Kyle O'Reilly. This guy is terrible. This dude can't throw a wrestling punch to save his life. He's a fucking midget. He has no character. I fucking hate him so much. And while we're at the Undisputed Era sucks. that it will never amount to anything in the company. Ever. I swear to fuck, Jinder Mahal has more credibility and star power than these fucking assholes.
Ones that send shivers up our spine just to see
Get
them
AJ
to make
Styles
us
off the
leap from
fucking
our
screen.
chairs to get involved. Please note, this isn't a list about best one-off entrances like Shawn Michaels at Mania 12 or Rusev at Mania 30. That's a whole other list we'll do one day. Be patient. This list is all about those stars that blew us away with their entrance week after week. Hit my music. It's the 15 best wrestling entrances of all time. Honorable mention, Bobby Roode. Look, it's mostly the song. And also,
No, shut up. No. Fuck you. Bobby Roode sucks. He's a shitty wannabe Ric Flair. He's a TNA nobody. And his song sucks.
Yeah.
I would play it for you all, but I'd probably get copyright claimed by WWE. All it is it's just some asshole singing glorious. I will be glorious. That's all it is.
Yeah. I would say he's more of a Rick Rude ripoff than a Ric Flair ripoff, and that's
He's both.
Yep, both.
The reason why I say he's a Ric Flair ripoff is because he tries so hard to dress like Ric Flair. That's why I say Flair ripoff. Nobody knows who Bobby Roode is. He has come into the company and has accomplished nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. The only thing I remember about Bobby Roode is Connor of the Ascension cut an awesome promo on him. That's it. That's all I remember about Bobby Roode. And it wasn't because of Bobby Roode. It was because Connor is fucking awesome. And he always kills it on the mic.
Never really had a regular great entrance, just a bunch of really great takeover one-offs, but everyone in the office shouted at me when I disagreed, so yay, isn't peer pressure glorious? Number 15, Triple H. It's hard to believe that one man has made...
I can't.
They seriously put him the lowest. Are you kidding me?
This is what I hate about What Culture and Wrestle Talk. They always have to shit on Triple H, and I'm fucking sick and tired of it. Fuck you. Triple H is one of the greatest of all time. Triple H has one of the most iconic entrances of all time. I guarantee you, people who don't even know what wrestling is probably knows about Triple H's finisher, because not finisher, damn it, entrance, because it's so fucking awesome and iconic. Fuck you. Stop shitting on Triple H. And while we're at it, anti-smarks, you need to also stop shitting on Triple H too, okay? Show some fucking respect.
Yes, I understand that anti-smarks love to call Triple H the big nose faggot monkey, but even I actually had enough of making fun of him because he actually makes the wrestling business great, kind of like that.
Right. Triple H is what's great about wrestling. Triple H can still kill it on the mic today and in the ring. Triple H has not aged a day. You could still give Triple H the belt and it will always be entertaining. In fact, I think Triple H should hold the belt hostage until we get some actual fucking wrestlers in the company.
Living out of failing to drink water. Triple H is the world's biggest dad, and every WrestleMania he tries to convince his kids he's seen the latest hip happening movies like The Terminator or Mad Max, or I don't know, some movie where someone drives a big embarrassing tricycle. But his special entrances to one side, Tripp's go-to is one of the great. The slow, intense walk, the light show, the spray, the raw face he does like his council.
You just look at Triple H and you think that guy's fucking badass. That's all you need to know about Triple H. You look at him and you know this guy is fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Triple H is one of the only wrestlers I've seen that's able to make the pube beard look that's been popularized by all these indie schmucks work. Every time a wrestler grows a beard, it's always cringy.
Just gone up. Throw some double denim in there, and
He
baby,
looks like
you got
someone who
Stu
can beat
going.
the
Number
shit out
14,
of you.
Bailey. A truly great entrance.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Get fucking Jay Leno off the fucking screen. Nobody knows who Bailey is. Nobody cares about her. Her entrance is stupid. She comes out to used Karloff floats. She comes out to those dumb, wacky, waving, inflatable, arm flailing tube men. She sucks. Her gimmick is that she likes to hug people. She can't talk. She's ugly. And her fucking finisher is stupid. She hugs you and then gently slams you onto the ground. She has possibly the worst suplex in wrestling history.
It's just literally a belly to belly too. It's not even should never be a finisher. Stupid.
Yeah,
That's
dumb.
that's what regular people have in their arsenals. That's
Not only
something
that,
actually does.
but Bailey buried Macho Man by at WrestleMania doing the Macho Man elbow. Fuck you, Bailey.
fuck.
You suck. Bailey has done nothing her whole career. They've put the belt on her multiple times, and it's never gotten any kind of buzz. Do you think that Bailey will ever be in a fucking movie? No.
Ouch, my ears.
At least I hope not.
That
Should
audio.
say, hello, this is everything you need to know about me. Undertaker says he's spooky and dangerous. Triple H says he's thirsty, but not too thirsty.
Yeah,
and
right.
Bailey says that she's 9. I'm kidding
Look at this. This is fucking stupid.
a bit, but
Does
back
this
before
look
Bailey
fucking
asked
cool
to see
to you?
every single one of our managers, her entrance was infectiously
And again,
charming. The
look
music,
at her
the hugger
fucking
section
face.
signs, the explosion
Jim,
of tube
that
men, the
audio.
bit where she
Like, look at this. What?
That audio. It's ear rapey.
I don't know what to do about this. StreamYard doesn't let me control the volume. Sorry. I don't know what to do about that.
Well, I feel bad for the audience though, because you're probably trying to scare them away. It's not your fault though, but StreamYard kind of fucking sucks.
I know, but I haven't found
what's that?
I haven't found a better software yet to do like my podcast with. The only other option I would have is pre-recording them, which I might possibly consider.
Okay.
Yeah, sadly, this thing that looks like Jay Leno in drag is supposed to be a wrestler. That's literally they should make that her gimmick. That she's a fucking gender bent Jay Leno. She's terrible. Everything about Bailey sucks. But like, let me ask any men in the chat. Would you want to see Bailey in a bra and panties match?
Oh fuck no! I'm eating.
just says, "Look,
No.
here are my hands." Just how do you not want to cheer for this person? She's
Because
Maybe
she
a little
sucks.
list, but not Bailey.
Look at
Because she's
this.
fucking ugly.
Look at this fucking thing. Okay, here's the thing about women's wrestlers. They need to look attractive. Kind of like how male wrestlers, they need to look badass. If they don't look badass, then that's going to be a problem. Same with women's wrestlers. If they don't look attractive, that's a problem. Seriously, does this look attractive to you? Would you want to see her naked?
No,
Not really.
she looked like an alien.
so happy to be 9. Number 13, the Ultimate Warrior. Warrior had an entrance gimmick before
Fine,
people
but they
really
should
had
probably be
entrances.
higher.
Sure, Hogan would occasionally
Again,
bring
show
a
some
flag with him and
respect
people would
for
do
the
something special at
legends.
Mania, but the Warrior's entrance got him over like Robot. It
Oh,
was the
man.
epitome of simple but effective. This amazing
The
full
Ultimate
throttle
Warrior.
song would hit.
Are they trying to bury him?
And Warrior would just bloody peg it to the
Remember,
ring like he had
this is a
bees in his
smart
trunks.
signal.
After
They
sprinting
paid
through the
for your
crowd, he
wrestling.
became excited by sheer bloody osmosis. He would run around the ring, shake the ropes, and it was like a lightning rod exploded in the building. Sure, it meant he was guaranteed to be gassed before every match, but hell, it
Hey,
was
man, don't
worth
talk
it.
shit
Number
about
12,
the Ultimate Warrior
MVP.
with
If
the
you're
time.
too young to remember the original entrance of Michael Vivacious Pineapple, then I
Fine,
feel sorry for you
whatever.
because it was, and I have to say it, balling. It's an exercise in giving a superstar every last bit of help and appearing like a big deal. I mean, you can't call yourself MVP without a bit of pageantry. An inflatable tent, dry ice, awesome looking pyro, kick-ass song, which is the best use of I'm Coming in WWE outside of a backstage Vince segment. Mickey Vicky Pikachu's entrance is hugely underrated, much like the man himself. Number 11, Eddie Guerrero. A whole bunch of wrestlers have used vehicles.
It should be up at the top.
He should be at least
Again,
a
no
43.
respect for the legends. Eddie Guerrero is one of the greatest wrestlers of all time.
He should be either 4 or 3. Thanks, Ross.
And their entrances to great effect. JBL's limo was great. Del Rio's cars were Hillary Swanky. The Mexical's lawnmowers were Hillary racist. And the Undertaker's bike was equal parts intimidating and adorable. Vroom, vroom, big evil. But the best,
Yeah,
of course, is
Mexical's
Eddie
came
Guerrero's
out and
lowrider.
fought
Like
for it.
Bailey's entrance, Eddie bouncing up and down in his big shiny car is very silly, but also totally...
Don't fucking compare this awesome wrestler to Bailey. Stop it.
I really want to see Brock Lesnar beat the shit out of Bailey in WWE, to be honest.
I would love it since the women want so badly to be equal to the men in quotations. Put Bailey in the ring with Brock Lesnar. I fucking dare you to. Put any of these piece of shit divas like Becky Lynch, since she seems to think that she's Stone Cold Steve Austin and wants to march straight into the men's Royal Rumble, put her in the ring with Brock Lesnar. I dare you to. I promise you she will fucking die in the middle of the ring. Women can't play wrestling. Take your shirt off. You're not a wrestler. You can't play with the big boys. Stop trying.
Well, she
Stop
wants to
trying
claim
to be men. It's pathetic. You're women.
Yep. She wants to claim to be the man, and Martin just put her in the men's division and let her get her ass beat like by people like Brock Lesnar and Bobby Lashley.
I hate it. I hate this mentality that women can do anything men can. Women want to play too. Women are just as good as the male wrestlers. No, they're not.
They're only good for cooking, and I don't want to say anything else, but yeah.
I'm not saying women don't belong in the company, but this whole thing of trying to turn the divas into basically men needs to stop. It's fucking offensive to actual women and femininity. Stop trying to kill femininity. Let women be women. Let women be attractive. Let women be sexy. Stop acting like the only way that women can be entertaining is by just having them do what the men do. It doesn't work because women doing actual wrestling moves is not believable.
I mean, I'd be more fine with women wrestling if they were all more like Alexa Bliss. You know, Alexa Bliss can wrestle. She looks good. She can talk. She's got good character. They were like
Alexa Bliss has character. Alexa Bliss is actually attractive, and Alexa Bliss doesn't try to do actual wrestling for the most part. I think the only legit wrestling move she does is a DDT, but I'm pretty sure anyone can do a DDT.
Yeah, and that Twisted Bliss moonsault.
Yeah.
But now imagine someone like Becky Lynch or Alexa Bliss. Imagine them trying to do a jackhammer. Do you think any of these fucking divas could do a fucking jackhammer?
Unless there was someone like China, then no.
I could believe China doing it, but that's because China did steroids.
Yeah.
Ernest, and just one of the reasons why the WWE universe fell in love with the
But even the
mischievous
Smartbusters
wrestling
hated China.
artist. Number 10, Goldberg. One thing I never really understood about Goldberg's entrance is why did he need the policeman?
This might be worse than the previous list. Fuck you. Goldberg has one of the greatest wrestling entrances of all time.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit, man. Goldberg, his Halloween entrance is so fucking badass. It's
Goldberg's entrance is iconic. Everybody knows who Goldberg is, and his entrance is so fucking cool.
Yep. And his music, his entrance music as well.
Oh yeah, he has one of the greatest theme songs of all time. I always wanted to make a video covering good and bad wrestling themes, but the problem is, like when I tried to make a tribute video to the Ascension, WWE will fucking copyright claim anything, which sucks.
Yeah.
Especially because I put a lot of effort into that Ascension tribute video. And I'm glad that of all the wrestling videos I've made so far, it's been one of the few that's actually blown up, which makes me happy because the Ascension were awesome. The Ascension were one of the most underused tag teams of all time. And if they don't reference the Ascension here, I'm going to be pissed. The Ascension had an awesome entrance. The Ascension, whenever they came out, I was always hyped. God, the Ascension were so fucking cool.
Yep.
And fuck you, WWE, for wasting them. You suck.
Surely he's so tough that everyone needs the policeman. He looks like he's on his way to court. Point is, Goldberg had
Wow,
the
so
best entrance
fucking
in
low, that
WCW.
pisses
And
me
once
off.
again,
That's
it's a
what the
company
police
realizing in
officer
order to
from
make
Crown
someone
never
into a
made
big deal,
sense
you have to
to
treat them
me.
like a big deal. The escort, the
Look at that
slow
pretty
foreboding
pirate-looking
walk to the
bitch.
ring, finally the pyro that engulfs the
Ooh,
big, bold
damn.
gentleman. It should burn him, but Goldberg
Yay,
cannot be
real
burned by
wrestling.
conventional fire. And then, just to emphasize how cool he was, he would breathe out thick ropes of smoke like a big wrestling smaug. Not sure he needs the
Fuck
kicks
yeah.
and karate chops, to be honest, but at this
Yeah.
point, it's simply too cool to
Goldberg looks
ruin.
like
Number
he could
9,
kill you.
Finn Balor. Some wrestlers have a great entrance. Finn Balor is a great.
Die!
His entrance is gay.
Finn Balor's entrance fucking sucks. Finn Balor's a gay underwear model. Get him the fuck out of here!
That is complete disrespectful to Goldberg. What the fuck? Fuck Finn Balor. Finn
Balor doesn't
bitch.
do anything. All he does, he comes out, he flicks his shitty jobber vest, and then he does this thing of just throwing his arms out. He doesn't do anything in his entrance. And the fucking demon is gay. All the demon is he just rips off the boogeyman's entrance. Fuck you, Finn Balor. You are one of the worst wrestlers of all time. You suck so hard, you got buried by Kane, and then you got banished back to NXT.
Wrestle
You
Talk.
held the belt for a fucking day.
Wrestle Talk, do me a favor. 3D print a Glock and stuck it up your ass and pull the trigger. That is my edgy joke for Wrestle Talk. Fuck Wrestle
Because
Talk.
fucking smarks think that it's misogynistic. Because apparently misogyny means finding women attractive. Apparently, like you can go on fucking wrestling forum and people genuinely think that fucking bra and panty matches and the Attitude Era was misogynistic. It's stupid.
And then there's all this shit that Medusa talked about, like, oh, I thought we were above this because there are pretty women doing pretty dances. And Lance Storm saying there should be eye candy for both sexes, even though there is, because there's so many pretty boys.
Look at Finn Balor. Again, I highly recommend Anyone who wants to watch a good wrestling channel, check out the Smart Busters. They're edgy, they're funny, and they actually know what they're talking about. Smart Busters are awesome. I cannot recommend them enough. So
They don't
very
the
do
Smart
fucking-
Busters so they have a series called Bustin' Smarts. It's fucking awesome. They found this thread on Wrestling Forum where they said, which wrestler would you go full homo for? And these faggots said Finn Balor. That's all Finn Balor is. He's a glorified underwear model. People watch him because they want to whack off to him.
First off, he's not even all that good looking to begin with. I've seen way better looking male wrestlers than him. Whatever you want to say about Dolph Ziggler, at least he's pretty.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Dolph Ziggler's pretty. He looks gay, and not in a good way. Like, seriously, this fucking guy, I fucking hate him so much.
Greedy Piglet, and has two, depending on which mood he's in. If he's smiley, happy Finn, he struts.
Oh, look how gay he
This
looks.
is all he fucking does. He just comes out to the ring looking as gay as possible, flicking his dumb jobber vest.
And doing his boner stance, where he does his boner and shows the camera on his boner. It's fucking stupid. Looks like he's even more gay looking than Edward.
Like,
That
does this
Edward
guy
guy
look
from
fucking cool
Twilight.
to you? Dude, would you seriously want to come home, crack open a beer, and watch Finn Balor? Oh, Fergal, kick him, Fergal. Yeah, get him, Fergs. Yeah, Fergal coming to fucking kick you. By the way, this guy's finisher is a fucking double stomp.
Yep.
That's all he does. This guy does nothing in the ring. He can't talk. He looks gay, and he has no character.
Yep. To be honest, I'd rather see Midian come out on stage than Finn Balor. And Midian's gimmick was basically that he would come out to the ring naked.
I would rather Astolfo take out his massive dick and just destroy my fucking insides with it.
I would rather
Like,
watch.
just absolutely tear me apart with it.
I would rather
Like, I'm
watch.
not talking about like sweet lovemaking. I'm talking about Astolfo, like straight up giving me some prison love and eviscerating my poor little ass.
Yeah, anyways, I would rather watch fucking Octagon Jr. getting his ass slammed to the ground by Brock Lesnar. That would be so funny. Those who don't know what Octagon Jr. is that Junior's division match.
Oh, and here's another thing about Finn Balor. He got a concussion from fighting Jinder Mahal. And here's this funny thing I'll always remember from this Smart Busters video. So they're going over all of Finn Balor's moves when he's fighting Jinder Mahal. And at one point, he's like, a slap to Jinder's veiny tit. This fucking faggot slaps Jinder's tit. He's gay. And then Jinder Mahal justifiably punches him legitimately, makes him bleed, and then he gets a concussion.
Yeah. You want to hear something? Vito was more manly than Finn Balor, and Vito was the one who would come out wrestling in a dress.
Yep.
To the ring in a cool leather jacket and unites every single fan in the building.
Really? A cool leather jacket? That leather jacket looks stupid. I'm sick and tired of these wrestlers that try to come out in leather jackets thinking they look cool. You don't look cool. Dean Ambrose tried it. It was gay. Finn Balor tries it. It's gay. Stop trying this crap. It doesn't work. It's just a fucking jobber vest.
The only ones who tries it is Stone Cold Steve Austin, but that's because he's Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he can actually do kind of whoop ass on that.
The only one who looked real cool coming out in a leather jacket was One Man Gang. One Man Gang was an awesome wrestler.
Yeah. I fucking hate this so much. Somebody please post a stream on Wrestling Forum and Squared Circle on Reddit. I would do it myself, but I don't use Reddit.
I use Reddit though.
Yeah. I want these smarts to see this. I'm so fucking sick and tired of this shit.
throwing their arms into the air, bleached by light, looking like a choir of angels.
Look
If
at
he's in a
this.
saucy mood,
This is
however,
so
he'll strap
lame.
some belts to his head and get himself full burning.
The demon is the fucking stupidest concept ever. All he does is he puts on paint, wears leg warmers, and then comes out and he rips off the boogeyman, but he doesn't do anything different. He's not a monster. He doesn't have any actual power. He does the same moves. He's stupid. The demon is so fucking stupid. Dynamic characters suck. Stop trying to do it.
Boogeyman looks
Who
awesome.
kind of made it work was Bray Wyatt. That's because Bray Wyatt is actually charismatic and actually fucking tries.
Yep. Even the Boogeyman, it was supposed to be like a comedy wrestler. Even that looks better than this.
For crawling to the ring in a soup of red fog, growling like a little gremlin who's just gotten wet. Both entrances are brilliant. Both entrances
They're
say
not brilliant. They are fucking lame. They suck. Stop cosplaying as Carnage, you fucking underwear model. Go back to taking it up the ass in Ireland, and while you're at it, go back to your fucking underwear magazines. You suck.
Yeah, boo homo. Fuck
and the
for the
generation
ballot.
star. Number 8, Chris Jericho. One of the most iconic entrance
Fine,
poses of
whatever.
all time belongs to the Ayatollah of rock and roller. Jericho back to the crowd, arms spread Christ-like,
Even though
save
Jericho
underscore
is
us
boring
dot
to himself
Y2J.
on
Literally on his
many
first day in the company, he had his entrance nailed. Then he upgraded years later with a sparkly jacket that John Moxley still owes him $15,000 for. And speaking of AEW, Jericho may have ditched the
fair,
Christ pose,
that-
but he still
that
has one of the most
Bible
over
stuff
entrances
looks
in
kinda
the
gay.
company,
Oh,
thanks to
yeah.
his theme song.
Yeah,
That's
Judas
because everyone in AEW sucks. Chris Jericho is literally one of the only actual stars that they have. If I showed you the AEW roster, you would think that I'm fucking with you. The AEW roster is a parody of what a wrestling roster should look like.
It even has that fucking that Sunny Kiss bitch, that freaking androgynous bitch, Sunny Kiss.
All you need to know about the AEW roster is they have a guy called Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy, and he looks like that guy from Wild Thornberries. What's his name?
Donnie.
You mean that?
Yeah,
You mean that
Donnie.
crack kid? Johnny, that crack kid?
Yeah. It's terrible. The AEW roster is terrible. And their main star in massive quotations is Cody Rhodes, aka one of the gayest wrestlers in history. Fuck Cody Rhodes.
Every single fan in the building bellowing it at the top of their lungs still gives me chills, stupid fucking virus. And hey, speaking of entrances built around singing, number 7, the Sandman. Many people have called the
Fine, I guess
Sandman
I'll let
just
this
an
one go.
entrance, but if that's
Oh,
true,
yeah.
and it might be, it's one of the best
Sandman's
entrances in the
awesome.
business. Entering through the crowd while the Shield was still sucking on their mother dog's 8 nipples. No, you animate that, Rich. You animate that. The Sandman was the picture of scary hard.
Can you
bastard.
stop doing?
Smoking,
Can
cracked
you
several
stop being
beers,
gay
next
for
some,
5
pour some in
seconds?
the mouths of
Wrestle Talk?
fans, smash some over his head over and over, busting himself open before the match even started.
Seriously,
All
the
while
fact that
Enter
Wrestle Talk makes me look straight is a problem. When you're less gay than me, you should probably rethink your life. I'm just a little femboy that dresses in Lolita clothing. And yet I'm more fucking masculine and straight than any one of these motherfuckers at Wrestle Talk. Seriously, one of the main people who works at Wrestle Talk looks like a fucking crackhead.
Man, just look at Ollie Williams. Look like he's been in a crack den for months.
Exactly.
Sandman by popular music band Metallica played at crazy volume. Watching Sandman crack a beer perfectly in time with everyone
I
bellowing
forgot that
exit
same
light
band
is
came
very
out to the
cool. And say what you want
Metallica
about his
song,
in-ring
Sandman.
ability, Sandman's entrance did not forget my son to include everyone. Number 6, Kane. Sometimes a
Fine,
cool
this
visual
one's fine,
endures
but it should probably be
for
higher.
decades. And
Kane
Kane
is
throwing his
iconic.
arms down as pillars of fire erupt from the ring post is
Fucking
genuinely as
awesome.
amazing now as it ever was. Whoever came up with that, get that person a $20 box of chicken nuggets they fucking
Get
deserve.
Daniel
That
Bryan
music,
off
the
the
ominous
screen.
lighting, the
Yeah.
slow march to the ring, the sudden supernatural barbecue,
Daniel
like a
Bryan
ritual of
killed
violence
wrestling.
exploding into the arena, bathing this monster in bright, blinding light, baking the audience with its oppressive heat. It's sheer wrestling brilliance. Few entrances scream, "This is a monster and you should be afraid of him," more than Kane's. Simple and downright elegant in its
I miss
effectiveness.
Kane's
Number
old
5,
mask.
Karrion Kross. Sure, sometimes it feels like Karrion Kross.
Okay, so I guess we'll get a chance to talk about Karrion Kross after all. Now, here's the thing. This guy's entrance and theme song is okay, but I wouldn't say it's one of the greatest entrances of all time.
Yeah, he's definitely got some potential. He's not really nearly as bad as all the other worthless people they have on that roster.
Yeah. But considering everybody they do have on the roster, that's not saying much now, is it?
Yeah.
But I don't know, let's see what they say about it. I would say
Man.
that his entrance is okay at best.
Or Kane's entrance, decide to mix it with Undertaker's, add a touch of the Fiend, a tablespoon
Like,
of
yeah, this entrance is kind of cool. I'll give it that. I mean, at least Karrion Kross is trying. I'll give him that. Let's keep going.
Aleister Black, and then whack a fat glug of RuPaul's Drag Race in there for absolutely no reason.
And
Never mind. His entrance sucks. Thanks, Wrestle Talk. You just buried Karrion Kross. You buried Karrion Kross before Sami Zayn could. You're literally taking Sami Zayn's job. Sami Zayn's job is to, like John Cena, bury up-and-coming talent like when he buried Braun Strowman. Thanks, Wrestle Talk. You fucking kill wrestling.
It could have come across like the wrestling equivalent of a media studies student's first attempt at making a horror film, just an overload of different elements creating a swarm of noise. But no, it's absolutely stunning. From the use of silhouette to Scarlett's camp but unsettling lip sync for her life,
girl's
the
pretty
steady
attractive,
thudding
too.
rise and the
this is one of the only attractive women they have on the entire roster outside of Alexa Bliss. If I showed you some of the women on the roster, you would think I was showing you a bunch of people from RuPaul's Drag Race. They're terrible.
the song before Cross appears like a lunatic in the fog. Fall and Pray screams out the bright red light, giving him Satan's tan before that final pose, and brilliantly, the smoke staying in the ring as the match starts like he's mauling someone in Victorian England. It's a lot, but it's
I mean, I always give Karrion Kross credit for trying, but the problem is this dude is not larger than life. Karrion Kross, just do steroids, honestly. Because your Randy Orton physique isn't working for me. And the last thing you want to be, Karrion Kross, is the next Randy Orton. Just try,
we don't want,
okay?
Yeah, we don't
Even
want another.
Jinder Mahal gets steroids, and as much as I hate Jinder Mahal, at least he looks like a wrestler. And I hate Jinder Mahal.
Yeah, we don't need another boner man.
Yep.
Speaking of, number 4, The Fiend. Bray Wyatt's entrance.
I have a problem with this. As much as I like The Fiend, I don't like his entrance because it's literally just another variation of his normal entrance where he walks out with a lamp. Like, can't they give The Fiend something to make him more like a monster? Like, The Fiend does a good job of acting like a monster, except during his entrance. And that's a problem for me.
Was amazing, dark, brooding, the fireflies building in the dark like grim specters. The Fiend takes that entrance and jacks it all the way to 11. Like Balor's demon, the Fiend only occasionally makes this entrance, but when he does, it's WWE production operating at its highest level. The slow breaking of the arena as the lights go out in segments. The fact that you can just barely see the Fiend's grim mug when he first appears. The remix of his theme that makes it sound like his old song is drowning. The fireflies. The fact
That's another thing that doesn't work for me. I don't like the Fiend's theme song. Can you get him a new theme song? Seriously.
Yeah, they need to get him a song by Within the Ruins or something.
Yeah. Compare
his theme song, again, I wish I could play his fucking theme song, but I would likely get copyright claimed. Fuck you, WWE. But just listen to the Fiend's theme song and then listen to the Undertaker's theme song, and you'll see what I mean. Give him something more creepy.
He carries a lamp in the severed head of his old Bray Wyatt gimmick. It's so camp, it's so silly, but in this era that seems to be more about realistic characters and the over-the-top gimmicks, it sticks
What
out.
realistic characters? WWE has no characters anymore. Everyone's just a fucking jobber that's happy to be there.
Slash of blood in the snow. Just amazing. Number 3, The Brood. Like Triple H and Kane had a baby, and in all the best ways. Not like that kid who attacked poor Katie Vick in her coffin. The Brood was a trio of vampires, Edge, Christian, Gangrel, and these were definitely not the I'm so precious, I can't stand it vampires of Twilight.
Okay, this looker seriously is comparing The Brood to Twilight.
This is more cringy than that fucking Twilight reference in Spiral book from Saw. And don't worry, I'll get to that in my fucking review. Yes, they make a Twilight reference in fucking Saw. Fuck off! Keep Twilight as far away from Saw as possible. And don't get me started on when WWE had the audacity to have a Saw skit. Fuck.
These were vampires who did 2 things: commit murder and shoot porn, with occasional wrestling thrown in to pay the bills. Their entrance was...
What the fuck did this retard even say about the fucking Twilight?
Had a baby, and in all the best ways. Not like that kid who attacked poor Katie Vick in her coffin. The Brood was a trio of vampires: Edge, Christian, and Gangrel, and these were definitely not the I'm so precious, I can't stand it vampires.
Okay, at least he's saying that it's not like the vampires from Twilight, but how about this? Can we stop referencing Twilight? We get it. Twilight sucks. Can you stop reminding us about it? I want to forget Twilight ever existed.
Twilight. These were vampires who did 2 things: commit murder and shoot porn, with occasional wrestling thrown into
yes,
bills.
There was a Twilight reference in the latest Saw film. I'll go into more detail about that during my review.
Bathed in hideous red light before Gangrel taught Trips how not to drink, spitting a mist of blood into the crowd. The most wonderful kind of camp bollocks. Number 2, Stone Cold Steve Austin. I really debated putting this one on the list. Like, it's just a dude walking to the ring shouting about something Texan before throwing up middle fingers to the fans. That's it. That's the whole thing. Like, it could be anyone's entrance, right? But God, if it wasn't the greatest thing to see as a fan. What finally clinched it was rewatching his entrance on the Go Home Show before the Invasion pay-per-view, when the glass smashed, the crowd popped louder than maybe anyone ever
that
had.
Sometimes
old Stone
simple
Cold
is what's best. Sometimes you don't need an overly elaborate entrance, okay?
Yep. And it totally works.
It's more pops just walking to the ring and giving the middle finger than Finn Balor ever will doing any of his gay entrances.
Yep.
Hearing JR shout, he's walking, he's talking, makes you realize, no, this is a special entrance. Not just anyone can do this. The smash, the pop, the theme music, and that walk is one of the greatest entrances in wrestling. It's undeniable. And number 1, The Undertaker. Not the Vroom Vroom one. The dead man walking. The fog, the flame, the purple light transporting you to another plane of existence where you will believe in demons. I know they're long and silly, but Evil Gary's slow walk to the ring, it's singular.
Fuck you. The Undertaker isn't silly. The Undertaker is awesome, and The Undertaker is scary. The Undertaker looks like he would kill you. If I saw The Undertaker in my room in the middle of the night, I would literally think I'm about to fucking die tonight.
Yep.
The Undertaker is one of the few wrestlers that can lay claim to giving people nightmares.
Yep. I used to be scared of him as a kid too.
Yep. Every fucking NXT dark gimmick wants to be The Undertaker. And they always fail. Aleister Black, fucking Finn Balor, Bray Wyatt. and most likely Karrion Kross if he gets fucking ruined.
Something that maybe you have to experience live to truly understand the spell it casts on the crowd. It's something that only The Undertaker can give us. While I'm very happy he's finally retiring in peace, God, it's sorely missed. And that's our list. What is your favorite wrestling entrance? Let us know in the
Huh?
That's right, I forgot. WWE just fired Velveteen Dream.
Good. Fuck Velveteen Dream. He did nothing. Why do they keep having this Adam guy do everything? Fuck off. Roman Reigns' heel turn was garbage. And Roman Reigns is garbage too.
And I'm not sure why he does a lot of these. It never used to be a list video. They were strictly just a news channel.
Yep. Jerk-offs. Top 10 hilarious WWE gimmicks you forgot. Oh, really now, Wrestle Talk? Okay, let's fucking play then.
We've all gone through our phases in the past. Chopper Pete was a parkour expert. Ollie Davis once sold used socks out of the back of his dad's Morris Marina. Laurie once killed a guy, and Luke found great success under his previous gimmick, multi-Academy Award winner Hilary Swank. Pretty much every WWE wrestler you can name has a weird alter ego tucked away deep in their closet or a weird prop gimmick that never worked. John Moxley was British in Puerto Rican wrestling promotions for some reason. The Rock's initial name...
Stop referencing Moxley. And all right, anyone in the live chat, if you see a wrestler you recognize and their gimmick, let me know if you forgot about these gimmicks.
Was Flex Kavana, replete with that hair, and Season's Greetings Kane. No one's gonna forget the Christmas creature. Mostly though, when wrestlers make it to the big dub, that's where they
Yeah,
find
I actually remember when
carving
Kane
out
was
an
the
identity that will
Christmas
become
creature.
forever linked with their name. Mostly, it's time to open up the history books as we share 10 weird WWE gimmicks you forgot wrestlers had. Before we get into it though, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe to Wrestle Talk so you're always notified when we drop more embarrassing wrestler
I don't think
content.
I even ever did.
Number 10, evil rugby player Cesaro. For a man who's never had enough personality for WWE to
Yes, I remember this
Cesaro
one.
sure has had a lot of nicknames and gimmicks, huh? The King of Swing, the Swiss
I don't
Superman,
remember this
no
one,
blink,
but that's all
saying things
because when I got back into wrestling, it was way after he had this gimmick.
Yeah. Just like one of his earliest gimmicks too, where he's basically a rugby player who got kicked off the team because he was too violent.
Also, Cesaro is one of the most depressing wrestlers of all time because Cesaro should have been the future. Cesaro was an awesome wrestler that can make your jaw drop in the ring, and then they completely ruined him. They took away everything that made him epic. They put him in a tag team with Tyson Kidd, which alone buried him. Then they gave him the King of Swing gimmick. Then they put him in another shitty tag team with Sheamus. Like, he's terrible. And then to add insult to injury, going along with Sami Zayn's tendency to bury everyone, John Cena style, fucking they put him in a fucking stable with Sami Zayn, where Sami Zayn is a fucking coward that can't beat anyone. So Nakamura and Cesaro has to beat up the guy for him, and then Sami Zayn does his gay finisher and wins. What a fucking waste. Cesaro should have been something great, and you fucking ruined him, WWE.
5 languages, Axana, being a James Bond themed strippergram. But did you know his starting gimmick was evil rugby player? Antonio Cesaro debuted in April 2012 against his future partner in headphones, Tyson Kidd, no less, to kick ass and cuck Teddy Long, and he's all out of ass. Wearing tape around his thighs, which was the rugby custom at the time, according to Michael Cole, Cesaro was a former rugby player who was expelled from the sport for excessive aggression before Big Ches starts laying into Kidd with stiff punches to the gut and headbutts. Like most of Cesaro's gimmicks, was eventually left behind, so all that is left is his current shtick, the best wrestler in WWE to have never won a world championship. Number 9, like, I want to say a Jewish Deadpool? Colt Cabana. Colt Cabana is one of the greatest independent wrestlers of all time. Not necessarily because he's the best in the ring. He's very good, but mostly because he was one of the first major names you could make.
The only reason anyone even knows who Colt Cabana is because of CM Punk. You owe your entire career to CM Punk.
Yeah, well, he was also in the WWE where he was a jobber named Scotty Goldman.
Scotty Goldman. Despite wrestling as Colt Cabana in OVW and being TV champion, he was rechristened Scotty Goldman once Vince McMahon found out he was Jewish. It's really hard to pin down Goldman's gimmick. Like, he has Biff Pow sock explosions on his tights, so maybe he's a comic book nerd. He was also hit people with the rear view, so maybe he was a goofball. He did the Dusty Rhodes leg wiggle and hit the bionic elbow, so maybe he's Cody's dad. And the only times he was allowed to speak on camera, he interviewed a paper bag dressed as the Great Khali and then put it in his mouth. And then also one time drew attention to the fact he was in a picture-in-picture interview and tried talking to himself from...
Yeah, he got destroyed by the Great Khali.
Weird. And Goldman was sent packing after less than 6 months with a win record of 0%. So... Number 8, incestuous twin Paul Burchill. Oh no. Pirate Paul Burchill is one of the most cherished weird little footnotes in wrestling history. His finisher, the C4, was rad. Swinging down to the ramp on a rope was rad. And the one time he made William Regal dress as his pirate wench was, well, it's not all gold. But while most hardcore fans can well remember Pirate Paul, many of us have tried to scrub from our minds Weird wants to f his sister Paul. WWE is just your average company that has on multiple occasions literally flirted with on-screen incest. Mark Henry had a sexual experience with his sister, which he admitted to in an interview. Vince McMahon, in character, I should point out about that, Mark Henry, that's very important, in character. Vince McMahon was floated as the father of his daughter Stephanie's baby. The Beaver Cleavage character desperately wanted to boink his mom. And then there's this. In 2008-2010, Paul Burchill appeared sporadically on WWE TV, accompanied by his kayfabe sister, Katie Lee. From their very first promo, it was clear where WWE was going. Katie was stroking Paul's arm, talking about how beautiful her brother was and how whatever Katie wants, Katie gets. And apparently, what Katie wanted was that Pirate D. After WWE went PG.
Hey, is the stream running okay for you all? Because I'm noticing some serious stuttering.
No, it seems fun by me now. I already got the attention.
I'm talking to people in the chat.
Okay.
Okay.
2008, a few months later, the incest side of it was dropped, leaving Burchill with pretty much nothing to do, which was still an improvement. Number 7, Golga, Earthquake. John Tenta is often regarded as one of the most talented big men in professional wrestling, actually starting as a sumo wrestler in Japan with an over 20-match winning streak under his considerable belt. In the world of pro wrestling, John Tenta has had a number of gimmicks, some of which were really successful, like Earthquake, winning the tag belts as part of the Natural Disasters. Some, like the Shark, were not, but still pretty memorable. Look at that singlet. No, but just look at that singlet, though. Look at the singlet. But who remembers John Tenta's final gimmick when he returned to the WWF in the mid-90s? Probably not many, considering that he wore a pervert's choice leather mask throughout the entirety of it. Tenta was Golga in the Oddities, a stable of misfits featuring Giant Silver, Kurgan, Luna Vachon, and Golga, whose gimmick was he had a deformed face.
I'll admit this one isn't as painful as the first two, but that's not really saying.
He spent most of his time wearing a Cartman shirt and carrying a Cartman plushie around, dancing. Wrestling's f***ing weird forever. Number 6, Johnny Polo, Raven. Normally in the journey from gross teenager to gross adult, people throw away their ripped denim in favor of khakis and their foul-smelling plaid in favor of polo shirts. Raven, always a counterculturalist, did it the other way around. One of the most iconic wrestling gimmicks of the 90s. Few can forget the image of Raven, sat in the corner of the ring, his leather jacket, his shredded jorts, his Christ-like pose, a twisted, angry poet, a psychotic cult leader, and the face of disenfranchised 90s grunge. Cut to 2 years earlier in WWF, and here's Johnny Polo, a preppy rich kid managing the Quebecers and coming to the ring with a polo mallet and enough pastel shirts to render you legally blind. It is unfathomable that they are the same person. Raven's career in TNA and beyond has proved that he's more than capable of
Don't even reference TNA. TNA is a garbage fed. TNA in its prime had to give away tickets for free.
Inventing himself in startling ways. Here's looking at you, Serotonin Raven, with the weird mouth jacket thing. But the journey from Johnny Polo to Raven may very well be the most drastic 180-degree gimmick change in wrestling history. Also, look, here he is in WCW as Scotty Flamingo, a surfer. Quoth the Raven, Cowabunga. Number 5, who? Jim Neidhart. Where? WWF. When? 1996. Why? Fuck knows. Who? Yes. So, Jim the Anvil Neidhart was one of the most recognizable wrestlers in the 90s, from his work in the Great Heart Foundation to his pointy beard to his work in the even greater Heart Foundation in 97.
Only he hadn't made
Anvil was a well-known
Natalia.
and fairly popular gimmick. For reasons that I can only assume are almost definitely cocaine related, Vince and Co. decided to repackage Neidhart in 1996 as a masked wrestler called Who, so that those in commentary could run their own interminable imitation of the classic vaudeville bit, Who's on First. Yes, while WCW was changing the game with the NWO, WWE were recycling comedy bits from 59 years earlier. Who's in the ring? Yes, do you get it? The man in the ring is who? What? Who is in the ring? That's Savio Vega. No, who is wrestling Savio Vega? Exactly. And then your nose starts to bleed. Number 4, make a difference, Fatu Rikishi. Rikishi's had a list of gimmicks in WWE that's as big as his own bodacious bum. He was a savage wild man in the Head Shrinkers. He played a dollar store Bane in the form of the Sultan. Then he was a happy-go-lucky buttocks jiggler, then a happy-go-lucky vehicular murderer, and then a happy-go-lucky buttocks jiggler again. But in amongst all that silliness, do you all remember Make a Difference Fatu? For the briefest of spells in 1995, Rikishi was repackaged from head shrinker Fatu into a far more eloquent man growing up on the mean streets of, checks notes, Sunnydale, California. Wait, that's Sunnydale. I would 100% watch a show about Rikishi hunting vampires. Unfortunately, it wasn't as cool as that. Instead, Fatu was all about telling kids to stay in school, to not do drugs, and instead chill out, max, and relax all cool. And at some point, he probably sat the wrong way on a chair to try and keep it real with you. He'd end all of his vignettes with Make a Difference, which was ironic because he was almost immediately repackaged, never to be heard from again. Number 3, impersonator Charlie Haas. Oh man, the world's greatest tag team was awesome.
Yeah, I remember Charlie
Haas, the original American alpha, under the tutelage of Kurt Angle, mixing up with some of the best tag bouts of the early Ruthless Aggression era. The two men went their separate ways, with Shelton Benjamin trying a bunch of different gimmicks.
He imitated Beth
or
Phoenix.
having a mother. Charlie Haas had a tougher time of things. Without a gimmick, he found himself off TV for months
There's
at
a
a
reason
time.
why
And
Charlie
then
Haas
they gave
never
him a
got
gimmick,
the
and
belts.
oh no, a full 6 years before Damien Sandow started playing weekly dress up, before Curtis Axel started Axel Mania, there was Charlie Haas, who appeared on Raw from mid to late 2008, dressing up as various other WWE superstars because WWE's sense of humor has gangrene. He was Charlito, Charles Cena, Charlie Haas Layfield. Come on, guys, JCL is right there. Jim Haas, the great Charlie. Okay, that's actually uncanny. Haas Hogan, Stone Cold Steve Haastin, the Glamour Haas Beth Phoenix, Bret Haas, MVC, and Santa Claus. Like, genuinely though, that's stupid.
So he can
and
die
didn't
in
get
the
him
middle of the
over.
ring.
But bless Charlie Haas. He really went for it, but never got his Mizdow moment. Number 2, businessman with a
Oh my
big
God.
watch, Roman.
Fuck Mizdow. Mizdow sucked. Mizdow was a man with female breasts. Mizdow sucked. He comes out and he imitates the all-time gayest wrestler, The Miz. You know how fucking lame you have to be The Miz's lackey?
And somehow he got over more than the Miz.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Mizdow was shit. I couldn't take Mizdow seriously. Even I knew that Mizdow was a fucking joke. The only thing good that Miz and Mizdow ever did was get squashed by the Ascension, which was hilarious.
Roman Reigns. Before the Tribal Chief became quite possibly the best gimmick of the year, it was impossible to imagine Roman Reigns outside of his Shield fatigues. However, for 1 month back in
Oh, don't even fucking pretend like you smarks give a fuck about Roman Reigns. You shat on him for fucking years, and you would constantly boo the guy out of the building. You wouldn't even let him beat Brock Lesnar and get that fucking streak rub you wanted. Fuck you.
Yeah, they also told him to
NXT in
die,
2012,
too.
1 month before he debuted.
Yeah, smarks actually want Roman Reigns to die. I fucking hate. I remember there was so many smarks that said Roman Reigns deserved to get leukemia. Like, I get it, Roman Reigns is one of the most boring wrestlers of all time, but come on. That's just unnecessary.
at Survivor Series, in that turtleneck, Roman Reigns was a completely different character. He was a high-rise, big city businessman with a management team, a big watch, and he would sign writing checks in the air. Like, that was one of his signature things. When someone would interview him, he would point to his big watch, say that they were
So this
operating
was
on
his
Reigns
NXT
time before
gimmick.
delaying the interview by
Oh, that
taking, and I'm not
explains a
making
lot.
this up, a Reigns check. Seriously, look at him in his businessman suit. Look at the size of those fucking trousers. That's a man who knows his way around some stonks. That happened in October, but by the end of the year, he would no longer be the man with the big watch. He would be the big dog. But you know what? Going back and watching those look at my big business dick promos, there is a significant
stop
amount
being
of the
vague?
tribal chief in there. Like, goddamn, WWE miscast him for years, huh? And number one, Hulk Hogan's war bonnet. Look at Hulk Hogan's stupid hat. How am I just now finding out about Hulk Hogan's stupid hat? Good Lord. Sorry, in 1988, the story goes that the Hulkster was losing his hair and getting pretty sensitive about it. So he wanted to start wearing a hat. That's a very silly
Okay, I
explanation.
don't remember
You know,
where.
Hulk Hogan. So
Hat.
WWE,
Yeah,
ever ready
this,
to merchandise and
Although, to be
Hulk
fair, the
Hogan?
reason why I
Absolutely.
probably didn't know about this gimmick is because, again, I wasn't even alive back then.
That wasn't either. Not in the 80s.
Let's see here. Royal Rumble elimination. 10 Royal Rumble eliminations went wrong. Let's see. Try to find some really bad ones that they've done. Hmm.
11 wrestling championship belts ever.
Yeah, that one I feel is too easy. I'm trying to look for some really bad ones. Top 10 WWE pay-per-view matches. Oh, really now? Okay.
Well, I suppose not all of 2020 could be peaches and cream. Believe it or not, this has been a tough year for an industry.
Although I would argue that all these matches that you're claiming are shit is what you had to put us through every single time you demanded one of your midgets get in the main event. Smarks are the worst. They really are. Smarks are creepy, weirdo degenerates. Smarks write fan fictions of Dusty Rhodes and Cody Rhodes having sex. They write fan fictions about the Shield being in a gay threesome and Seth Rollins gets pregnant. It's disturbing. And again, they like watching wrestlers die in the ring. A case in point, Misawa.
Built entirely around performance for a live crowd. WWE have, to their credit, managed some absolutely wonderful pay-per-view matches this year. I'll be letting you know some of my favorites this Sunday. What a tease. But it truly is hell trying to get into heaven. And before we can bask in the glory of 2020's best wrestling, first we must do the main roster version of basking in the glory, which is changing the glory's theme music and asking it to wear a dorky shirt for no reason. It's a Keith Lee reference. Merry goddamn horrible annoying bastard Christmas, everyone. Here are the 10 worst WWE pay-per-view matches of 2020. Number 10, the Women's Elimination Chamber match, Elimination Chamber. Right.
Okay.
Right. Let's start.
I'm fine with this one. The Women's Elimination Chamber was a stupid idea. Also, look at these things. Look at this. Look at it.
Well, Liv Morgan and Asuka look okay to me, but the rest are just
The only one who looks mildly attractive is Mandy Rose. Look at these fucking creatures. They're not women. That's not a woman. That's not a woman. That's barely a fucking woman.
They're probably trannies. Disgusting.
And I hate it when they keep trying to bring in MMA fighters into WWE. WWE, stop bringing in MMA fighters. MMA and wrestling are two different things. Stop it.
Even though Brock Lesnar did both, at least he realizes that
Brock Lesnar was a wrestler first and became an MMA star later.
Yep.
WWE is trying to bring in MMA fighters and turn them into wrestling stars, and it doesn't work. It didn't work with Ronda Rousey, and it's not going to work with her.
The only one he ever worked with was Ken Shamrock.
Yeah. Like, seriously. This match was god-awful.
fuck this. Whoever thought this was a good idea, stop. The women's evolution is a joke. Nobody wants women's Royal Rumbles. Nobody wants women's Elimination Chamber. Nobody wants women's Hell in a Cell. Stop. These matches are horrible because these women aren't believable. I don't care if Shayna Baszler is a real fighter. Put her in the ring with Brock Lesnar and she'd get murdered.
Start with the really divisive one. So just to say up front, as an angle to get over the blood-curdling terror of Shayna Baszler, this worked really well. However, angles don't normally last 21 minutes. If this was the first step of the journey to probably still today Raw Women's Champion Shayna Baszler, it would be more palatable. But seeing as Becky Lynch retained at Mania in a decent but underwhelming match, this Elimination Chamber match is aged like a fine murderer. It's just awkward. Baszler enters as the fourth combatant and wipes everyone out, and then we wait. Then Liv Morgan arrives and is killed also. Then we wait. The crowd lose their patience. Baszler can't save it with posturing. Asuka can't save it with dancing. It's just, as a viewing experience, terrible. Just kayfabe the time, WWE. Just rig it. Who cares? Don't have to wait 5 minutes or have Baszler come in, I don't know, fifth. Kill everyone just in time for Asuka to come out. Although that would mean extending the pre-Baszler section of the chamber, which was Heatless Natalya versus Heatless, the former Riot Squad, which was also mega boring. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Number 9, Bobby Lashley versus Slapjack, Hell in a Cell. I mean, shrug. What do you say about this? It's a thrown together match on the day. It's a meaningless extended squash featuring a wrestler called, and it still hasn't become so bad it's good. Slapjack.
That's because Slapjack sucks. Fire him. He sucks.
That's
the only thing of note about this match is that for a terrifying force hell-bent on destroying Raw via stealing a bunch of Bane costumes from the dollar
Look
store.
At this shit. Look at this. Fire all of these losers. I hate it when WWE wrestlers, they have no character, so they'll put on a shitty mask and it'll give the illusion that they have character. Because then people think, well, Kane wore a mask, The Fiend wears a mask, they have character. Well, that's because they have character. Their character is not that they wear masks. Their masks are a part of their character, you jerk-offs.
Yeah. Like these people like
lobbying for and receiving employment by WWE. This is, at the only time of writing, the only pay-per-view to have featured Retribution in any in-ring capacity. Seriously, the faction's been around for 4 months, and the only impact they've made for anyone.
And nobody cares about Retribution. I didn't care about them in NXT, and I don't care about them here. Fire them all. They're not going to amount to anything. It's just like Sanity. They're not going to do anything. Sanity was another shitty stable.
Well, not watching the TV shows, which is a lot of people, turns out, is this weird Jason-looking who gets munched by Bubbles Lashford. And
Will you stop censoring yourself, you fucking loser?
Retribution turn up and Bubbles beats them up too. Next, number 8, the Women's Survivor Series match, Survivor Series. Okay, there are definitely worse matches out there, and compared to some of the Women's Survivor Series matches we had in the 2000s, this is a Rembrandt, but goddamn, no one came out of this match looking good. And you have 10 people.
None of these women look good. Bianca Belair looks like a fucking man, and her gimmick is that she hits people with her hair.
And not one person comes out of it with improved
Like, look at this thing, this creature.
And Ruby
This
Rose
is an abomination to mankind. So is this and this thing. Get rid of them.
Ruby Rose looks like one of those typical
Ruby
Tumblr.
Riot. Ruby Rose is something else.
I meant to say Ruby Riot. I'm sorry. But
Ruby Rose is that worthless bitch from Ruby.
I meant to say Riot. I'm sorry. But yeah, she just looks like one of those typical Tumblrites.
Yeah, that's all she looks like. They just picked up some bitch from Tumblr and threw her in the company. We still got Jay Leno and Dragon. Then we got this fucking thing, Bianca Belair. I hate this thing. And no, I'm not going to refer to this as a woman because that's not a woman. And again, her only gimmick is that she hits people with this long braid of hers. She doesn't have any character. Her gimmick is stupid. And she looks like a man.
You might as well
That is
change
a
your theme
bad
song.
match.
by-
The whole
by
match
Harry
is a
Styles.
joke, and I don't mean that in a snide way. Literally, the match is structured like a joke. Setup, development of the
Because
setup,
these
and
women are a
punchline, which
joke.
is Lana won the match because lol, she's terrible. But hey, if WWE wants to use most of their women's division to tell literally this one joke and nothing else, fine, it's up to them. But WWE, why did you tell it so weird? Why did you have Lana tag in and do well earlier in the match? Literally, Lana tags in, and that would fit the story if she like immediately fucks up. But she wrestles competently before her group screams at her to tag out for no reason. So Bayley looks like a chump for being eliminated first. Shayna Baszler looks like a chump for getting herself DQ'd for literally.
What is this? This looks like a fucking zombie. How can anyone call this a woman? I don't even think even a lesbo would fuck this. And trust me, lesbos will fuck anything.
Yeah. Some of these women seriously need some plastic surgery.
Either that or they need to get the fuck out of WWE because they don't belong.
No reason. Jax and Belair look like chumps for not understanding how countouts work, especially Jax, who is next to the ring, unencumbered.
It
at
takes
9.
a lot to make Nia Jax look attractive. And Nia Jax is just a fat woman that's related to The Rock. That's all she is. At least Nia Jax looks like a woman to some degree or another.
She's just a fat woman, yeah.
And still somehow runs away from the ring. The only person who emerges with anything is Lana, but she won as a gag. So what's she going to do? Challenge Asuka again?
So
I don't know. Maybe I'm just grumpy, but Bianca Belair is right there. She's right there. Why won't you?
Who cares about Bianca Belair? Who cares about this fucking thing? She has no character. She can't talk. She does nothing but hit people with her hair. If I was black and I saw this, I would be fucking pissed.
Let's just change your theme song to My Hair.
7 Asuka versus Nia Jax Backlash. Asuka and Nia Jax.
The fact that there's so many women's matches on here just proves what I've been saying, that women need to fucking stop trying to wrestle because they're terrible at it.
Chemistry for 8 minutes and then double count out. Why? To set up a rematch on Raw. The Asuka won after rolling up Nia, who got fast counted by the ref because Nia shoved him. That's a story worth telling over 2 matches. You're right. I know Nia Jax has become persona non grata to a lot of fans because of certain in-ring incidents that reached a crescendo against Kairi Sane. But even so, like, don't waste my time. At Backlash, Nia and Asuka did the first bit of a match, but it was over before it could develop, and it didn't even pay off well in the rematch. So Number 6, the Money in the Bank match, Money in the Bank. This is probably going to get me some backlash, but this match blows. Cinematic matches have become the match type of the year, and just like they always do, WWE have done the best version of a stipulation and also the worst. There's a few contenders for sucky cinematic matches this year. Insanely, most of them came from NXT, the Final B and the Cold.
That's because NXT sucks. NXT literally only gets 7,000 viewers. NXT gets worse ratings than fucking AEW.
Dream match for both.
Get worse ratings than TNA.
And nauseating editing. The swamp fight
Yeah,
was also
they
a
get the
letdown.
same
But
ratings
then
as
there's
TNA.
this, the WWE stand-up variety hour. Now look, individual moments of this. Yeah,
This ladder match was fucking stupid. Oh my god, it was the only thing I remember about this ladder match was Aleister Black gets thrown off the building, and then that's that. We never see him again.
are fun. Dana Brooke is a delight. Asuka before the dancing got bad. Styles suffering from PTSD. But there's just such a wall of irreverent, I'm so random wackiness and actively damaging character work that is a genuine chore to watch. Aleister Black participating in a food fight sucks. Vince McMahon, the most OTT character in the history of wrestling, just being a bit...
Look at this guy. Does this look like a fucking wrestler to you? Keep in mind, this fucker on the right, the left, is referred to as the greatest wrestler of all time. Look at this thing. This flabby, homeless loser.
What is it with all these wrestlers that either are like string beans, like they're scrawny, or they're either extremely fat? They can't just be like ripped like wrestlers.
Seriously, this is pathetic. The greatest wrestler in the world, my fucking ass.
Startled in his office sucks. Just randomly panning to a random doink because real doink is dead. WWE painting itself as a lolsy carnival house instead of this ruthless corporate titan that lays off a significant percentage of its workforce in a pandemic when it didn't have to. That sucks. And then it gets to the payoff, the big hook of the match, the stuff on the roof. And it's genuinely terrible. Half the wrestlers don't show up. Baron Corbin murders two of them that do, which is handled in such a weird, cold, matter-of-fact way. Asuka wins after stopping Corbin, which doesn't make sense because he's not going for her briefcase. And then Otis wins via prop comedy. And then neither Asuka or Otis got to cash in afterwards. I'm only halfway through this list. Number 5, Elias versus King Corbin, WrestleMania 36.
Oh,
Poor
God.
Elias. What a year for the
What
lad.
the
The first victim
fuck?
of Brock Lesnar in the Rumble, pushed to his death by King Corbin doing his best Scar impression, hit by a car, and also he wrestled in 2 of the worst pay-per-view matches of the year. First there was the Hot Nothing against Jeff Hardy and Hell in a Cell, only there to cool down a crowd that didn't exist after Uso and Reigns, before Jeff clobbers Elias with a guitar, again like Jax versus Asuka, a crappy non-finish in order to sell a rematch on TV, WWE's single worst habit right now. But hey, at least it happened in the Thunderdome. Worse than that is Elias versus King Corbin, a match that will go down in history as having happened at WrestleMania, a completely heatless affair, going back and watching this match take place in silence before WWE had worked out how to at least inject some crowd life into the COVID shows. Man, you can feel your skin crawling and your hair growing. That's how boring it is. I don't know if both men deserved better, but none of us deserved that. Fun fact, Elias versus King Corbin.
Corbin offers nothing. He sucks. He's just a guy with a tummy face. His
even smart
should
don't
be
like.
that his tummy is sentient and he takes orders from his tummy, like Elmer from Fairly Odd Parents. That should be Corbin's character, and they need to rename him Tummy Face.
Yeah, but not even
She went
smart.
30 seconds longer than the built for months Shayna Baszler versus Becky Lynch. What a world. Number 4, Edge versus Randy Orton, WrestleMania 36. Speaking of match length, oh man, this one hurts. It really does. Edge
Almost
is so...
every match Randy Orton is in is slow because Randy Orton is one of the slowest in-ring wrestlers of all time. He sucks. He moves unbearably slow at all times. He moves slow in his entrance. He moves slow in the ring, and then all he does is step on people.
Yeah. I honestly feel bad for Edge here.
His career. For a match kneecapped by insane marketing, the greatest match ever was pretty damn good. This was a 35-minute, slow-moving, loud grunting exploration of the performance center with a brief visual echo of Chris Benoit's suicide. God, let's just hope it was unintentional. The whole thing is walk and brawl, and honestly, before you get to the emotional ending with both men weeping like they're in a school production of Mice and Men, here are the memorable moments. The RKOs at the beginning, that was good. The Chris Benoit thing, Edge doing a weird first jump onto Orton from a bit of gym, a table spot, and that's it. 35 minutes, and that's it. The rest is just so boring. Watching it back, I just kept clicking the advanced 10 seconds button on the network, just kept clicking and nothing was happening. I'm sorry. I really wanted this to be good. I really did. God damn. Number 3, the stupid Viking Prophets thing, Backlash. I promise I have a sense of humor. I super duper promise I do. This was the worst cinematic match of the year by a light year, and probably the one to make everyone think, well, we're done with
I fucking hate these guys. Not only are they a bunch of flabby, out of shape losers, but WWE has the audacity to push them exactly like how they pushed the Ascension, even down to cutting promos in a red room like what they did with the Ascension. You fire the Ascension after treating them like shit for years, and then you just replace them with these fucking losers that are just a ripoff of the Highlanders and the Ascension. Fuck you. You had the Ascension and you did nothing with them.
this. In NXT, the Viking Raiders were hugely dominant and hugely brilliant. They
They
vacated the
suck.
belts and the Street Profits won them. The Profits never beat the Raiders in NXT. And then they became Raw tag champs on the main roster, again without beating the Raiders. There's your feud. Both these teams can go. So what happens? WWE makes them do a series of skits on Raw where they compete in ass challenges like bowling and golfing. And then when it comes time for them to wrestle on pay-per-view, they sack off the match for an extended comedy skit featuring ninjas, swords, bowling balls, before everyone just ends up in the literal dumpster. Subtle visual storytelling there. And honestly, the recap on Wikipedia sums
Sums
it
up
up there.
exactly how I feel about the situation.
Both teams were spooked by a tentacle creature. The announce team then confirmed the Raw Tag Team Championship match would not be happening. Number 2, Brock Lesnar versus Ricochet Super Showdown. Welcome to the last 2 matches. Gonna try and keep these brief because they both make me super cross. And endless whinging is not what Christmas is all about. That's what January is all about. So you've got 2 wrestlers. One's very big, but also incredibly good at selling for quick, smaller guys. Then you have a smaller guy who is possibly also the quickest guy. You're having them fight on what is essentially a glorified house show. Ricochet really needs a boost since losing the...
Ricochet doesn't need a boost. Ricochet needs to be fired. I'm glad they had Brock Lesnar squash Ricochet because that's what he deserves. He deserves to be buried by Brock Lesnar. He should be lucky that he was even in a match with Brock Lesnar at all. He should be begging Brock Lesnar to take a shit in his mouth.
Yeah.
You are worthless, Ricochet. You suck. You can't talk. You're horrible in the ring and you have no character.
US title. I mean, sure, no one expects or even really wants Ricochet to win, but 10 minutes of fun.
Exactly. Nobody wants Ricochet. You smarks always do this. You ask for these midget nobodies in the indies. They bring them to the indies, and then they fucking flop. This happens every single fucking time.
This is fun suplexes. Seems like a slam dunk. 90 seconds long. Ricochet doesn't hit a single move. Bye. Some suplexes. Ricochet literally being picked off the mat into an F5. Plane home. Why? To tell the story that Lesnar is strong. Never told that before, I guess. All it did was make the guy who put on a Stormer with Adam Cole at TakeOver and was one half of a dust.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Fuck TakeOver. Fuck Adam Cole. They are future jobbers. Adam Cole is one of the worst wrestlers ever.
But when he gets called the main roster, he's probably going to be relegated to being a jobber.
Also, yeah, you put him in a tag team with Aleister Black, a guy who should have been good. You do nothing with him, and then you put him in a fucking tag team with Ricochet. Fuck you. I no longer care about Aleister Black. Thanks, WWE. Go fuck yourself.
Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic winning team looked like a joke. Morale. Can't buy it. And number 1, The Fiend versus Goldberg Super Showdown. Just the best character in years. One who was specifically impervious to pain, and Goldberg beat him with a suplex in Saudi Arabia. Like, even putting that to one side, putting aside everything it says about the ass-backwards, short-term nostalgia poison way WWE conducts its awful business, it's just an objectively terrible. Goldberg's gassed after his first spear. He can't even hit his own finishing move. I think it comes down to a call that Michael Cole makes just after the pin. Turn back the clock, he says. Goldberg is back. But you can't turn back the clock. That's the point of clocks. As a match, it's dreadful.
You can turn back a clock to an extent. I don't know what the fuck that analogy. I think you completely missed the analogy, dipshit. Also, Goldberg has been built up for years as being this unstoppable force. Like, literally, do you not know that back in the day, Goldberg was built as this unstoppable wrestler that had a streak that nobody could ever beat him? That's Goldberg. Like, what the fuck? Like Goldberg would realistically be the only person that could beat the Fiend. Like, who do you want to beat the Fiend?
Yep. Back in WCW, he had a long-going winning streak, and it was only broken when Buff Bagwell cheated to beat him.
Goldberg, oh my God. Goldberg was the guy that squashed Brock Lesnar. Like, really?
Not just,
Like, yes, I get it. The Fiend is supposed to be this unstoppable monster. So is Goldberg. So what the fuck are you complaining about?
they not only squashed Brock Lesnar once, but twice.
Yep.
But as a handy, easy to digest summation of everything wrong with the biggest wrestling company in the world, really hits the spot. And to all, a good night. That's our list. Sorry.
Yeah, you should be sorry.
Yep. You should delete your channel. Seriously, the fact that this is your view count, Wrestle Talk should say a lot. Okay? Your view count is pathetic. Like, you have 800,000 subscribers and you barely get any views. Nobody cares about you, Wrestle Talk. This is gonna hurt, probably.
In a different time and a different place, I wrote a list of my favorite WWE matches of all time. I'm definitely older, hopefully wiser, and I have...
Thank God this is only WWE matches. Otherwise, half of his matches would probably be NJP matches.
less hair. Death beholds my wretched bones and giggles as the years increase their
Don't worry, I'll
galloping
leave a
and they
dislike.
take
I
me,
probably
leaving,
just
I can only hope
forgot.
they have left me some kindness in their stead. Also, that was in 2016 for the best years of NXT, so I should probably redo it. I rewatched all the matches on my original list, agreed with some, and most of them shook my head, whispered, "Stupid boy, you just wanted the internet to like you," and got to work. I am Adam Blompier, and these are my updated top 10 WWE matches of all time. And hey, if you're new here, this is where I live now, so please consider subscribing to Wrestle Talk. They're ever so nice, and it makes me very happy to work with such nice people. Number 10, the Royal Rumble match, Royal Rumble 2001. I mean, they can't all change, though, can they? This is the best Royal Rumble of all time. Don't be fucking daft. Rumbles are the greatest time of the year. No matter how bad WWE may get, I will never not pop my head in around January to see these beautiful matches. They're great for a whole bunch of different reasons.
Well, that's the whole point, Comic Book King. Nobody knows who Wrestle Talk is outside of people in the wrestling community. They're so irrelevant, even the Smart Busters won't touch them. I don't even know if the Smart Busters even know who they are. If you are so irrelevant that even the Smart Busters don't know who you are, then you failed. Because even What Culture got buried by the Smart Busters.
There are peek at WrestleMania plans to come, an opportunity for surprise guests from yesteryear,
Like,
or
more
surprise
people
returns.
know who the wrestling otaku is than these fuckheads.
Most dreaded of places, the shelf. They provide a platform for star-making turns, unlikely encounters, slapstick comedy, and heaps of micro-booking. Royal Rumble 2001 is the best in every field. First of all, Christ, that roster. Any of Taker, Kane, Rock, Austin, or Rikishi could have won the thing. You got the best mid-card in WWE history. Rock and Austin having their Mania main event preview. Triple H's attack, Big Show, Shock returning, running wild, then immediately eating shit. The hardcore stuff, the Honky Tonk Man stuff, the Drew Carey stuff, Scotty 2 Hotty having just a terrible time, Kane going crazy, Austin's win. It's just the best. Good Rumbles are like a 3-course meal. This was like an 8-course meal, and you get to watch your favorite film during the meal, and also they pay you to eat the meal. Number 9, Tyler Bate versus Walter, NXT TakeOver Cardiff. Oh my goodness, not one but two.
No, fuck that. No, we don't talk about NXT UK. Here's all you need to know about NXT UK. Everyone on the NXT UK roster has been fucking in deep shit for sexual assault allegations. That's all you need to know about that. And nobody cares about NXT UK.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, apparently the entire NXT UK roster has been accused of sexual assault. Next.
Of expert crowd control and jaw-dropping spectacle. Number 8, Bayley versus Sasha Banks, TakeOver.
Oh my God. Fuck Bayley. Fuck Sasha Banks. The only storyline they ever attempt with these two shitheads is that, oh, Bayley and Sasha Banks are friends, but is Sasha Banks really Bayley's friend? And then they'll have a contrived thing where Sasha Banks betrays Bayley. They feud, and then they just keep rinsing and repeating because they can't tell any stories with these women because they have no characters.
Nope.
For respect. Is there anything better than a wrestler making a child cry? Again, takeover crowds think about heels.
Oh, really? Fucking CM Punk makes children cry.
That wasn't even a work either. Sasha Banks legitimately made a child cry because she's a bitch.
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you? Can someone please choke slam this guy through a glass table? Please? Or can someone get Lars Sullivan to make this guy his bitch?
In different ways than mainstream crowds. They respect the performer almost too much that true healing is impossible.
Nobody respects Sasha Banks and Bayley. Even Sasha Banks fans don't respect Sasha Banks because they break into her house and then try to stab her.
When Sasha stole Bayley superfan Izzy's headband, paraded it in the ring, then threw it at her, Izzy broke down in tears, and the outrage from the fans. Again, a moment of performance art that takes you to the unthinking place. Also, the rest of the match is just bonkers good. A lot of it is recalling and remixing their classic Brooklyn encounter, which I completely understand people preferring, but what makes this match really sing is how the format is complemented by the match before. After suffering a defeat to someone she deemed not worthy of her, well, respect, Sasha ups the out of her game, and even though she and Bayley hugged and cried and made history in Brooklyn, boss got a boss, and she becomes downright savage at points, smacking Bayley into LED screens, accepting count-out victories, making Izzy cry. This makes Bayley even more of a hero and then overcoming Banks's cruelty. And
Bayley is not a hero, okay? She's not, okay? Let me put it to you this way. If the world ended, Bayley would not be a hero. You know what she'd do? She'd be fucking killed and eaten by cannibals. Yeah. That's what Bayley is. Bayley sucks. Do you think that if Bayley saw a building in flames, that she would go in that building to try to save lives? Goldberg looks like the kind of guy that if he saw a building on fire, he would just spear the door down and start rescuing children. That's fucking Goldberg. He's an actual hero.
Yep. In fact, Bam Bam Bigelow actually did that, where he went into a burning building and saved 3 children.
Yeah, Bayley's not a hero, okay? Do you think if it came down to it, she would put her life on the line to save someone? Probably not.
Yep. And another hero is Perry Saturn. He got stabbed trying to save a woman from being raped, and he even ended up getting addicted to painkillers because he saved that woman.
There's this guy called Davari who beat the shit out of a mugger on a subway. Some guy pulled out a knife and tried to mug someone, and this guy, Davari, just beat the other living shit out of him. Okay, I'm back. And let me guess, we lost Maverick again. Of course.
This was me last time.
Yep. Let me see. Backstage.
We seem to be only 2 talking because Susie's been quiet this entire time.
Yeah, I don't know what she's doing. She's probably just trolling at this point.
Possibly. Because that seems like the kind of stuff she'd do.
Mm-hmm. Maverick, quit dropping out, and you won't have that problem. Jeez. That's all Bayley was. She's just a nice girl. She's such a nice girl that there was this whole storyline with Alexa Bliss that Bayley won't ever use weapons. So they put Bayley in a kendo stick on a pole match, which she loses miserably.
Yeah, her gimmick is basically she's an overgrown child.
Yep. Stop dropping out of the call, Maverick, and that won't happen. You keep dropping out of the call, and it's frustrating.
Under there in a blisteringly good
dropping
final
out of
5
the
minutes.
podcast.
Also, that
Sorry,
video
Sorry, let's
graphic.
just
Right. Number 7, Kurt Angle versus Shawn Michaels,
Sorry, Kim,
WrestleMania
Fine,
I'll let
21.
this one
So,
go.
right, listen. HBK's Mania matches
Sorry,
with The
Kim, I was just
Undertaker
been
are
so
very good. They are in
stressed out
italics. Very good.
that
But
I
this
was
is my
voice
old
chatting
man
with White People
mid-30s
Chat
favorite Shawn
because of
Michaels
my
Mania
stress.
match. It's
I
got
had to
Kurt
I had to
Angle in it as
explain
well.
to you
Two of the best
personally.
performers to
Hey,
ever do it, both in their
Kimmy?
prime. And looking back, I just prefer the mix of character dynamics to Michaels Taker. Angle is one of the best in the world, but he's got such an inferiority complex because he's an Olympic athlete being told he sucks every single week. And he can't put away Michaels. He's one of those people who's just naturally good at this. So talented, so charming. Everyone likes him, and it drives Angle's spare. And that informs so many spots and little story moments in this match that I really didn't get from Michaels Taker. Angle losing his cool, screaming at Michaels, who just slips a foot under his chin to a huge pop. Kurt is one of the best to ever do it because from day one, his wrestling acumen served his character. It didn't define it. It just makes his matches so full of life. And God, why did Baron Corbin retire you? Let's move on. Number 6, Vince versus Shane, WrestleMania X7. I haven't gone back and rewatched the whole of Vince versus Shane that many times, but I have gone back and rewatched the finish of this match more times than any wrestling match ever. There's something so addictive about that one pop.
Sorry, Kim.
Months and months of build,
just-
of abuse. And look, I respect your opinion if you think the comeuppance of Vince didn't completely excuse the depths the storyline occasionally dive to, but when Linda rises from her chair, it is the purest example I could think of that pantomime aspect of wrestling. Vince McMahon is a bastard. He likes dumb, cruel things, but his commitment to being the world's worst lizard very occasionally pays off more richly than any comeuppance in any storytelling medium. The hoof to the grapes, followed by Mick Foley laying it in, followed by that coast to coast, the pop bursts, rises, bursts again, and just keeps going and going. It's just fun to see that many people having that much of a good time. Number 5, Adam Cole versus Johnny Gargano.
No! Fuck Adam Cole. Fuck Johnny Gargano. They suck.
Kim.
They're two flabby, out of shape midgets that can't do anything.
Hey Kim, just so you know, after when we're done streaming, I actually felt a bit stressed out. I had to tell you about personal reasons, but after the stream, because I've been so freaking, it's something what happens recently now for me.
Gargano takeover New York. So look, I'm not saying that NXT is perfect, but I will say that when it really cooks, it combines the very best of indie stamina, choreography, and stunt work with what WWE occasionally does best.
Yeah, you know what indie stamina stunt work amounts to? Men mounting each other and taking forever to ejaculate. Because that's all the indies is gay porn. When I think of work rate, I think of people not being able to fucking ejaculate. Look at these 3 losers. Do any of these look like wrestlers to you?
No, they don't.
Yeah, Drew McIntyre, that actually resembles a wrestler, and he's just being jumped by 3 gay losers.
Best, and that is unironic, unabashed, earnest emotion. It's not just that the intimacy of NXT being a smaller brand creates a denser, more specifically passionate fan base. It's just the fact that NXT understands that so often nuance and drama in wrestling storytelling doesn't come from promos or swerves or endless escalation of drama. It comes
Excuse me? Promos are very important to storytelling in wrestling. 90% of wrestling is fucking cutting a fucking promo. That's why if you can't cut a promo, you're not going to get pushed. Are you high? One of the reasons why The Rock was a great storyteller was because he was good on the mic. Fuck.
getting the out of the way and letting 2 of the best in the world wrestle. NXT is so good for
don't matter because
who's the best in the world. Nobody knows who Johnny Gargano is. Nobody knows who Adam Cole is. They're two indie midgets. And they don't do anything cool. The Undisputed Era sucks so hard, they rip off the Ascension's finisher, and they somehow make it lamer than it actually is.
Yep.
You guys are fucking smart for saying that, oh, the Ascension have a shitty tag finisher. How do you explain the Undisputed Era? It's an even shittier version of their fucking finisher. At least Victor does an awesome corkscrew elbow.
Broad emotional context for the action, jealousy, pride, entitlement.
We could move that Cole does.
Layered match that touches on these emotions throughout the action. This main event, built in 2 weeks after a terribly timed Ciampa injury, it's very clever booking, disguised to look really simple. Cole starts the match as the crowd favorite because he's the cool tweener with a catchphrase to Johnny's unironic Disney prince. Over the course of Cole going one up,
all Adam Cole's catchphrase is he just says, Adam Cole, baby. That's it. That's his catchphrase. It's lame.
up, Gargano fighting from underneath, casual references to the torment he suffered from Ciampa, total bastardry from the Undisputed Era. God, Mauro screaming at Yui when they interfered during that final fall. Again, maybe Cole was the cooler choice, but by the end of it, you
Adam
didn't
Cole
care. On
is
that,
not cool. There is nothing cool about Adam Cole. He is a gay version of Triple H, and even that's giving him too much credit.
at night, Johnny refused to lose, and the constant, exciting, involving wrestling dragged you to that emotional place of believing. Damn right, you deserve it. Number 4, CM Punk versus John Cena, Money in the Bank 2011. Again,
No. Fuck you. Okay, both these two men are responsible for killing wrestling. I swear, I could literally make a list of the top 10 wrestlers that killed wrestling.
the simple choice, but sometimes it's just gratifying to see a crowd that really, really wants something get what they want. A hot crowd makes a good match great, and a great match, this. A crowd united either behind one star or against one star, in this case both, makes every move matter. Trying to come up with a new interesting angle on this match is like trying to find a new way of saying fire is warm, or Mr. Davies likes his tea weaker than a suspension bridge made of wet bread. It's the one ultimate defense for the Cena wins lol era, that yes, sometimes it really hurt some stars, but on nights like Money in the Bank 2011, SummerSlam 2016, One Night Stand 2006, it creates something more than a passionate crowd. It creates a crowd with a cause, something that it needs to achieve, and that's so amazing to watch. The way WWE toyed with the crowd, the threat of the screw job, the failed cash, and even though there are matches higher on this list, there's no wrestling crowd that I wish I had been a part of more than that fateful night in Chicago. Number 3, Kurt Angle versus Brock Lesnar, Iron Man match, SmackDown 2003. It maybe was a bit of a hipster choice to put this number 1 last time, but you know what? It bloody holds up, and it's still the best Iron Man match WWE have ever produced. Two performers who seem destined to do this forever, both with freakish physical charisma, able to go for days, telling a beautifully booked story. Brock Lesnar, one of the best athletes in the world, being a lazy fucker and picking up cheap points after conceding a DQ, laid the groundwork for everything that Brock Lesnar would come to be known for today. And Angle being in that rare position of everyone knowing he's the best thing going and him officially being that face, it's magic. Brilliant lazy arsehole Brock, wrestling machine Kurt Angle are two of my unironic favorite characters of all time. And this is just an all-you-can-eat buffet, like a Royal Rumble, but it's two of the best dudes being the best dudes. Number 2, DIY versus the Revival Takeover Toronto. Tag team wrestling, say main roster WWE. What is this tag team wrestling?
DIY and the Revival suck. The Revival is possibly the worst tag team of all time. The Revival is just two flabby muffin top nobodies. They got fired. That's how irrelevant they were. I literally made a video celebrating their release. That's how much they suck. The DIY is just Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano.
Against the Muffin Top Bastions.
Yes, they're terrible.
Wrestling, well, this is it at its absolute best. It's up there with Angle and Benoit versus Edge and Mysterio in terms
No,
of
it's not.
rock solid tag psychology. There's more story opportunities when there are more rules to break. How can WWE not get behind that? In terms of chemistry, both between opponents and between teams, in terms of paying off callbacks to previous matches with Gargano able to gut through the same inverted figure four that cost him the belts in Brooklyn, it is a perfect match, not a scrap of fat on it. And that closing sequence of both of DIY locking Revival in their signature holds and the men currently known as
That looks
FTR
homoerotic.
clinging to each other through the pain. It's easily the best tag match in WWE history, which when you consider the kind of tag matches we've seen on takeovers is fucking saying something. And number one, Daniel Bryan versus Brock Lesnar, Survivor Series 2018. This match is everything I always hope for. The longest time after the Royal Rumble situation in 2015.
Oh my god, the fucking smart dream match. Really? Daniel Bryan hitting Brock Lesnar in the dick because he can't do anything to Brock Lesnar? That's what you always hoped for? I fucking hate you, Smarks. I hate you so much. Stop watching wrestling. You are the worst kind of wrestling fans.
When Reigns won, when literally every single thing we know about story screamed it should have been Daniel Bryan.
No, it shouldn't have been Daniel Bryan. Why should Daniel Bryan have been the one to win the Rumble and fight Lesnar? What sense would that have made?
Makes
Daniel
no
Bryan
sense.
is nothing.
It should have been Bobby Lashley instead of Daniel Bryan.
Seriously, I'm so sick and tired of this bullshit. They tried with fucking Daniel Bryan. They had Daniel Bryan win the belt the year before, and it was a disaster. He was barely on TV. He broke his neck, and then the ratings tanked. That was his entire WWE title run. Why on earth would they put the belt on him again? And why would he fight Brock Lesnar? What sense does that make? Brock Lesnar would kill this guy in real life. All Daniel Bryan does is kicks and the crossface. That's all he does.
And that flying goat.
Yeah, which is just a running knee, and it's lame.
What that Mania match might have looked like. If it was anything like this, I would have died a happy man. But then again, what makes this match so good is that Daniel Bryan had just come out of an early retirement caused by head and neck surgery, and here he is being dropped on his head and neck by Brock Lesnar. What would happen if the concept of not giving his corporeal form and started shilling for Jimmy Johns? The match gets really ugly, really fast, and Daniel Bryan takes us to uncomfortable places with his selling. Then there's not only the retirement angle, but the fact that Brock has turned out a few...
Well, that's because he's a fucking jobber. That's what jobbers are for. To sell moves and to make real wrestlers look good. Daniel Bryan is a jobber. That's all he'll ever be. That's all he'll ever be good for, is making actual wrestlers look good. Stop forcing this motherfucker to be in the main event.
Lazy matches by this point, so we were mentally preparing ourselves for yet another finish spamming early night, and then Bryan kicks him in the dick, hits the running knee, gets the closest 2 count of the decade, and then the fight is fucking on. Daniel Bryan went from never having a chance against Brock Lesnar to it being an absolute certainty he was going to beat Brock Lesnar. And anytime you physically leave your seat watching a wrestling match, you know it's a special one. Again, it took me away, had me literally...
That's because the only people that watch wrestling anymore are smarks. That's it. These are smark crowds. Real wrestling fans fucked off ages ago. If you had real wrestling fans in those seats, they wouldn't be doing anything. The smarks hijacked the show, and they run it now.
Yep. Those ain't real wrestling.
At my TV, elated, and I don't know what more your favorite match can ask of you. Well, maybe when it's not a match. And number 0, Firefly Funhouse WrestleMania 36. I'm not kidding. It's my favorite thing. I get it. It's not a match. I get it. But also, I never thought WWE were capable of broadcasting something so virulently anti-WWE. Like we talk about CM Punk and how WWE let him make his little jokes and cut his little pipe bomb. But WWE signed off on Bray Wyatt tearing the soul out of their business, burying the biggest star of the generation, exposing all of terrible WWE's terrible priorities, whilst also celebrating insider knowledge, wrestling's history. Like, I just love it. Right now, it's my favorite match WWE has ever put out because it did something WWE has never
I'll be right back. I'm
told a
from
story
the
I didn't think they were
bathroom.
capable of telling. And sure, it was Bray who told it, but still, I cannot believe it aired to this day.
Because Bray Wyatt's an actual wrestler with talent and charisma.
Endlessly thankful that it did. And that is my list. What are your
God damn it. I hate my typing sometimes. What the fuck? First off, wrestlers are not supposed to botch. That's literally the number one thing you're not supposed to do. Yeah, Wrestle Talk makes no sense. Most controversial sellers. Nobody cares about sellers.
Kim, how many more hours left till we finish the stream?
Look, if you can't be here right now because of emotional problems, please just leave.
I'll be here just in about a few hours. Is that fine?
Like, it's probably going to be a while. Let's see here. How would Adam book The Fiend? I don't want to know how this loser would book The Fiend. I hate this fantasy booking crap.
I probably know exactly.
No. Is that the fucking sex doll match the Smark Busters referenced?
I think it is.
Oh, God. This is going to hurt, isn't it?
Support Wrestle Talk. Support each other.
Like, the fact that these guys don't get a massive amount of dislikes is a problem. I'm sorry, but these guys should be getting dislike bombed. How they don't is beyond me. Oh, I'll get dislike bombed for talking about Death Battle, but these guys, oh no.
So we've done a trilogy of lists on the funniest moments throughout WWE's long history. Hey, watch those, idiots. But the big dub doesn't have a monopoly over funny wrestling. In fact, in terms of comedy graps, WWE doesn't even have a travel monopoly. So many promotions out there don't have WWE's production values, its pyro, or its pageantry, yet have cultivated fiercely loyal.
That's a problem. All these indie feds suck.
Fan bases in no small part because of the eccentric personalities of their wrestlers to carve out a name for themselves. And turns out, without corporate shackles, when wrestlers are allowed to dick around unfettered, it creates some of the industry's most cherished moments. Here are the 20 funniest wrestling moments outside WWE. Number 20, CZW Dance Break. Years before R-Truth and Car the Money Mello were flossing in the middle of WrestleMania, CZW held a dance break of its very own. Combat Zone Wrestling might be more famous for breaking bones and break dancing, but during a match between the Runaways and the Egyptian-themed tag team, the Assyrian Portal, the Portal, air quotes, hypnotized their opponents and the entire locker room before playing some music, and the match descended into a huge dance-off. Fun fact, Joe Gacy might look like Trevor Murdoch's son, but he has got moves. Number 19, Player Uno. Before he was AEW's Evil Uno, he was Player Uno, one half of the beloved indie tag team Super Smash Brothers, who, as their name suggests, are huge, massive gamer nerds. Player Uno loves retro gaming so much that for years he had an NES controller on his gear. Only problem was when someone hit the start button on that controller, it would pause Player Uno, rendering him unable to move unless someone hit the other buttons on his shorts. There's an amazing tag match out there featuring SSB versus Incoherence, where the action stops for minutes at a time while Player Uno and Delirious argue about game consoles. Number 18, It's Yourself. One of the great success stories in British wrestling is that of Grado, beloved ICW underdog. If you haven't heard of Grado, he's a hugely endearing hot pot of Mick Foley's earnest schlubness mixed with Santino Morella's bubbly offensive Scottish versions of wrestling moves like the wee boot instead of the big boot, or the get to your bed instead of the go to sleep. But most memorable of all was the fact that he'd walk down to the ring to Madonna's Like a Prayer. Coupled with a well-timed Vice documentary, Grado's gradual and often hilarious journey from comedy jobber to ICW champion saw insane championship wrestling reach its intention peak. Number 17, Toru Yano. Toru Yano is a comedy wrestler in New Japan Pro Wrestling that just really wants you to buy his DVD. That's pretty much it. Please buy Toru Yano's DVD. In reality, he's one of the great comedy wrestlers of all time, with New Japan always letting him be a clown. But unlike WWE, they never conflate that with him being completely hopeless in the ring. The dude can go and has consistently found ways to squeak out victories over
you can't have a dude act like a total clown and then have them kick ass in the ring. That's not believable. You don't have comedy gimmicks be serious in the ring. That's not how it works. You don't take some loser like R-Truth and then make him win the belt against Brock Lesnar, because that's not believable. This is part of the reason why wrestling sucks nowadays, because you morons don't know how wrestling works. And this is another fucking fat loser. That's all he is.
He's a Japanese Santino Morella.
Kenny Omega, with his cheating and shortcuts, always played off with a cheeky shrug. Yano's masterpiece has to be against fellow comedy great Colt Cabana at Ring of Honor Global Wars, where both men received a holy shit chant for just trading DVDs in the middle of a ring. Number 16, Kenny Omega wrestles a little girl. Oh, Japan. In 2011, in the famous Joshi promotion Stardom, which has produced the
about
this,
they actually unironically had Kenny Omega fight a lolly. Why?
Yes, I actually told you about this.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
I'm not surprised you didn't believe me, though.
Kenny Omega wrestled Haruka, a 9-year-old girl.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Great. Now, if I ever see Kenny Omega, I'm gonna bust a bullet in his kneecap. That's what you're telling me. This guy wants to beat up little girls. Okay, fine by me. If I ever see him, he's getting a bullet in the ass.
The little girl actually beat his ass, though.
I don't care. Like I don't care. Like just the thought alone is just stupid.
Oh, I know. I agree with you. I was just saying that she won. Which
what
I think is more pathetic.
Actual fuck is wrong with this company? This is so stupid. Nobody fights lollies in my book. If you want to pick a fight with a lolly, you're gonna get your ass whooped. Simple as that.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. There are so many insane highlights, like Omega healing it up by repeatedly slapping.
What the fuck is wrong with you people? And need I remind you, this is the guy that keeps constantly doing homoerotic stuff in the ring. This guy literally puts his fingers up other men's asses.
Slamming a little girl into a turnbuckle, Haruka upsetting him with a tilt-a-whirl head scissors, to the fact that it ends in a time limit draw, to Haruka slapping the shit out of Omega when he tries to show her respect. Fuck Okada, Haruka is Omega's one true nemesis. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. Number 15, Kenny Omega wrestles a blow-up doll. Yes, really. And not just Kenny Omega, Kota by God Ibushi has also stepped into the squared circle against Yoshishiki.
What the fuck? Look at this guy. And you wonder why wrestling is dead. You're listening to these people.
The fuck are they thinking?
Looks like a fucking femboy versus a fucking Teletubby-looking blow-up doll.
This guy makes me look like fucking Goldberg. I've at least had people tell me I at least sound like someone that could kick your fucking ass, even though I probably couldn't. And I'm an actual femboy. So how do you explain me being more manly than this fuckhead over here? I mean, at least I do some manly things every once in a while. I collect weapons, I own guns, and I at least have a somewhat badass sounding voice, even though I hate my voice.
I guess somehow the blow-up doll wins the match, too. Right? Why? Yes, it is, Kuro. Yes, it is.
Chico, who is infamous in Japanese comedy promotion DDT for being an inflatable sex doll wrestler. It takes wrestling a 9-year-old and ramps up the ridiculousness to 11. And watching Kenny Omega make a blow-up doll hit him with a suplex, or Kota by God Ibushi giving himself multiple Canadian destroyers, it's just there aren't enough stars in the universe to give those matches what they deserve. Number 14, Stone Cold Shark Boy. TNA was weird. So years before the And Lava Girl movie came out, there was actually a wrestler called Shark Boy. He emerged from the sea sometime in the late 90s, but really made a name for himself in TNA. After a long time as an eccentric nautical-themed cruiserweight, Shark Boy went into a coma and, because wrestling, emerged from that coma doing a pitch-perfect Steve Austin impression. At this point, his gimmick became man pretending to be a shark, pretending to be Steve Austin, replete with the catchphrases, "Gimme a shell, yeah," and that's the fishing line because Shark Boy said so. Number 13, Paul London and Bryan Danielson are pod people. These are your wrestlers on drugs. Pro Wrestling Guerrilla is famous for basically taking a step back and telling its wrestlers, do whatever the you want, but make it good. And they very often did, not just in the ring, but also on the mic. One of the funniest promos to emerge from PWG is the one featuring Paul London and Bryan Danielson, the man who'd come to be known as Daniel Bryan. It's not easy to summarize this promo, but basically, Paul London has seen dolphins swimming in a pod and realizes he needs a pod partner. Say hello to my pod partner. Long pause. Then Bryan Danielson says, hello. Then the two men pretend to be bees, telling the crowd to join the swarm. It's utter high nonsense, but it's made so much funnier by the fact that the American Dragon just cannot keep his shit together. Find it, watch it. Number 12, El Generico eats children. A lot of people will try.
El Generico is so... Look at this fucking loser. Look at this. This is the guy that so many smarks says is one of the most talented wrestlers of all time.
Even Rey Mysterio.
This guy can't even do a fucking suplex.
Even Rey Mysterio is more chiseled than Sami Zayn.
Yeah, this is stupid. Ow. Fuck.
Rey Mysterio may be small, but at least he still looks ripped. He just looks like a pasty white boy.
Exactly. Jeez. Jesus H. Christ.
What is wrong with these people?
I don't know. I think they turned the man gay instead of the frogs gay.
This is just terrible. Anyone who can translate this, let me know. I'm still working on my Japanese.
Maybe she's saying that Sami Zayn's a loser virgin.
Probably. I mean, I don't know very much about this account, but I do know whenever she shows up and her comments don't get censored, she usually says something along the lines of calling someone a virgin. I don't know if it's a troll account or a bot or what.
So it's basically another Rin Kokonoe?
I don't know what it is, truth be told.
Trying to
But
tell
it
you
is
that El
hilarious
Generico was the mask
sometimes.
gimmick that Sami
Plus,
Zayn
I like
wrestled
it. I
under
just
on
like
the
the
Indies, but that
novelty
is not
of
true. El Generico
a
retired to run an
fucking
orphanage in
lolly
Mexico, and Sami
account
Zayn
like
was one
that,
of those
just
orphans.
randomly
Please
showing up
check
for
your
no reason.
facts. Although it turns out running an orphanage is probably unwise, considering a famous promo he cut with Colt Cabana, where it turns out El Generico eats children. Cabana tried to help Generico cut an American promo. It backfired, with El Generico's idea of a scathing pipe bomb being that he cannibalizes kids.
That's
Olay.
stupid.
Number 11, Tyler plays both sides. Tyler, pick a side. Most definitely the greatest six-man tag match to only feature 5 men. It's a comedy match with an amazing gimmick. In OTT wrestling, Tyler Bate accidentally agreed to join Angel
These
Cruz
are
and Pete
just the
Cool to face
smarts
British
in the
Strong
world
Style,
of
aka
podcast.
Trent Seven, Pete Dunne, and Tyler Bate. The whole match saw both teams trying to get Bate fight for their side before, for some reason, it dissolves into a mad brawl where Angel Cruz tries to kill everyone with an axe. One of the best high-concept comedy matches of all time. Number 10, Chris Jericho in WCW. WCW wasn't always known for its intentional laughs. Unintentional? Oh, absolutely. Take a trip to the Sid Vicious wing of terrible wrestling bullshit. Make sure you're stopping on the Dungeon of Doom exhibit while you're in there. In terms of people who made a name for themselves, however, by being actually funny, Y2J is WCW's MVP. Whether it's his list of 1004 holds he knows, most of which are an arm bar, or the tribute to Dean Malenko's late father, or referring to Goldberg as Greenberg and getting lost on his way to the ring trying to do his entrance, Jericho was an amazing charisma machine. Still is. Number 9, a very TNA funeral. Depending on who you ask, the Aces and 8 storyline in TNA was
Oh God, will you
pretty good.
get AJ Styles off the screen?
Became bollocks, or something that started bollocks and became horrendous King Kong monkey bollocks. If the NWO and the Sons of Anarchy had a baby and that baby overstayed its welcome, that would be the Aces and the Eights, a biker gang that ruled over TNA for well over a year. However, there was one beautiful moment, and that was the funeral TNA threw for the group when they finally disbanded, a literal burial of how long they had run and how no one cared about it towards the end. Samoa Joe, Mr. Anderson, and even Mike Tenay drew big laughs by taking the piss, pretending to be sad about the stable's passing, or while sharing little TNA in-jokes along the way. Number 8, Broken Matt is wonderful. The Matt Hardy multiverse is rapidly expanding in AEW, but the sensei of Matt Hughes' greatest work still is Broken Matt. What started out as Sharknado, but for wrestling, Matt went from a delusional maniac with, I want to say, a half-British, half-African accent, to a reality-warping godhead ruling over an army of drones, young car-riding children, homicidal gardeners, and reincarnating lakes. It's sheer comic book mythology, with Matt giving TNA its last great resurgence by strapping it to his boundless imagination and taking
I think about it. I remember that they did the final deletion with Bray Wyatt, and they had Matt Hardy kill Bray Wyatt, and then he became reincarnated as the Fiend, which is actually kind of neat. I'll give them that.
Final Crisis-style mega event that served as an epic parody of sports entertainment itself. Number 7, that's my line. Jay Lethal can do a really good Macho Man impression, so much so that he got numerous X Division title runs as Black Machismo. But Jay Lethal can do an even better Ric Flair impression, which gave us the second greatest promo in TNA history. We'll get to the first. Jay Lethal and Ric Flair have a who can do the best Ric Flair competition, and honestly, I'm not sure Ric Flair wins. The promo
Jay Lethal is best known for ripping off legendary wrestlers like Randy Savage.
Nails him with famous Nature Boy lines, ending with both men wooing and screaming "That's my line" at each other. It's sheer poetry. Number 6, thumbs up. Jushin Thunder Liger is a legend with many accomplishments, the greatest of all being hit tossing a conga line of dudes with thumbs.
Okay. Legend. This guy? Really?
Yes, he's very well known, especially in the WCW Cruiserweight division.
I don't even remember this guy even existed. I don't even think he even has ever been in the Hall of Fame.
He is in
Unless
the
I
Hall.
somehow missed that.
Well, he is now by the NXT stuff. Jushin Liger's now in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, sadly. I don't know
I'm
why.
gonna have to look into this because I've never heard of Jushin Thunder Liger, and he looks
I
like a
don't know.
punchline.
I know, but he was in the Hall of Fame just because he was a legend of Japan, so-called legend of Japan.
First off, being a legend in Japan equates to nothing. It's like saying you're a legend in Africa.
Basically, they treat him like if he's Santo from Mexico or something like that, or some shit, I don't know.
Shoved up each other's asses. Let's unpack that.
He's
In
a
a match
legend
for,
cruiser
of course,
for the
PWG. It's a huge tag bout
Oh, this
featuring
is one of
Tommaso
those
Ciampa, Sami
bad
Callahan,
guys
Chuck
who
Taylor,
loves
Jeff Cobb, Matt
referencing.
Riddle, Pete Dunne, Tommy End, aka Alistair Black, Cedric Alexander, and Jushin Liger.
Really?
That's a
Really? Look, no wonder
else?
Alistair Black bombed on the main roster. Look at what you had him doing. What the fuck?
fucking lineup,
Yep.
and they
Oh
do
my
line
God.
up when Liger
Dude.
traps Ciampa's thumb up his butt, leading every single man to join in, jamming.
You thought I was fucking joking with this shit? You really thought I was joking with the sticking fingers up each other's asses? Fuck you, Alistair Black. I hope you get released. And why is he popping an erection? Good God, what the fuck is wrong? Since when is it funny to stick your finger up another man's ass? Since when did that become funny? Oh yeah, I forgot. Motherfucking Naruto. Fuck you, Kakashi. You suck. I fucking hate Naruto so much. Putting a finger up another man's ass is not fucking funny.
Thinking Alistair Black was probably made to do that.
I don't fucking care. Alistair Black should have told them to fuck off. I'm not doing that. Does this guy have no sense of shame or dignity? If I was told to do this, I'd be like, fuck you.
Fair enough.
Like, what in the unholy? Like, for God's sake, Wrestle Talk, there are children in the chat. What is wrong with you? This is just painful. This is so fucking painful.
Yeah. Also, I think
I don't get smart. I really don't.
Smarks are just stupid fucks that jacks up to this shit.
They're fucking straight up degenerates is what they are. Like, this is what passes as comedy for these people. Every time there's something gay in wrestling, they always just say, haha, isn't that funny? No, it's just gay.
Look how gay they look. The way they grab their hands onto their
And
chest.
Alistair Black has a fucking erection, so he's clearly getting sexually stimulated from this. Like, what the shit?
Respect. I lost all respect for Alistair Black for some reason.
I lost all like this dude. I can't believe I ever thought I genuinely was behind Alistair Black for the longest time. Now I feel like a fucking retard.
Now he turned you gay?
I'll say I'm starting to feel the same way.
Yeah, this is just stupid. This is so fucking stupid.
I felt proud that Technical Work Rate made the top 10 reasons that Alistair Black sucked for some reason.
I hope the Smart Busters make a 50 reasons why Alistair Black sucks.
Their thumbs up each other's ass until every man is part of a daisy chain, which is then walked around the ring by Liger and then collectively hip tossed.
I refuse to believe that this guy is a legend. I refuse to believe it.
Well, I didn't know he was pulling shit like that. Now I'm starting to rethink my opinion of him.
Can this guy jump head first into a wood chipper? For those of you who know what I'm referencing, you get a cookie.
wrestling. Number 5, Orange Cassidy is the world's smartest man. Orange Cassidy is one of the most over wrestlers in the world, and he did it by taking as few bumps as possible. His whole shtick is that he doesn't try. He turns up to wrestling with aviators on and hands in his pockets, but still manages to get one over on his opponent. It is the postmodern comedy gimmick right now, and one that saw him get a showpiece match with Chris goddamn Jericho at Fyter Fest just this week. He is the best. Number 4,
No,
the
he isn't.
Stadium Stampede. Staying with AEW and possibly still
Fuck
the greatest
AEW.
actual match of 2020, the Elite versus the Inner Circle Stadium Stampede, a Willy Wonka adventure of wrestling invention that saw 10 men travel around a football stadium and come up with as many stupidly wonderful spots as they could, including a 100-yard locomotion Northern Lights suplex, Jericho challenging a ref's play, Matt Hardy changing gimmicks in the middle of a swimming pool, and best of all men, Adam Page chasing Sammy Guevara down on fucking horseback. Number 3, the Battle of the Invisible Men. Joey Janela's Spring Break is an annual night of insanity promoted by GCW during WrestleMania week. It's basically a fringe night of mad wrestling celebrating the weird and wonderful from wrestling's past and present. By a long shot, the weirdest and funniest match from last year's Spring Break was the Invisible Man versus Invisible Stan, which was a match between, yes, 2 invisible wrestlers, and everyone's in on the joke, especially...
What the fuck is this? How is this funny? This is just stupid. This is dumber than the dumbest shit that WWE has ever done. WWE has done some dumb shit before.
Yeah, like that one time where Shawn Michaels' wrestling opponent was going to be God. I remember that.
This makes the fucking Fashion File segments look so fucking awesome in comparison. Yep. I almost feel bad for fucking burying those Fashion File segments. Don't get me wrong, they're cringy as fuck, but this shit just makes it look fucking divine in comparison.
Yep.
Apparently they were Connor's ideas, and hey, Connor's fucking awesome, so who am I to say otherwise?
Kim, are we almost hours left?
No.
The ref Bryce Rensburg, who puts in a tour de force performance, calling invisible pinfalls, putting on gloves to check invisible cuts, overseeing an invisible fall from the balcony, as well as an invisible table spot. It is incredible clowning. Number 2, Steiner Maths. It's the greatest TNA promo of all time. There's nothing I can say. Just Google Steiner Maths if you haven't seen it before. And if you have, Google Steiner Maths again. It is that good. And number 1, Andreza Giant Panda. 9-year-old girl.
What the fuck? Wait a second. I think the Smart Busters may have referenced this before.
Blow-up dolls, invisible wrestlers, and we end with a family of giant wrestling pandas. Wrestling will always endure, and when it's great, there's nothing better. DDT Pro is Japan's premier comedy promotion, and their crowning achievement is either the Iron Man Heavy Metalweight Championship, which is like WWE's hardcore title on cocaine.
What the fuck is that thing?
That's great. It's basically a fat Santino Marella.
This thing?
No, that's the part. That's the parka.
What the fuck? Well, oh my god. Somebody get Goldberg to spear this guy and break every bone in his body.
Well, Parka was
not worthy to be speared by Goldberg. Somebody make this guy have sex with Kevin Owens.
Kim, this guy actually died by neck snap.
Oh, did he now? Well, I didn't reference his neck being broken, so hot.
Like
also, this guy looks like a joke.
He was a legend
cocaine, or it's the giant panda family. Andreza is a giant wrestling panda who headbutts people. He has a wife called Tintin, who is also a giant wrestling panda, and a son, Raja Panda, who is a tiny panda. For years, Andreza Giant Panda was undefeated until he was finally pinned by Big Man Vader, who was a giant Vader. This beautiful, stupid business. And that's our list. What did we miss out? Let us know.
The whole stupid aspect. This is just fucking terrible.
Ended up losing all my respect for 2 wrestlers who I thought were cool, like Aleister Black and Jushin Liger.
Yeah.
Well,
Although
if
it's
he's
kind of
dead, that's unfortunate. I didn't know about that because I don't know who La Parka is. The only reason I even mildly know what he looks like is because for some reason, frickin' Maverick over here used to be super into La Parka and would dress up as him for some reason. I had no clue who he was, but I know what he looks like.
yeah, I actually was a fan of him of the WCW stuff, and especially on the Triple A. But thanks a lot for pissing off the entire Mexican people that actually is a fan of the La Parka, the one that actually got his neck snapped. There's two of them, you know.
Look, I'm sorry, but here's the thing. I've said this before, I'll say it again. A lot of wrestlers that come from these Mexico feds are terrible. Every time they come into WWE, they never amount to anything. Rey Mysterio was the only exception. Unless maybe you count Eddie Guerrero and Carlito, most of them don't amount to much. And I can't remember if Eddie Guerrero even was a Mexican wrestler or not.
Eddie
I think I
Guerrero is.
remember him having a Mexican gimmick, but I can't remember if he was like from any Mexico Fed or anything like that.
Yeah, he did wrestle in the Mexican promotions.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch some older wrestling.
Honestly, Kim, I am not actually pissed off that you actually make fun of La Parka. I'm actually pissed off that you're about to give yourself a bad name because you shouldn't talk shit about his death. To be honest, I'm just saying this for your own.
I wasn't talking shit about his death. All I said was somebody should have Goldberg spear him. I didn't even reference his neck breaking because I wasn't even aware of that.
All right then.
All I did was make a joke about Goldberg spearing because obviously if Goldberg speared this guy, he'd probably accidentally break every bone in his body.
All right then, because I'm just mostly said this just for your own good. I care about you, Kim.
Also, how can I give myself a bad name when most people don't even know who La Parka is? If you showed a picture of La Parka, I bet you they'd probably just think it's some guy on Halloween with a bad skeleton costume.
But he was never in WWE. He was part of WCW's cruiserweight division.
Well, that should tell you something because he was in WCW, and I still don't know who he is. What does that tell you?
Honestly, it's better that you actually know now before you actually didn't know that he's dying. So hopefully you won't start this.
Also, I made references to Misawa dying. Okay.
Like how Smart Busters make fun of his death, like they call him a retard.
Well, he kind of was. You know, he broke his neck on a suplex because he was trying to make wrestling real.
Okay,
his death is partially his fault. If you do stupid things, then bad things are going to happen. Don't believe me? Look at 1,000 Ways to Die and how many times people got killed doing stupid things.
In fact, there was one episode where it was two people doing a death match.
Yeah. There is literally an episode of 1,000 Ways to Die where these two losers are literally backyard wrestling. They're smashing those fucking long light bulb tube things over each other, and one guy literally dies from it.
And like fluorescent lights are like extremely poisonous, something like that. Then
yeah,
they got good into his skin, they went into his bloodstream, and it killed him.
They should putting the belt on Daniel Bryan, but they'll probably never say that. Yeah, I understand that Lucha Libre wrestling is a tradition in Mexico. That's fine. I have no problem with it. It's just that every time you get a Mexican wrestler from one of those feds, every time they come up to the main roster, they never do anything. They got Kalisto. He didn't do anything. They got Grand Metalik. He didn't do anything. Every time they get one of these luchador wrestlers, they never do anything.
Well, basically, La Parka in MLW, his gimmick was a chef. That is mostly he actually wrestles just to defend his business towards the contra unit of especially his main rival known as Umaga. No, wait, yeah, no, it's not Umaga. It's I can't remember. It's that guy that actually looks like a Samoan wrestler. Basically, that's his
Yeah.
character. Yeah.
I think that's enough of wrestle talk for now.
Yeah.
There's like we already reached maximum gayness.
Yeah.
Top 10 major characters cut from MCU movies. No,
And why?
I don't care about the MCU. The only way you can get me to care about the next phase of the MCU is by bringing back Ghost Rider, making him a main character, making Doctor Doom the next big overarching antagonist, and killing off Captain Marvel. Let's see what we got here. Huh. I wonder if they'll have the Ascension on here.
While it can be lovely to be compared to somebody else, it can also utterly derail your career.
Oh yeah, What Culture has their own Jason Statham ripoff, by the way, and yes, he fully acknowledges this. Also,
Yeah.
this Jason Statham knockoff is trying to be a wrestler. Not a good sign.
Yeah,
Compared to somebody called Johnny Sins every day, for example, because we're both bald. If you do not know who that is, do not Google it, especially at work. I did this and quickly found out the hard way. It can be a real problem in the world of wrestling too, though, because all of a sudden your expectations have gone through the roof, even though really you were never supposed to be in that bracket to begin with. I'm Simon from What Culture. Please do hit that subscribe button. This is 10 wrestlers who suffered from the curse of comparison. Number 10, Nicole Bass. Around the same time China was lighting up arenas the world over, WCW introduced Asia.
Oh God.
And yes,
look
that's
at her.
exactly what you
Oh,
think it is,
goodness,
but
it's
you could
so
just
massive.
pass this off as Monday
No.
Night Wars silliness. That was not the case with Nicole Bass. Debuting at WrestleMania 15, Bass was clearly brought in to try and recapture the magic that WWE had already struck gold with. She also acted just like China in the sense that on this night, the Ninth Wonder of the World interfered to give Triple H the victory over Kane.
Okay, I'm
Bass
sick
did
and
the
tired of
exact same.
WWE constantly trying to recreate China. Please stop trying to do that. You're never going to recreate that. Plus, it's just disturbing. This is disturbing. That literally looks like a man in makeup.
Yeah, at least China looked attractive.
Yeah, that is fucking disgusting.
Mhm.
Get that off my screen and never put it on my screen ever again.
Same thing with Sable. It was clear the plan was to pair the two off against each other at some point.
Seriously,
But
that
Nicole
is
didn't
just a
really
fucking
adapt to
man.
wrestling that well and began to struggle. That's why in 1999, China became the first woman to enter the Royal Rumble, won the IC
Okay, at
title,
least she does
and
look
was in the
attractive,
King of the
though.
Ring, whereas Bass was fighting Deborah for some reason. The truth is, she was compared to China way too much and way too soon, and that put her in an unenviable position. Everything she did then was just scrutinized. Number 9, Jack Swagger. When Jack Swagger debuted in WWECW, we were hit over the head with the fact he used to be an amateur wrestler. Straight away, everyone just said,
Okay,
oh,
so-
like Kurt Angle. That caused
Yeah, they
quite
need
the
to
shadow.
stop doing that whole amateur wrestler thing. They did it with American Alpha, and they did it with Swagger, and I'm sick and tired of it. Stop it.
Did
Just
it with
because they're
Dolph.
an amateur wrestler doesn't mean anything, okay? Amateur wrestling is stupid and gay.
They did it with Dolph Ziggler as well.
I don't care.
Shadow, and even though Swagger was 7 inches taller than the Olympian, which was always a plus for Vince McMahon, he wasn't and shouldn't have been compared to Kurt. But we dressed him in a singlet, which made matters worse, and even called Jack an American hero.
Also, taking the belt off this guy because he got caught smoking pot is one of the dumbest things WWE has ever done.
This didn't work. He was paired with Zeb Coulter for that We the People stuff, although Swagger still had some success. He won the 2010 Money in the Bank and cashed in to become the World Heavyweight Champion, but I think it's fair to say he didn't really click. Fortunately, as Jake Hagar in AEW, it's the complete opposite to this, mostly as he's been presented as himself. Who knew? Number 8, Abyss. Poor Abyss got it from all angles, as not only was he referred
this
to as
fucking
No one cares
loser.
about it.
No, yeah, literally. Not one human being on the planet cares about Abyss.
He's
Seriously,
also
even
really
Smart
clean and
Buster said
kind.
like 50 reasons why Abyss sucks, and Righty just said, but nobody would watch that.
Yeah, because Abyss is a ripoff of
TNA's
Kane
version of Kane, but his visual look and in-ring style meant the
and
name that kept
Mankind.
cropping up the most was none other than Mick Foley. Now, this didn't hurt Abyss's career at all, as his work speaks for itself, but all this chatter did.
What career? What fucking career? He is a nobody from TNA. Nobody knows who Abyss is. Nobody cares about Abyss. Abyss will never get signed. I will bet my life WWE would never, ever sign Abyss.
Mean he kept
Actually,
increasing the
Joseph
madness of
Hart
his match to the point, my
did sign
word,
by
he
WWE.
brutalized his body. I suppose it's why he kept getting involved in barbed wire matches with thumbtacks and street fights. That's what Foley did.
yes.
Let's have Abyss do it too.
Just match.
I don't think TNA wasn't aware of this either. They even spun it into a story with Abyss looking up to Mick, with Foley dismissing him as just an imitator. This obviously led to a series of matches
Thank
and
God
even a
Foley
tag
didn't try to
team,
put this
as well as a
guy
lot of
over.
blood being shed. Chris Parks, the man behind the mask, has always said that he took the comparisons as an honor, and it was
Is
really.
that really what
Plus,
the
he used it
motherfucker
to make
looks
his
like
mark.
without a
and then
mask?
some.
What a loser.
Number 7, Dean Ambrose.
Yeah, what a
Stone Cold
fucking
Steve Austin was the name that was always brought up with Dean
nightmare.
Ambrose, and that seemed most unfair.
Wait,
I don't think the now.
who the fuck ever compared Dean Ambrose to Stone Cold Steve Austin?
I never heard
Excuse me? Stone Cold Steve Austin buried Dean Ambrose on his podcast.
I never heard anyone comparing him to Steve Austin ever.
I do remember Mick Foley comparing Dean Ambrose to himself, saying that he's the next Cactus Jack. That didn't go well at all.
John Moxley was trying to mimic the rattlesnake at all. It is important to say that Ambrose was not a failure by any means and had a great WWE run. But as he was cast in the Shield as a lunatic who did whatever he wanted to do, well, that was somewhat similar to the Bionic Redneck, and we were off to the races. This was just asking for problems. You can't compare anyone to one of the most successful pro wrestlers ever, because to even be on par with that, you got to break records. And as such, WWE went the other way, and they pushed Dean to play up
Dean
his
Ambrose
craziness.
broke a record, all right. He broke the record for being one of the lowest drawing champions in WWE history. Fucking Seth Rollins, Daniel Bryan, and Roman Reigns drew more than this guy. He's just a goof.
See, the only one he drew more than was Kevin Owens.
Yeah, that's
That's
just
not
Kevin
so-
Owens, the lowest drawing champion in history.
Point, it became goofy rather than intense. Fair play to that man, he pulled it off till somebody decided a needle should be shoved up his ass. The ultimate portrayal of this, of course, is John Moxley in AEW. It's clear it's very close to the real man, and with the extra creative freedom, he has become one of the most important cogs in that wheel.
No, he hasn't.
You can't imagine All Elite Wrestling without him. Number 6, Dolph Ziggler. We all know this one. Dolph Ziggler absolutely could have been the next Shawn Michaels because he was so damn talented. But instead
He's
of
not
embracing this and
talented.
using it to potentially
This
build a new
motherfucker
superstar,
botches the Fameasser every time he tries to do it. He can't talk, and he doesn't do anything in the ring but super kicks, botched Famemassers, and that's it. He doesn't do anything because he can't do anything.
Yep, and of course also a drop kick as well, which every other wrestler can do.
Everybody does a drop kick nowadays. Fuck Dolph Ziggler. He's not talented. Why do people always say that he's fucking talented? He's not. He has failed his entire career. His entire career has been nothing but failure.
Yep.
Even when he got the belt, he got a concussion and then had to relinquish it. Fucking beautiful. Fuck you, Dolph Ziggler. You suck.
And
You're
he-
one of the worst wrestlers in history.
and he's the
Yeah, he
first
can't do-
politician that ruins the super kick of Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
He ruins-
Hashtag
he's the
Dolph
first one.
Ziggler ruins the super kick. Fuck.
He's the first
He
ever
ruins
one that
the-
ruins the super kick.
He also ruins the Famouser, which was an awesome move that was done by Billy Gunn. Billy Gunn was cool.
Yeah,
Dolph
he
Ziggler
botches
was
the Famouser every single time he tries to. He just can't do this move.
WWE kind of used it as a reason to almost punish Ziggles. It doesn't make any sense. Again, much like Dean Ambrose, Dolph has had an enviable WWE career. He deserved so much more.
He deserves-
During a 2015
he deserves
Steve Austin
nothing.
interview, even Shawn
He
Michaels
deserves to be fired. That's what he deserves. He can go back to New Japan where he can get his asshole fingered because he's gay. Even when I went through my smart phase, I hated Dolph Ziggler. There was even a time where Smarks hated Dolph Ziggler for a time. People only pretend to like Dolph Ziggler. Nobody actually likes this guy. The fact that they even compare him to Shawn Michaels is offensive.
Talked about this and how he'd gone through something early on in his career when people would talk about HBK and Ric Flair in the same sentence. For Sean, though, that motivated him to do something of his own. Ziggler had his own take on this on Lillian Garcia's podcast, where he said he saw his character as more of a mix between Mr. Perfect and the Nature Boy. And to be fair, pretty spot on. For one reason or another, though, Ziggler has never been able to shake this off, even though it should never have been a thing. Just go and watch Dolph sell his ass off. The man is great. Number 5, Mason Ryan. Mason Ryan was ridiculous. Honestly, when you see him, he doesn't make any sense because he's so damn big. Given his physique kind of looked like Batista's too, this was the role that he was put in.
Yeah, I thought that was Batista.
I think Mason may have been even bigger than Big Dave. Given
what? Really? You think he could have been bigger than Batista? That's a fucking joke right there. Batista is literally one of the highest grossing stars in history. Bite me.
I never said that. I never said that. I said I mistook him for.
Continue, Wolf.
Because he looks like Batista. I mistook him for him. That's what I meant to say.
Kim, remember that British guy I told you about, the one in the middle left?
Yeah, what about him?
What do you think of him when I first showed you that about his character?
He sucks.
Okay.
All these UK guys are terrible. They never have character, and they always look as gay as physically possible. They have a tag team in NXT UK called Pretty Deadly.
Okay.
These guys, how can you, if you can get behind these guys, what the fuck are you doing with your life? If you actually like any of these NXT UK guys, you're watching wrestling wrong. There's nothing to get behind with these guys.
How dare this guy compare Walter to legends like Andre the Giant and Vader?
Yeah. Andre the Giant was fucking awesome. He was one of the original big man wrestlers.
Yep. And Vader was one of the original high-flying big men.
Given Vince McMahon's love for huge guys, he was rushed to the main roster, meaning he was learning on the job, and that's never easy. It's even harder, though, when fans start to say you look like a former world champion who had carved quite a career for himself. Ryan also had a rubbish arrival, as he was the enforcer of the new Nexus, and that brought in the Evolution.
The Nexus was a disaster. And oh my God, look at how gay Randy Orton looks. Gee, look at this guy. What the fuck? Fuck all you people that pretend to like Randy Orton. Look at this loser.
He looks like a femboy.
He doesn't even look like a femboy. He just looks gay. This is the guy that bombed so hard when he got the belt. They had to rip the belt off of him a month later and put it back on Triple H.
Yeah.
This guy bombed so fucking hard.
Yeah, this was him back in 2003.
Yeah. If Batista didn't show up, they would have been up shit creek without a paddle.
Compromises, and both guys have addressed this publicly. Mason said he could see some facial resemblance, but the whole thing was quite strange, and Batista didn't think Ryan was trying to do anything but become a better wrestler. So this isn't just the curse of comparisons, but the curse of being massive. Obviously, 9 times out of 10 it will help you out, but once that spotlight is put on you, you better be ready to hit it out the park. Number 4, Kelly Kelly. As awful as it is to say, for a long period, WWE would hire women wrestlers based on how they looked. Kelly Kelly and Trish Stratus were both models who swapped shoots for the squared circle, and as we know, Trish took to it very well and became one of the best female workers they ever had. This led management to believe they had cracked the code into how to make this jump, and Kelly in 2008 told WWE that she had looked up to Stratus and even picked up some of her mannerisms. While she did connect with the fans too, she never really went on to have the type of matches Trish did, and that took away from whatever good she was doing elsewhere. I mean, not everybody can smash it in the squared circle, even if it is wrestling. There's always ways and means. Number 3, Lex Luger. This one wasn't about looks and was all about timing. Hulk Hogan was leaving the WWE. Vince McMahon wanted a brand new Hulkster, so he looked around his roster, and of course he picked Lex Luger. Luger was the narcissist, where he spent most of his time looking in a mirror and flexing when he was given this poison chalice. And as soon as Hogan was out the door, we just took that gimmick, threw it out the window, and told fans that Lex was a good guy now. All of a sudden, he was an American hero too, as he drove the Lex Express around the USA, and you would have had to have had no recollection of Hulk to not realize what the company was doing. They just wanted you to accept that Luger
is Lex Luger in any way like Hulk Hogan? Who in their right mind does this?
was now Hogan.
They tried to replace Hulk Hogan.
He even slammed Yokozuna on a ship. There were a bunch of other publicity stunts that also failed, and all you need to know is that when Hulk came back to the industry, even he had transformed his character. Whatever we were trying to do with Luger was way past its prime. Number 2, Chris Masters. Just to almost wind you up too, ages after this, the original version of Lex reared its head again when the masterpiece Chris Masters...
Haven't I heard of this guy before from the Smarkbusters?
Debuted 22 years later.
Yeah.
Masters was massive and looked the part, so this became essential to his gimmick. And during his entrance, he had a cape and he would flex. We had seen it before. His size, as mentioned, was everything, though. So when he had to take some time off in 2006 to sort out some battles with addiction, Masters was noticeably smaller than before. Rather than understand this, WWE booked Triple H to walk up to Chris and ask, what the hell happened? It was just needless. Masters opened up about all this during an interview where he said a lot of people would compare him to Luger, and he didn't need it. He wanted to make his own mark. Fans doing this just made that even harder. Number 1, Mordecai. Doomed from the start, this was. Kevin Fertig was the man that brought us Mordecai, and he essentially based his whole character on being the opposite to The Undertaker. So he was actively asking to be compared. I think that's a good idea. That's not to say this didn't have legs, but the execution wasn't all that great. He would wear white and act like some kind of zealot while trying to absolve the roster of their sins. All of this would also take a wink and a nod from Taker in the late 90s when he was in the ministry.
Had potential, though. Would have been an awesome feud between him and The Undertaker.
Oh, great. Of course, there's Wrestle Talk videos all on the side here.
Oh, man. There's so many of them.
I know.
The other ones
Where
are...
Wrestle Talk is like a fucking cockroach. You crush it, and then you have a bunch of cockroaches running all over the place.
Oh, man. Oh. So many Wrestle Talks is going to make me sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Let's see here. The worst wrestling finishers in 2021. That's by something called Tap Out Corner. Maybe some other time.
I've never heard of them.
Yeah, and that should tell you something. 7 wrestlers currently rotting in jail. What the fuck?
You might.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. No. No. No.
Should be cheering the people.
I'm not even going to fucking watch that. Why are you reviewing Impact? God. Oh, his contract expired? Good. Can we get Daniel Bryan out of here? I'm sick and tired of him stinking up the joint. He's talking about New Japan because it's a worthless indie fed, and that's where he belongs. I doubt even TNA would take this loser. Good. They finally got rid of Samoa Joe. Bye. Go back to TNA where you belong.
Like, Samoa Joe reminds me of one of those fat guys from a buffet. Like,
Because that's all he is. He's just a fat guy.
I would like to see him get his ass beaten shit out of it, though. I like to see him getting buried.
I do believe Sami Zayn buried him because I think I could recall Sami Zayn beating him in a match, or that may have been Seth Rollins.
I hope it's Seth Rollins at very least, because I hope it curb stomps Samoa Joe. Even though Seth Rollins sucks.
Oh God, no. Stop with Randy Orton versus Bray Wyatt. Their feuds are terrible.
I thought it was pretty interesting when Randy Orton set the Fiend on fire.
I wish they set Cody Rhodes on fire and sent him out in the ring.
Then wrestlers who gave advice we could clearly hear.
Huh? Lol. Huh. What culture doesn't seem to have a lot of shitty wrestling videos like I remember the Wrestle Talk does. But they do say stupid stuff, like how they think, oh, Matt Riddle and Randy Orton is brilliant. You know, Randy Orton should be fired. I don't know how he's been in the company as long as he has, considering how many times he's failed.
The wrestlers you'll never see in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, if Benoit's not on there, then there's a problem.
Yeah, I was
Benoit literally murdered a child.
Wait, he murdered a child?
Yes, Benoit killed his kid.
Oh, okay.
And then he murdered his wife.
Yeah, I do know that Benoit is a piece of shit. I thought it happened recently for a minute.
This pisses me off so fucking much.
Even though that Chris Benoit is a piece of shit, fuck, at least he had character. At the same time, I don't respect him. He's a piece of shit.
This will always upset me. Fucking Lars Sullivan should have been something, and they canceled his push and then fired him. And then he got called racist by Smarks. Fuck me.
Yeah, I remember watching video and it's people in the comments saying he deserved it.
Well, there you go. Goldberg calls modern WWE soft because it is. Modern WWE sucks. How many times do real wrestlers have to bury the modern era? How many times? First, The Undertaker does it, now Goldberg.
Oh, and now freaking Lars Sullivan buries it now.
Fucking Dean Ambrose is just so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, Scott's ain't ever going to be in the
WWE. It's just a fucking dancing goofball that makes retarded faces, that makes him look like he's taking a dump.
Moxley returns at Wrestle Kingdom. Nobody cares.
The B wrestlers definitely weren't worth trouble. What the hell?
Let me see. Is that actually what it says? I don't know. The fucking thing, my fucking YouTube is being stupid.
Oh man.
Oh God, this is gonna be painful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Putting a world championship on a newcomer, throwing an untested entity into a main event spot, or even just allowing two already established superstars to go out and call an entire bout on the fly, all fall into the category of risky business in the mind of WWE chairman Vince McMahon. But when said chance is taken and fans react positively to the move, the boss happily leans back in his nice comfy leather chair and counts the millions this gamble will now steadily pump into his bank account. Yet for every risky WWE choice which eventually paid dividends, there's also another which left both the company and fans watching all around the world nursing an almighty headache. I'm Gareth from WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 WWE wrestlers who really weren't worth the trouble. Number 10, Lars Sullivan. Whatever momentum Lars Sullivan had coming into his main roster debut in April 2019 was quickly extinguished by a serious knee injury, and news of a number of racist, sexist, and homophobic messages.
Typical fucking SJW nonsense. Oh, it's racist, sexist, and homophobic and misogynistic.
And look at the date, 2007. This was over 13 years ago.
Yeah, this is the definition of cancel culture. This is bullshit. Also, most of Lars Sullivan's so-called racist comments were just jokes. I made a video about this a long time ago. And of course, Smarks fucking tried to destroy me in the comments, just being their typical smarky SJW. And what pisses me off is fucking their beloved CM Punk was also racist. Oh, but they love CM Punk. It's bullshit. When it comes to a wrestler they like, if they say something racist or flat out kill someone, they don't care. But if some wrestler they don't like does it, then they gotta fire them.
Messages Sullivan had sent via an account on the bodybuilding.com.
What is it? What am I reading?
These are the so-called racist comments that were found on Lars Sullivan's old bodybuilding website thingy. This was a long ass time ago, by the way.
It's just a
joke. Forum a few years earlier. WWE were clearly hoping these past comments would be forgotten about by the time Sullivan returned to the main.
They should have been forgotten about, but because of cancel culture, they always have to dig something up. It's annoying.
It reminds me when Paula Dean had her show canceled because she said the N-word over 30 years ago.
Oh yeah, they also canceled. What was her name? What the hell was her name? I'm trying to remember. Fuck, I can't remember. Whatever.
Roster in October of this year. But they were not counting on the wrestler being in the news for all the wrong reasons yet again soon after his comeback appearance. Sullivan was accused of harassing a woman on Instagram by sending her inappropriate messages on the social media platform. With the freak garnering more attention for his demeanor outside of the ring than in it, surely WWE must now be questioning their decision to put their eggs in this particular basket. Number 9, Hulk Hogan. Back in July 20.
By the way, Smarks have tried so many times to cancel Hulk Hogan, and it's never worked.
2015, WWE tore up the immortal Hulk Hogan's contract due to the company being committed to embracing and celebrating individuals from all backgrounds. A disgusting racist rant made by Hogan in a leaked sex tape had just been revealed to the world, and WWE quickly went about erasing the Hulkster from their history. Yet, time heals all wounds in the eyes of Vinnie Mac. So by the time July 2018 rolled around, Hogan was welcomed back to WWE.
Yeah, because you can't cancel Hulk Hogan because Hulk Hogan is wrestling. There would be no wrestling without Hulk Hogan. And people need to learn to stop trying to cancel people over every fucking thing that they say.
Especially when it was
You can argue these comments are not necessary, but there's no need to try to fire people over it. Again, whether you like it or not, freedom of speech and freedom of expression exists. It's what makes our country great. And when you try to destroy freedom of speech, well, then we're all fucked, aren't we? Because now we got cancel culture. So now any one of us can get canceled if you say the wrong thing 10 years ago when you were just being an edgy 11-year-old. You think these people care? Hell, nowadays you have to worry about people doxing you over this shit.
WWE with open arms. Well, from some. The New Day famously commented that they would not associate with the people who convey or have conveyed this negative and hurtful mindset, in the wake of the wrestling legend's apology to the WWE locker room at Extreme Rules 2018. Yet it wasn't just those in the back who were divided when it came to Hogan. Fans are still audibly split whenever the Hulkster struts down the ramp, and this has led to WWE.
The New Day, the New Day, they suck. Okay, the New Day is a fucking joke. They're all they are is the New Day. They're black guys that twerk in the ring. That's their gimmick. That's their character. They literally have a cereal called Bootios. They're a fucking punchline. Like the New Day, you need to understand, New Day, you are meant to be a parody of black wrestlers in the company. That's all you are. That's all you'll ever be. You suck, New Day. You're a joke.
All they do is twerk and throw pancakes at people.
Yeah, the New Day are terrible. And then you take an actual wrestler that has some promise like Big E and you fucking ruin him. Like this is the same company that will never hire an attractive diva ever again, but they'll have the New Day fucking twerk their asses in the middle of a wrestling ring.
While there are kids in the front row.
There was also a segment where they were naked in a giant bowl of Bootios. Don't get me started on R-Truth. If you like R-Truth, you love racist stereotypes of black men because that's all R-Truth is.
He's shamelessly pushing him as an attraction on the Saudi shows more than anything else. Was it really worth regularly pissing off large portions of the fan base just to have Hogan flex a little bit on TV after such a public controversy? As long as Vince has that Saudi dollar rolling in, the boss likely doesn't care either way. Number 8, Alberto Del Rio. When Alberto Del Rio was infamously fired for unprofessional conduct after an altercation with a WWE employee he claimed had made a racist joke, most people didn't expect to see the Mexican star plying his trade in the company's ring again for quite some time. However, just over a year after his departure, Del Rio was back in Vince McMahon's empire. By August of the following year, though, Del Rio had lost much of that returning sparkle, been suspended for 30 days due to his first wellness policy violation, and was eventually granted his release after growing tired of the empty promises WWE were making him regarding a main event push. This made the decision to bring him back at all seem like a dumb one, as WWE clearly had no intention of pushing him as anything more than an upper mid-card heel, or at the very best a body for Roman Reigns to steamroll. Recently, the former WWE star has been charged with aggravated kidnapping and sexual assault. So don't expect Vince McMahon and co. to open their doors to Del Rio ever again. Number 7, Goldberg. Bill Goldberg's initial 2016 return to the land of the Giants was admittedly a rather successful one. Sure, Kevin Owens' Universal Championship run was plowed through in next to no time in order to enhance The Man and The Beast's Mania program. But Goldberg and Brock Lesnar's Show of Shows explosion was arguably the most exciting 5-minute match you'll ever see. Sadly though, by the time 2019 rolled around, the hype surrounding the returning former WCW icon had all but disappeared. An all-time stinker against The Undertaker in Saudi Arabia was the first sign that this part-time train needed to be stopped in its tracks. But it was his unlikely victory over Bray Wyatt's The Fiend at Super Showdown in 2020 which really highlighted just how fed up fans had actually become with their new Universal Champion. Thankfully, the aging veteran dropped the belt to Braun Strowman at WrestleMania 36. But let's just hope WWE learns their lesson and doesn't feed another rising star to The Man. Don't count on it though. Number 6, Kevin Nash. CM Punk had just overcome the mighty John Cena in the main event of SummerSlam 2011. To become the undisputed WWE champion. But this moment was still missing something. You know, like a Kevin Nash run-in that would ultimately cost the new champ his title. Then, instead of the pair squaring off in a match at the upcoming Night of Champions pay-per-view, as was previously planned, Triple H stepped in at the last minute due to Nash legitimately not being medically cleared to compete. Eventually, Nash was able to take part in a bout later down the line, but the Punk ship had thoroughly sailed. So he wound up doing the job for old pal Trips in a ladder match with added sledgehammer at TLC Tables, Ladders and Chairs. The whole thing was unfortunately a huge waste of time though, stifling Punk's ridiculous momentum all because the game fancied working with one of his buddies for a spell. Number 5, Big Cass. Enzo Amore and Big Cass were viewed as one of the most entertaining and charismatic duos WWE had seen in quite some time. When the pair
even when these morons get something right, they have to immediately ruin it. These two sucked. They were not entertaining. They were not charismatic. Big Cass can't cut a promo to save his fucking life.
Yeah, even though they keep.
So, where are you? Seriously. Big Cass is just a tall guy with tits, and Enzo Amore got charged with sexual assault allegations. They both suck. Enzo can't do anything, and Big Cass is one of the worst things ever.
Yeah. Enzo, I don't think Enzo actually
hero that back in the day would have been squashed by a real wrestler.
Yeah. Even though the charges were dropped, this doesn't change the fact he sucks.
Yeah, Enzo. So I don't care if Enzo. I don't care if Enzo was actually a sexual rapist or not. How about the fact that he's just a shitty wrestler? Okay, he should have been fired a long time ago. These two never did anything their whole career. They never held the tag belts, and all Enzo ever did was win the cruiserweight title, which means nothing because that belt is a joke. And all fucking Big Cass did was get in a shitty feud with Bryan that went nowhere.
Burst onto the main roster scene in April 2016. Bizarrely though, the company opted to split the team just over a year into their careers outside of NXT. This ultimately threw Cass into heelish waters he wasn't fully equipped for at the time. A torn ACL would sideline Cass for a significant spell in the wake of his feud with old pal Enzo. But things didn't get much better for him when he finally recovered and made his presence known on SmackDown Live in April 2018. During his feud with the returning Daniel Bryan, Cass would go against Vince McMahon's direct orders, excessively beating up a little person impersonating D. Bry, when he was strictly told only to deliver a big boot. This incident, on top of a number of behavioral issues, ultimately cost him his job with the company, with WWE clearly sensing that the star was simply more trouble than he was worth at that moment in time. Number 4, Enzo Amore. Once Big Cass...
Okay, so why didn't they reference when fucking Big Cass had a mental breakdown on one of their tour buses and literally broke the door off the hinges? What, you're not going to reference that? Okay, whatever.
Went down injured during the two's feud post-breakup, Enzo Amore was in need of a new direction, and that's when the soon-to-be disastrous decision was made to throw the loudmouth star onto 205 Live and turn him heel in the process. Allowing the cocky prick Amore character to lean into the booze made enough sense. It was the fact Vince McMahon opted to build the rest of the division and show around him which kick-started some trouble. Clearly sensing that the boss wanted to turn 205 Live into yet another sports entertainment playground, the king of the cruiserweights Neville soon packed his bags and went home in the wake of dropping his cruiserweight belt to the New Jersey native. This actually planted Amore even more firmly in the spotlight for a while longer, quickly killing off all the momentum 205 Live had picked up with Neville at the top of the mountain. However, his time in the company would quickly come to an end just a few months later, when WWE opted to release their cruiserweight champion in light of a sexual assault allegation made against Amore. The former WWE employee would later infamously crash the 2018 Survivor Series pay-per-view, and has acted as a thorn in the company's side ever since. Number 3, Nia Jax. A little bit of wear and tear is to be expected when you're throwing yourself around a ring and colliding with other human beings for a living. However, when one specific star repeatedly hurts their colleagues due to a lack of experience or awareness when it comes to performing in the ring, you'd like to think WWE
want
would
to talk about wrestlers like Ryback being dangerous to work with, but this woman keeps hurting people. That's all she does her whole career. Like Sasha Banks, all she does is just injure people.
No wonder why people call her Piggy Snacks.
Be wise enough to give said performer a bit more time to improve before throwing them back into a televised match. Unfortunately, when it comes to Nia Jax, WWE preferred the trial by fire approach, and this has led to numerous stars all feeling the burn over the years. Then, just when it seemed like Jax had been gifted with some time to sharpen her skills in the wake of her multiple knee surgeries, she returned in April 2020 and injured Kairi Sane in one of her last matches before exiting the company. Jax definitely stands out as one of the most unique performers currently in the women's division, but up to this point her tenure in WWE has produced more pain than pleasure for those watching and sharing the ring with her. Number 2, James Ellsworth. What first started as a paint-by-numbers squash appearance during an
fucking jobber
episode of Monday Night Raw soon snowballed into the most unlikeliest of WWE runs for James Ellsworth. Going from Braun Strowman's idea of a snack to SmackDown Live's Survivor Series mascot, Ellsworth even somehow found himself involved in the WWE Championship picture for a spell. Yet after a hit-and-miss relationship with Carmella on screen, Ellsworth's WWE journey finally reached its conclusion in November 2017. Only it didn't. Ellsworth shocked the world in June 2018 by returning and costing Asuka a SmackDown Women's Championship match against his old associate Carmella. By this point, however, fans had most definitely grown tired of Ellsworth's shtick.
Well, and his constant you smarks reap what you sow. You wanted Ellsworth, you begged for him, you got him, and you weren't happy with it. That's smarks in a nutshell. They beg for somebody, they show up on the roster, and then they cry when they ruin wrestling.
Yep.
And presence in the Carmella-Asuka feud soon led to him regularly earning the dreaded go-away heat from audiences worldwide, until he would eventually be turfed out yet again in July. Should Carmella ever reclaim the Blue Brand's women's belt? Let's not make this same mistake again, WWE. The Ellsworth party is over. Move on. Number 1, John Laurinaitis. On-screen authority figures aren't what you class as welcome additions to WWE programming at the best of times. But if the suited-up head of a brand possesses some charisma and knows how to cut a half-decent promo on the mic, most fans will just accept this stale trope and get on with their lives. John Laurinaitis was sadly lacking in both of these necessary areas, which is why his tenure as Raw general manager isn't exactly what you class as fondly remembered. Instead, Big Johnny's reign is forever linked to one of the worst creative spells in the company's history. All in all, Laurinaitis may not have been a full-time in-ring performer during his run, but his constant mind-numbing presence and ability to make fans wish they were anywhere else but in a WWE arena was destined to harm the product from the get-go. Thankfully, Mr. McMahon eventually came to his senses and ushered Laurinaitis back off TV. But the stain of people power will forever be visible whenever fans choose to rediscover.
Okay.
Also, Dave Meltzer actually gave a Lars Sullivan match 5 stars, huh?
Apparently so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lars Sullivan should have been something. They should have said, fuck these old comments. They're not relevant right now.
Yeah, Lars Sullivan should have been the next Brock Lesnar.
It should have at least been something. They should have at least given him a try.
And imagine that match between him and Brock Lesnar. That would be the shit.
Yep. What a fucking waste. Then again, that's WWE in a nutshell. I've said this before in older videos. WWE hates talented wrestlers. Whenever they get a talented wrestler, they fucking ruin him. They ruined Lars Sullivan. They ruined the Ascension. What are some other ones that they ruined? They ruined the Wyatts. They ruined the Shield. They just ruin everyone that's actually talented that comes up from NXT. Pisses me off.
Probably would have said they ruined Aleister Black, but you lost our respect for him.
10 wrestlers who suffered for being too good. What the fuck? That better not be Zack Ryder, I swear to fuck. Zack Ryder never did anything. He barely showed up on TV half the time. And whenever he did show up, you're always like, Zack Ryder, who the hell is that? The only thing I remember Zack Ryder for was for fucking the Ascension out of a title shot and then getting injured immediately after said match and then having to disappear off TV for months. Jackass.
And he was United States champion for a brief time until he got his ass whooped by Jack Swagger, won the Intercontinental Championship just to lose it to the very next night to The Miz.
And the Smart Busters said that would happen. They literally said that that you're crying because you know you're just going to drop the belt the next night on Raw. Everything the Smart Buster says comes true. Every single time. The Smart Busters are always proven to be right. Smart Busters are to wrestling what I am to Death Battle. Everything terrible I say about Death Battle ends up coming true.
Yep.
And it's like people only ever bother to listen to the Smart Busters after the fact. I can't.
10 the most convincing sellers. Oh, that's a Wrestle Talk.
In fact, I think I'm gonna move on from wrestling. This is just too bad. Let's see what they got here. Let's see what I can find on their normal channel. We can get more of a variety of cringe rather than gay wrestling cringe. Let's see what we got here. 10 movie sequels nobody asked for but ended up being awesome. Huh? Ow. Let's see here. 10 hilarious films that weren't supposed to be funny. The New Day is one of the most childish gimmicks of all time. I can't stand the New Day. I wish they would fire them all.
Yeah.
The fact that they had the New Day break Demolition's tag record is offensive.
Yeah.
What a fucking waste.
The New Day is hot garbage. That's what they are. They're hot garbage.
Yep.
So I remember when they started calling wrestlers hot garbage. Well, now they're hot garbage.
10 ingenious ways film directors beat the studio. Blah.
7 smartest decisions in zombie movie history.
I'm looking for something cringy, though, because let's be honest,
The people are here to see us lose our minds.
10 movies that are basically one big apology.
I bet you that's just an excuse to mention Star Wars Episode 9.
Yeah. I'm surprised that
10 movies that redeemed hated characters. Huh.
Surprised you didn't want to watch the one about the one big apology.
Maybe. Let's see here. 10 Bonkers Theory. Okay, moving on. Knives Out. Whoa, 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 whoa. Motherfucker, you better not say what I think you're going to say.
Though the world has ground to a halt over
Knives
the
Out.
past year, the
Knives Out sucked. And nobody wants a sequel. Nobody likes Rian Johnson. Stop acting like we want Rian Johnson. Rian Johnson has never made a good movie in his life.
He ruined Star Wars.
Yeah. Rian Johnson should have been thrown out of Hollywood. I'll be gone for a little bit.
entertainment industry has forged ahead, greenlighting new and exciting productions. Hell, this past month alone saw a bunch of extremely appealing movie and TV productions confirmed for the future, so it only made sense to do a rundown of the most exciting ones. I'm Josh from WhatCulture.com, and these are the 11 most exciting new movies and TV shows just announced in March 2021. Number 11, Knives Out 2 and 3.
No! Why are we getting 2 sequels to Knives Out? What the fuck did we do to deserve this? Why do you continue to punish us, Hollywood? Hasn't this guy failed enough as it is? Knives Out is the worst whodunit movies ever made.
The one sequel's bad enough.
Dear Hollywood, stop giving Rian Johnson money. He is poison.
You might be wondering why this list is an 11 and why I'm suddenly wearing different clothes, and that's because in between recording this list initially and it being edited, it was announced that Rian Johnson is going to make Knives Out 2 and 3, and we simply couldn't leave it off. Seriously, Hollywood just has no respect for the art of list video creation, so apologies for the continuity error. Anyway, it is true, as Rian Johnson, who will show up later on this list as well, has just inked a deal to bring Knives Out 2 and 3 to our screens. According to Deadline, there was a major bidding war going on in secret between the big streamers, but it was Netflix who eventually won out after they splashed $450 million to secure the 2 movies for their platform. At the moment, we don't know too much more than that, and the only confirmed returning talent at the moment are Johnson himself.
The only thing that Netflix has ever done right was the Castlevania anime and Sweet Home. That's it. And even then, Sweet Home doesn't even deserve to be on Netflix. Sweet Home is way too good. Sweet Home is a modern masterpiece that will be it is one of the great masterpieces of our generation.
Yeah.
Please go watch Knives Out. Not Knives Out, goddammit. Please go watch Sweet Home. And yes, like the Sweet Home video game, it is another masterpiece also named Sweet Home for some reason. I don't know what it is about amazing masterpieces having the name Sweet Home. We have the Sweet Home video game, and then we have the Sweet Home TV show based on the Sweet Home comic series.
Yeah. But other than that, it only seems that only Netflix exclusive things are the anime, like Seven Deadly Sins and IGN.
Yeah, they sometimes produce good anime, but more times than not, their originals suck.
Yeah.
Oh, what is it?
And Daniel Craig as mystery sleuth Benoit Blanc, who of course was the standout star in that first movie. However, it's safe to assume that these two movies won't be following one continuous story, but rather would see Blanc moving from case to case, hopefully encountering a new all-star ensemble cast with each movie. The first starts shooting in July of this year, so expect to hear more.
I hope Knives Out 2 bombs and they have to cancel the third one. Seriously, who is actually excited for Knives Out 2? Who? The people who like Knives Out are the fakest people on the planet. I shit you not. I can recall this one time the EFAT podcast covered a phony fan of Knives Out, and it was a literal 12-year-old child trying desperately to make a video essay and failing miserably. Why do you think I haven't made a video essay yet? Because I want to make sure if I'm going to do a video essay, I do it right and not look like a fool. Because if I look like a fool, odds are I might end up with the EFAP podcast taking turns with my boy pussy.
Yeah.
The only one I'd be okay with fucking me up the ass would be ER, but that's because ER is senpai. He can do whatever he wants to me.
On casting and stuff like that very, very soon. Number 10, Zatanna. There have been numerous announced attempts to bring DC superhero Zatanna to the big screen over the past 15 years. There were even rumors that the character would appear in James Gunn's upcoming The Suicide Squad, but those have since been rubbish.
This movie looks so cringy. I said this to my little brother. They put Polka Dot Man in this movie. Polka Dot Man. Need I say more? Oh, and John Cena's in this movie, so he's probably going to bury this movie because that's all John Cena does.
He's like one of the worst superheroes ever, isn't he?
Oh yeah, Polka Dot Man is a guy who literally commits crime in a suit made out of polka dots. He's like Calendar Man.
All is not lost, though, as it was recently confirmed that a new Zatanna movie is in the works. Currently attached is promising young woman writer-director Emerald Fennell, who is penning the script and is rumored to also be directing. It's clear to see how Fennell's sensibilities could lend themselves well to this hero, whose magical abilities, namely speaking incantations backwards to manifest her desires, are innately cinematic. There's no word on casting or anything like that yet, and the project is very much in the early stages of development, but still it is a promising, no pun intended.
I got an idea. How about you let Zack Snyder make an adaptation of it so he can fucking ruin it? No, I'm not going to let the Zack Snyder thing go. That pisses me off. Mueller, continue to bury Zack Snyder. Fuck him. Oh no, I have that.
Since I read the Trump channel, I guess I can take that.
It's where sometimes that AC works a little too well and turns my room into a freezer.
Forward for both Fennel and DC movies in general. Number 9, A Time for Mercy. Of the many legal dramas produced through the 1990s, it's undeniable that Joel Schumacher's A Time to Kill is one of the more memorable and more successful ones from that period. But some 25 years after the fact, I don't think anyone expected this film to get the serialized sequel treatment. That took me about 10 takes to get right, by the way, especially not with the original cast returning. Rather than just lazily
How does it take you 10 takes? I've never had to go through that many takes in my videos. And I've had some recording blunders before, but never that badly. And usually when I have to do another take, it's because my microphone fucks up.
A Time to Kill for a brand new generation. This, like I said, is actually going to act as something of a sequel, with original actor Matthew McConaughey back in the role of Jake Brigance. This will take the form of a HBO miniseries and will be adapted from John Grisham's sequel novel, A Time for Mercy. A Time for Mercy sees McConaughey's character defending a young boy who killed his mother's boyfriend after claiming he was abusive towards her, a matter complicated by the fact that the dead boyfriend is a deputy sheriff. Considering that star-studded serialized TV has become stratospherically popular in the age of streamers, it does make sense for this sequel to be hitting the small screen rather than being optioned for a cinematic effort. It makes all the sense in the world, and I can't wait for it. Number 8. Steven Spielberg's autobiographical drama. Not one to sit still for very long, Steven Spielberg is already prepping his next film project for after West Side Story. Far away from the big budget blockbusters and high concept genre pictures that we're used to getting from this director, this new film will actually be a semi-autobiographical tale based on his own experiences growing up in Arizona. Michelle Williams has already signed on to play a character inspired by Spielberg's mother, and Seth Rogen has already been cast as a proxy to one of Spielberg's uncles. The casting process for the younger actors has been incredibly secretive so far, though. We have no idea who will actually be playing a young Spielberg himself. For the first time in 20 years as well, this film is going to be notable because Spielberg will actually be co-writing it with a writing partner. That writing partner is Tony Kushner, who also penned Spielberg efforts Munich and Lincoln, and bagged himself a few Oscar noms in the process. Shooting is expected to begin in the summer for a 2022 release date, but more importantly, I want you guys to tell me down in the comments below who you think would make a great young Spielberg in this movie, because I've been racking my brains and I can't think of an actor who could fit that role, but maybe you guys have a better idea than me. Number 7, Poker Face. Rian Johnson may be hot off the success of his murder mystery smash Knives Out, but for many, his finest work will actually be the 3-episode stint he did on Breaking Bad, specifically the outstanding episode of TV that was Ozymandias. And so it's exciting to see Johnson back in the realm of TV for his next project, Poker Face, which will be a 10-episode mystery.
Stop jerking off Rian Johnson. Stop it. He sucks. Okay?
Drama series starring Russian doll's Natasha Lyonne. Much like Knives Out, little is actually known about the specifics of the plot, as Rian Johnson has been keeping those very close to his chest, but he did have this to say in the announcement, quote, "I'm very excited to dig into the type of fun, character-driven case of the week mystery goodness that I grew up watching. It's my happy place," end quote. Johnson did previously also hint that Columbo would be a huge influence on the series, so I know Ewan Patterson somewhere is going to be very happy about that, so you can expect the kind of wit, mystery, and intrigue that has defined so many of Johnson's projects so far. Number 6, Cocaine Bear. It's called Cocaine Bear. What more could you possibly want to know? Seriously though, I'm not making this up. This is the exact title for Elizabeth Banks' new thriller movie, which is being produced by Phil Lord and Chris Miller. The script is based on a stranger-than-fiction true story which unfolded in Kentucky in 1985, where a black bear unknowingly ingested massive amounts of cocaine that it found in an abandoned duffel bag. The bear reportedly died 20 minutes into the sesh though, so don't expect it to embark in any kind of coke-fueled rampage across the city or anything like that. Instead, you can assume that the film is going to focus more on how the duffel bag ended up where it was, which is surprisingly equally as mad. That's because it actually ended up there because it was thrown out of a plane by smuggler Andrew Thornton, who then planned to jump down and parachute on it, but unfortunately on the way down his parachute didn't activate and he ended up falling to his death. I told you, mad. This thing is
I gotta
going
tell
to
you,
make
I'm not
headlines
really
on its
pumped
name
for
alone,
a
but it
lot of
sounds like
these.
there is a genuinely juicy story there.
The only thing I
Support-
want to hear about is a season 2 to Sweet Home, and any updates on the John Wick movies that are supposed to be coming out.
A really interesting and really thrilling film. Number 5, We Own This City. The Wire's co-creator David Simon is currently prepping his next project for HBO. This will be an adaptation of investigative journalist Justin Fenton's recently released book, We Own the City, a true story of crime, cops, and corruption. Simon will team with his regular collaborator George Pelecanos to write this Baltimore-centric miniseries. However, despite its setting and counting numerous writers of The Wire on its own writing staff, this will be in no way a direct spin-off or anything like that to The Wire itself. Fenton's book is set in 2015 and covers the Baltimore protests and riots following the death of 25-year-old black man Freddie Gray in police.
Of course it does. Of course. Because we just can't go one day without hearing about some kind of protests over a black person dying. No, we have to constantly be reminded of all the shitty stuff going on in the world. God forbid we have escapist entertainment.
Custody. It'll also look into the fallout and the corruption in the Baltimore Police Department itself. Given Simon's meticulous journalistic eye for detail, there's no reason to expect anything less than brilliance from this one. And following last year's Black Lives Matter...
Oh, fuck you. Keep Black Lives Matter out of your mouth, motherfucker.
Oh, boy. This whole shit.
I hope this TV show bombs. And I hope Black Lives Matter beats the shit out of you.
Which
you do know that Black Lives Matter hates you, right? If Black Lives Matter saw you, white boy, they would beat the shit out of you because you're white and they're racist.
I fucking hate black supremacists so badly.
Shut your mouth, white boy.
And I especially hate white BLM members. They're siding with people that fucking hate them and want to kill them.
Like, seriously, this is annoying. There's nothing cringier than a white boy shilling for BLM. Let me make this perfectly clear. In BLM's philosophy, the only thing white people should do is just shut their mouths and give all their money to black people. That's their philosophy. So shut the fuck up.
The white BLM members just like a male feminist.
Yeah. Yeah. All BLM is just a bunch of insecure fucking Marxists.
Protests, it couldn't be more timely. Number 4, Ghost of Tsushima. Last year's samurai-themed video game Ghost of Tsushima went on to be the PS4's fastest-selling original...
I'm pretty sure it's Ghost of Tsushima, but whatever.
...exclusive title in history, selling over 6.5 million copies at the time of recording. And so it's little surprise that such a commercially successful new IP, and one that is inherently cinematic at that, has been lined up by Hollywood to get the big screen adaptation treatment. This was recently confirmed with John Wick trilogy director Chad Stahelski being also brought on as the...
I was going to say, oh great, another movie tie-in cash grab, but this guy's John Wick movies have been pretty solid, so maybe this will actually be good.
Yeah.
Especially if they got the guy who directed it doing it.
Yep. I'm guessing this is why he's not going to be working on John Wick 4, because it looks like he's going to be working on this. Hopefully he does a good job. Because I'm one of those people that tries to fight back against the stereotype that all video game movies are shit. I think that that's a bunch of BS. And that people just like to over-exaggerate how bad some video game movies are. Well, you can't stop opening this damn door. I want it closed.
the director of this movie. The game casts the player as Samurai Jin Sakai, who is defending Tsushima Island from the incoming Mongol invasion. It will mark the second collaboration between Sony Pictures and PlayStation
it's a
Productions as well,
invasion.
the first being the upcoming Tom Holland starring Uncharted movie.
It would make my day if they reference City Walk from South Park. Please do that.
I kind of wish to see
developers Sucker Punch on board as executive producers as well. This theoretically should come across as a more cohesive and considered adaptation rather than the usual video game fare we get. Theoretically.
Shut up. There's plenty of video game movies that have been great. I'm sick and tired of this BS.
I especially like the Super Mario Bros.
Number 3,
movie.
City Primeval. It seems that Deadwood the movie won't be the only Western-themed revival that Timothy Olyphant will be starring in. And that's because his hit series Justified is set to get the sequel spin-off treatment based on the 1980 novel City Primeval, High Noon in Detroit. The novel is centered around a Detroit homicide detective called Raymond Cruz, who's trying to get to the bottom of the murder of a corrupt city judge. Though this original story doesn't actually feature Olyphant's character from the series Justified, word on the street, and by street I mean Variety, has indicated that Olyphant will be back and his character will be implemented in the story somehow. Whether that's a lead role or a supporting role, we're still yet to be sure. Still, all of the principal creatives, including Justified creator Graham Yost, are back, so we have high hopes for this spin-off. Number 2, Sand Kings. It may feel like George R.R. Martin has more projects up in the air than even he can keep count of, but one of the most exciting ones recently announced is an adaptation of his 1979 novelette, Sand Kings. The 23-page Hugo Award-winning work is set in the Thousand Worlds universe that so many other George R.R. Martin stories are set in. It follows a wealthy playboy named Simon Kress, who on the planet Boulder gets more than he bargained for when he buys some of the titular creatures. Sand Kings has previously been adapted in a 1995 episode of The Outer Limits, but this new project is going to be a Netflix film helmed by Gore Verbinski. Netflix usually lets their creatives just run mad with whatever they're doing, so let's hope Verbinski can really harness the insanity of the source material and bring it to life.
Oh, yeah? I bet if you took one of Watashia's projects, you would heavily restrict her.
In an epic visual way. Number 1, Expiration Date. One of the most attention-grabbing and unavoidably controversial projects announced in March was Expiration Date. This is a new drama series starring Will Forte as Robin, a grief-stricken man who takes out an insurance policy on his life, with the provision that he doesn't commit suicide inside of 1 year. The show will be focused on the suicidally despondent Robin, who is essentially just counting down the days until this policy runs out so he can end his own life. Unsurprisingly, the show's premise took a lot of flack in the public eye, with a bunch of suicide prevention groups calling the project wildly irresponsible. And you can kind of see where they're coming from, especially as it's being conceived in a time where mental health across the entire globe is at an all-time low. Nevertheless, tone and execution are incredibly important when it comes to a piece of work like this, and you have to assume that ultimately this will be a life-affirming message where the character learns and develops and ultimately moves away from his suicidal tendencies. It is going to be controversial, no doubt, but Will Forte has put in excellent performances over the past few years, and hopefully the quality behind and in front of the camera can treat this dense and difficult subject matter with the respect it deserves. So that's our list. I want to know what you guys think.
All right.
Sucks, just like their other stuff.
Well, this is What Culture. Like I said, they're just a shitty version of Watch Mojo.
I thought you said What Culture was better than Watch Mojo.
Yeah, consider the fact that that's really not saying much.
True.
It's like a wrestler saying I'm better than Daniel Bryan.
8 simple fixes that would make movie trailers something.
I don't know why the quality for the screen share on my end is dropping so heavily.
Ruby Rose Batwoman, what the fuck?
Yo, remember that happened? Ruby Rose played Batwoman in that terrible TV show. Then she quit because the TV show sucked.
No, her name is Ruby Rose. Same name as that shitty character.
Hmm.
10 scariest CGI movie monsters.
What the fuck? Jennifer Lawrence? No. Fuck Jennifer Lawrence. Get her out of Hollywood. Jennifer Lawrence is crazy. I remember when this fucking hurricane happened, she blamed Trump supporters for it. And said that it was Mother Nature punishing us for supporting Trump.
Oh my god, what a piece of shit.
Yeah, she's garbage. I hate her. Get her the fuck out of here. Oh, man. Come on. What culture is shitty in the sense that it's hard to find shitty stuff? You can go into almost any Watch Mojo video and be guaranteed to find garbage. But with what culture, you have to look for their garbage. Which is why I also threw Wrestle Talk in there.
10 underwhelming shock twists that made their end. I don't know what else to say.
Meh.
I don't know why they could just put the whole titles on there.
I don't know. I think that has something more to do with YouTube than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. 10 films that wasted incredible potential.
This caught my attention because they showed an image of RE.
And there's also
and it has Avatar as well. The original Avatar.
They're probably going to mention The Last Airbender, most likely.
Still better than Korra, though.
Once every blue moon, a new film comes along and captures us movie maniacs and also casual cinema goers and pretty much anyone else in between's attention. This could be because there is big name talent in it, or perhaps it's based on a successful book, computer game, or television show which already has a large loyal fan base. Off the back of that hype, audiences fully expect that film to deliver. Some of them stick the landing, whilst others miss the mark completely, and despite their enjoyability, end up leaving audiences to wonder what could have been. I am Marcus Bronzy from What Culture, and this is 10 films that wasted incredible potential. Number 10. Warcraft. Warcraft is a franchise of numerous video games, novels, and other media created by Blizzard Entertainment. It's set in the high fantasy world of Azeroth and focuses on many different races within it, such as humans, orcs, trolls, dwarfs, and elves. The film had a convoluted plot that was trying to tell the story about how the war between the humans and orcs began, whilst also trying to weave in elements of Warcraft mythology. This resulted in a lot of exposition that only fans of the series would be able to understand, excluding the casual film audiences that struggled to follow its plot. Unfortunately, it is remembered as another promising high fantasy film series that failed to impress. Number 9. The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Alan Moore is one of the most renowned comic book writers of his generation for such works such as V for Vendetta, Watchmen, and Batman the Killing Joke, which would all get adapted into their own films. The same would have happened to the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, although it would not receive the same levels of success later mentioned in the comics. The comic focused on a Victorian-era ensemble of heroes with steampunk technology. Like most of Moore's work, the comics embrace and focus on the darker side of its characters, such as Mr. Hyde, the Invisible Man, and its lead, Alan Quatermain. Fans of the comics were certain that if the film stayed faithful to the source material, then it would be a major success. Unfortunately, it would diverge from the original comics so heavily that Moore would do everything to distance himself from the film. Major production issues and questionable casting choices resulted in a critical and box office flop that would kill plans for a sequel and convince Sean Connery to retire from filmmaking.
Alan Moore thinks that superheroes are fascist. I think we can stop calling him a genius now. I mean, I can kind of understand where Moore is coming from, because superheroes often take the law into their own hands and they're seen as heroes for it. In some respects, this can be a good thing, but in other respects, it can be a bad thing depending on the hero.
Yeah.
Like, I remember this was the reason why Superman fought Batman in the comic book where Superman and Batman fight. One of the main reasons why they fought was because Batman went against the government and Superman was for the government, and Batman wanted to teach Superman a lesson.
Making altogether. Number 8, The Monuments Men. The Monuments Men is based on an Allied Forces group called the Monuments Fine Arts and Archives Program. Their mission was to find and save as many pieces of art and other culturally important items they could before the Nazis could steal or destroy them. Combine the story with a hefty cast of incredible actors such as George Clooney, Matt Damon, John Goodman, and Bill Murray. Many people would and did believe it was obvious that the film was going to be a big success with critics and fans. But considering the title of this list, it should have been apparent that this is not the case. Clooney admitted that he was heartbroken to hear of the film's underperformance at the box office and its mixed critical reception. Even though the film was praised for its relevant theme, it was not enough to draw the attention away from its unsatisfying plot or one-dimensional characters. Number 7, The Last Airbender.
Of course.
Avatar, The Last Airbender was a hugely successful TV show on Nickelodeon. Its popularity and success as an animated TV show led to many wondering if it could be just as successful as a live-action version. 2 years after the show's final episode, a live-action film adaptation was released with M. Night Shyamalan as director. Casting controversies and promotional blunders, awful special effects and horrible acting caused the film to receive abysmal ratings and killed any chance for more films in the franchise. Number 6, Jupiter Ascending. The Wachowskis have had an interesting career. They were flying high after writing and directing the Matrix trilogy, but things started to go downhill for them after both the live-action adaptation of Speed Racer and the film adaptation of Cloud Atlas performed terribly at the box office.
Oh, really? Because according to the anime community, the Speed Racer movie is the greatest live-action adaptation of any anime. Something that I call bullshit on, but I'll deal with Anime America another time.
Maybe next stream.
Maybe. I have a couple bones to pick with those guys. Although I will say, if I do cover Anime America, they'll probably be one of the more respectable channels I covered, because sometimes Anime America gets something right, and they are genuine anime fans. Unlike What Culture and Watch Mojo, where they are just garbage corporate websites that you just can't see.
Yeah, and also they're not SJWs like these other two.
Yeah.
Jupiter Ascending was a chance for the Wachowskis to prove their doubters wrong, and to be fair, the premise for the film was able to turn some heads. It was a highly ambitious science fiction epic that sadly failed on multiple levels. The film's over-reliance on special effects and trippy performances from the likes of Mila Kunis and Eddie Redmayne, and the confusing story made for an experience that turned out to be nothing more than another science fiction film with goofy action sequences and cheesy dialogue. Number 5, Resident Evil. The Resident Evil franchise is based on a number of survival horror games where an outbreak of zombies and other grotesque monsters is started by the Umbrella Corporation. Although the film did well at the box office, it failed to resonate with the existing fans of the franchise because of its boring story and the way it treated some of the series' most beloved characters. What would be the most disappointing for fans is that the film, as ropey as it was, would spawn multiple sequels that would continue to divert further away from the original material, leaving them to wonder what could have been.
Why would you reference the first Resident Evil movie? None of the iconic characters from the video games are in the first movie. So what are you on?
This guy's an idiot.
Could you not at least bring up Resident Evil Apocalypse? There you can at least have an excuse to bitch about Jill or something.
Yeah, I don't think this guy's ever played the Resident Evil series. He watched the movies.
Also, doesn't this guy know that the Resident Evil series has always been kind of a schlocky, stupid series? Resident Evil has never been high art. Resident Evil has always been kind of dumb fun. I mean, look at Resident Evil 8, for Christ's sake.
Oh, yes, the lady.
Before, Alien vs. Predator. On paper, at least, this looked like it would be set to be an easy win for everybody involved. Fans of both the Alien and Predator series.
You're just baiting me now, aren't you, What Culture? I swear, if I ever find out that you're trying to get involved in the Versus community, I'm going to kick your asses out so fucking hard. Just like how in my next video, I'm going to be explaining why the Steven Universe fan base can fuck off and they're not welcome in the community.
What about Koi Monster, Kimmy? About the what's the name of that freaking the demon monster from from Berserk?
I've been meaning to cover more of these Versus films, but I'm trying to figure out how to cover them because for the most part, outside of covering the action and the story, there's not really too much for me to cover, like power scaling wise.
Slan. I know that name now. Her name is Slan. Yeah.
Do you really think it's a good idea to talk about Berserk considering what just happened?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Just saying.
I'm just saying.
Also, as far as I'm concerned, Berserk died with Mira. If they somehow find a way to continue the series, I'll be surprised. But as far as I'm concerned, Berserk is dead. It died with Mira. It's over.
Okay, then.
And now I'm probably never going to have guts on Blood Royale because of this. Because it's over. Berserk is done.
Series knew just how tough it was to kill these things and were instantly drawn to see who would come out on top. Unfortunately, the film would not be the mother of all alien showdowns that we were hoping for. Instead, fans got a lot of painful B-movie acting, a lack of compelling fight scenes, plus throw in a bunch of obvious dialogue for good measure, and they had a swarm of hopeful fans yawning their way out of the theaters. Number 3, The Golden Compass.
Ouch.
Based on the first book in Philip Pullman's best-selling series, His Dark Materials, The Golden Compass focuses on an orphan girl's journey to save her kidnapped friend. Along the way, she encounters an armored polar bear, witches, and the despicable ablation.
I don't know about this because I know people who love this movie.
Apparently, it's a piss-poor adaptation of its source material.
Board who are secretly experimenting on children in their attempts to get a better understanding on the properties of a magical substance referred to in the world as dust. The books offered everything a fan of the fantasy adventure novels could ask for. Sadly, though, the film would not live up to the same.
This might just be a coincidence, but I swear if Rooster Teeth stole their dust idea from the Golden Compass, I'm going to lose it. I'm sick and tired of Rooster Teeth stealing ideas and then failing to do anything interesting with it.
It wouldn't be surprising considering they stole ideas from other people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already pissed off enough they stole the fucking gunblade technology from Final Fantasy. Yes, I'm aware that gunblades exist in real life, but let's be honest, they blatantly stole that idea from Final Fantasy, and that pisses me off. You're not Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 12 is better than you, Ruby. Yeah, I said it. Final Fantasy 12 is better than Ruby.
Also, at least Bob
success as the
Banks
books.
will
The film would fail to make any lasting impressions and led to the studio cancelling plans to the other books in the series becoming movies. Number 2, X-Men: The Last Stand. 2 years prior to the incredible success of Iron Man, Marvel released the disappointing third installment in the X-Men series. Fans of the series were positive that The Last Stand would be just as successful as the last 2 predecessors and were excited to see the Dark Phoenix arc as an integral part of the story. Unfortunately, it looked like the film was doomed to disappoint from the start. The director and the writers from the first 2 films left to work on other projects, and the studio was struggling to find replacements, as all of their top picks were committed to other films. The result was a film that was panned by fans and critics for its mediocre screenplay, and was labelled the weakest of the 3 films. Number 1, Solo: A Star Wars Story. Solo: A Star Wars Story focuses on Han's early adventures 10 years prior to the original Star Wars.
Nobody asked for this movie, so shouldn't you be putting The Last Jedi on here or something? Or wait, I forgot, you suck Rian Johnson's dick. I'm sure you probably invite him over to plow you up the ass, don't you?
Kim, I think I'm going to sleep now for some reason. Is that okay if I can take a rest now?
So
Kim,
yeah, I would say Solo had approximately 0 potential.
Yeah. Kim,
Any Star Wars movie that doesn't have a potential lightsaber duel in it is a waste in my mind.
Kim, would that be okay if I can actually take a rest now? I'm getting tired now. It's almost.
Didn't I just tell you go if you need to?
All right then. Good night, Kim, and good night, guys. I'll be back in the future. See ya.
I actually have an unpopular opinion. I actually think that Ali Larder played an amazing Claire Redfield and could have been a great Claire Redfield had she been given a better script. I actually really like Ali Larder as Claire Redfield, and I'm disappointed that they're not having her come back to play Claire Redfield in the reboot. That makes me sad. I loved Ali Larder as Claire Redfield. I think Ali Larder can make a great Claire Redfield. She's got the sarcastic tone of Claire Down. She's got the look of Claire Down. She makes Claire look fucking gorgeous because Ali Larder is a good-looking woman. And she's a pretty solid actress. I think that Ali Larder is very underrated. I would love to see her come back as Claire Redfield, but that'll probably never happen.
Star Wars trilogy. As he reluctantly becomes part of a heist within the criminal underworld, Han would come to meet Chewbacca and acquire the Millennium Falcon from our good old boy, Lando Calrissian. However, the final product did more to undermine the main character than it did to make them stand out as the likable rogue everyone had come to know Han by. Instead of highlighting any of Solo's skills or natural abilities, he just comes across as being insanely lucky or having things given to him with little or no effort. The film also went out of its way to focus more on new characters like L3 and Han's love interest Kira, instead of focusing on the character the film is named after. Ultimately, Solo was a story that was screaming with potential, but was screwed up so badly that it became the first Star Wars film to lose money at the box office. So there you go, 10 films that wasted incredible potential. Don't forget to give us a like and a...
Yeah, their gaming channel has some really cringy stuff on there.
Oh, I know. There's a lot of stuff. Sadly, it sucks that it took us so long to get to What Culture. Because I don't know if we're going to get to cover as many of their videos as I did with Watch Mojo. We'll try to see, though.
Like one of the videos, like 10 video games you regret telling about your kids.
Here's a hot take for you. Koyakatsu Party is one of the greatest video games ever made. Bite me. And it's one of the greatest video games ever made because it's a porn game. It's one of the best porn games ever made. And it has one of the best character creators of all time. You can try to disprove me, but you can't. You
can't.
Nope.
What's this?
Basically, they go on about, it's offensive. This game's too violent. These games are misogynistic, like Lollipop Chainsaw.
Lollipop, do people understand that Lollipop Chainsaw is meant to be a parody of characters like that? Do not understand that you're not supposed to take Juliet Starling seriously? She's meant to make fun of characters like Juliet Starling. You're not supposed to take her seriously, you dumb shits. That just proves that these people just don't understand anything. Oh, God. A J.J. Abrams Superman film. Let the nightmares begin.
Now, they already got a new Superman series coming out, and it's being made by the person who made the new She-Ra.
Ugh. Why do these people keep getting work?
And then they made Lois Lane look like some kind of Tumblrite. And apparently, they're also making her non-binary.
I hate it when people like to try to say that shows like She-Ra are not propaganda. They'll say the same thing about this Superman series. How is it not propaganda? You're just trying to force a bunch of identity politics down the throats of children. Oh, it's not propaganda. We just want to have a gay character. What's wrong with having a gay character? Well, there's nothing inherently wrong with having a gay character. Kudomo Jiken has a gay character, but here's the thing. There's more to Kuro's character than just being gay. And Kodomo Jiken is not fucking propaganda. Its stories and characters come before any kind of messages. And the messages are pretty solid, and don't try to shove Watashi's politics up your ass. Fucking retards. I fucking hate these people. I hate them so much.
Yeah, it really pisses me off.
Stop trying to use beloved characters to force politics down people's throat. Nobody cares about your politics. I, as a writer, know that nobody's going to give a flying fuck about any politics in massive quotations because I'm not really political. I know they're not going to give a fuck about any of my political agendas. So I'm not going to bother to put any political agendas in my fucking shows because there's no fucking point, and it's just going to pointlessly piss people off for no reason. Like, these people are so fucking arrogant and egotistical. It's pathetic. Just tell a fucking story. Why is that so difficult? Ranking every Final Destination film from worst to best. Of course, they don't acknowledge the novels. Fucking fuckheads.
They probably don't even know.
Oh, they probably don't know. That's why I'm going to be doing something different. When I cover the Final Destination movies, I'm going to actually talk about the novels once I finish them all. Currently, I'm on Dead Reckoning. Hopefully, the 80s slasher librarian can get the other two novels, End of the Line and Final Destination Zero, up on his channel.
Yeah. Well, maybe they didn't know there were novels. I didn't know there were novels until you told me about their existence. And this is what culture, and they don't exactly do good research.
I mean, you can literally find out about the novel's existence by just simply going on the Final Destination wiki.
I have a feeling I know exactly how this is going to go down. Also, I really wish people would stop taking non-binary seriously. Non-binary means nothing. Even non-binary people can't agree on what non-binary means. Non-binary just means whatever these attention seekers want it to mean.
Without a doubt, the Final Destination franchise is one of the most unique franchises in the history of the horror genre, and I'm not even taking the mick, I absolutely do genuinely love it. Every single movie is giddily enjoyable self-aware nonsense, focused intently on serving up hilariously convoluted and at times genuinely horrifying death scenes. But not all of those death scenes are created equal, and this project might end up being the death of me, but today I want to dive into every single death scene in the entire series and separate the wheat from the chaff. I'm Josh from WhatCulture.com, and this is ranking every Final Destination death from worst to best. Number 45, the off-screen death by Brick, Final Destination 2. The default worst death in the entire series is unquestionably the off-screen demise of Alex Browning.
Oh, ranking every Final Destination death from worst to best. Oops. Also, I agree, this death thing was retarded. Killing Alex Browning off screen in between movies is dog shit. I don't know who thought that was a good idea.
No, I still kind of want to see that one, though.
You do? Yeah, I'll think about it. It wasn't what I thought it was, and I don't know if I feel like going through all the kills one by one.
That's fine. I'll probably watch it later on my own.
Maybe. We'll see. I'm having a difficult time trying to find anything worth a shit because you suck so much, What Culture. At least Watch Mojo is good at being shitty and knowing how to clickbait people. Even if it is annoying as hell.
So there's a good chance you'll probably find something on their gaming channel.
Yeah, I might move on to one of their other channels if I can't find anything worth a damn on here. I know I'll find some stuff in the horror section of their channel that'll piss me off. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm glad I never seen What Culture talk about anime.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen them cover it, outside of maybe a couple of token lists on their website.
Yeah. Unless they'll probably eventually end up making an anime channel like they have a bunch of other 9 million other channels. Like What Culture Horror, What Culture MMA.
That's because after seeing what happened to Watch Mojo, they probably know that the anime community would clown them hard. Yeah, I can't find anything on that channel that's worth a damn. Let's see here. The worst sacrifices in WWE. Huh? Body horror movie fates worse than death. Why does it have to be specifically body horror, you jerk-offs? That's how you know you're desperate to make a video.
Oh, I'm having a problem here where Ross's comment won't leave my screen.
Oh, that's my fault. I forgot to take it off the screen. Don't worry, that's my bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm in control of that. Sorry. All right.
Let's see what she got.
Please don't disappoint me, because otherwise I'm just going to have to go back to shitting on Watch Mojo, because at least they consistently piss me off.
I guess this shows that What Culture does, have more credibility than Watch Mojo.
It's not really that they have more credibility. It's just that they're not as good as pissing people off as Watch Mojo is.
Yeah.
Because when they do make a video that's really bad, it pisses you off. Really, dream sequences. Like, most of these videos are just not even worth watching because they're just a waste. Top 10 most terrifying horror movie villains you've never heard of. Really? They're gonna reference Clown? That shitty movie?
Dracula, the Wolfman, Leatherface, Damien, Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees, Jigsaw. The list of iconic horror movie villains goes on and on and on. And that's because in horror, the villains are the star. However, there are plenty of great horror movie villains out there that nobody ever really talks about. But they're all capable of terrifying you if you give them a chance. I'm Josh from WhatCulture.com, and these are the 8 most terrifying horror movie villains you've never heard of. Number 8, Francisca, My Mother. The villain of The Eyes of My Mother, Francisca, initially starts out as the sympathetic protagonist. When she was young, Francisca opened the door to a stranger who in turn forced his way into her family home and brutally killed her mother. It turns out that this traumatic event wasn't good for Francisca's development though, and she grows up twisted, befriending her mother's killer and treating him like a human plaything, even slicing out his eyes and vocal cords just for a laugh. Following the death of her father, Francisca descends even further into madness, keeping his corpse in the house Norman Bates style. Eventually, she graduates from cuddling corpses to murdering civilians and stealing babies. She's one of the most disturbed villains on this list, and every time you think she's reached her violent peak, she just surprises you with something even more ghastly. Number 7, Kent the Clown. There are plenty of killer clown movies out there. There are killer clowns from out.
Clown sucked, okay? Seriously, fuck off.
Never heard of this movie.
I've told you about this movie.
Yeah. That's what I remember now.
Yeah, this movie is really bad. Don't bother with Clown. The Clown has some of the dumbest decisions ever made by characters. Its premise is an interesting idea, except when you realize that this movie ripped off a plot from Goosebumps, it immediately destroys any credibility this film had. Oh, wait. No. I just realized something. Clown ripped off an episode of My Life as a Teenage Robot. Does anyone remember that episode where XJ9 gets that skin that turns her into a normal human being, and then it starts to take over her? Well, Clown does the same thing. What the fuck? Somebody beat the shit out of the guy who made this movie.
Out of space, there are killer clowns that turn into lepers, and there are killer clowns that go on to fight people dressed in bat outfits. However, few are as inventive as the tragically uninventively titled Clown. From director John Watts, yep, that's future Spider-Man director and Marvel mainstay John Watts, Clown tells the genuinely horrifying tale of a man, Kent, who puts on a cursed clown outfit to entertain his children. The next thing he knows, a lot like the symbiote in Spider-Man, come to think of it, the costume becomes a part of him, and slowly transforms him into a clown-looking monster out to devour children. Now, that premise does sound totally daft, but take one look at this guy in full transformation mode and tell me that this ain't nightmare fuel. It's a testament to the film's success that it takes a setup about a costume turning its protagonist into a deranged cannibalistic demon and turns it into a gross and completely effective horror. Like, seriously, I just put this on one day thinking it would be trash, and I couldn't believe how much I got into it. Give it a go if you can. Number 6, Azazel Fallen. Incredibly underrated director Gregory Hoblet doesn't seem to make many feature films anymore. That's a crying shame, though, because Fallen, his serial killer chiller from 1998 starring Denzel Washington, is an overlooked movie made all the more wonderful for being completely unexpected. Here, Detective John Hobbs is present when deranged murderer Edgar Reese is executed for his crimes. He knows he's dead, but the thing is, these same crimes are continuing to be committed. That's because it turns out that Reese wasn't the killer. Well, not technically. His hands committed the deeds, sure, but the demon possessing him was the true killer the whole time. The true culprit, the demon Azazel, has been killing people for thousands of years, cheerfully passing on in the air to take over his next victim whenever the hell he feels like it. Unable to possess Hobbs for some unexplainable reason, well, I suppose it wouldn't be much of a movie if he did, Azazel decides to hound him to his death instead. Whether it's Elias Koteas playing him with a shuffling, cackling glee, James Gandolfini grinning that familiar Tony Soprano crooked grin, or John Goodman's vast inhuman amusement, the tone and quality of the character shines through. Azazel is an unrepentant bastard, and you'll be absolutely terrified of him. Number 5, The Man Under the Bed, Terrified. While it can't quite keep the momentum up for its full runtime, Terrified more than lives up to its name through its vignette structure story about a haunted neighborhood. With its different segments, there are actually a few villains of note, including the corpse of a child who you never ever want to take your eyes off. However, it's the lanky humanoid apparition who haunts the admittedly goofy poster who by far steals the show. In the movie, this presence is far from a laughing matter, and the first act concerns a man who's convinced he's being haunted. After encountering some spooky goings-ons, he does what every haunted house protagonist does and sets up a camera to record his room while he's unconscious. Unluckily for him, it turns out that a terrifying creature has literally been living under his bed, crawling out at night to watch him sleep and fulfill its murderous impulses. These sequences are perfectly built up, teasing the monster long before you see it, and you'll leave never wanting to check
What?
You may have. I mean, it is what culture after all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
into your bed ever again. Number 4, Peter Buck. While he's best known for giving the world The Exorcist, William Friedkin never stopped making great films, and 2006's Bug is a testament to that fact. This deeply disturbing psychological horror concerns Michael Shannon's war veteran Peter Evans, who strikes up a relationship with a lonely woman living in a motel room called Agnes. Slowly, Peter reveals to her his big secret. He's convinced that during his time in the war, he was part of a sinister government experiment and that they're monitoring him right now. He claims their room is infested with bugs, the literal blood-sucking type, and becomes increasingly violent in his attempts to rid them from his body and the motel at large. Though she initially doesn't see them, and neither does the audience, he convinces his new partner to join in on his delusion, as the pair shut themselves out from the outside world. Shannon's performance, while initially quite endearing, grows to be completely relentless by the end. With his delusion hitting full gear, he becomes nothing more than a psychotic shell of a human, utterly terrifying in his dominance. You wouldn't want to mess with this guy on a regular day, never mind when he thinks you're nothing but a robot sent by the military to get him re-enlisted in a top-secret experiment. Number 3, Simon, Session 9. Brad Anderson's underrated chiller is set in the decaying remains of the real-life Danvers State Hospital, the very same asylum that inspired H.P. Lovecraft's Arkham Sanatorium. It's about a group of asbestos removal men who are sent to the abandoned hospital but discover a box containing tapes of the hypnotherapy sessions conducted with one of the more bizarre patients, a murderer with dissociative identity disorder. The tapes reveal a child called Mary Hobbs killed her entire family when she was just 14 years old. One of her personas, the princess, is sweet and childlike, while another, Billy, tries to protect her from remembering the things that might distress her, which includes Simon. The Simon persona possessed Mary, and now it's jumped to one of the men in the asylum and is repeating the same homicidal activities. Though nothing more concrete than a voice, his bruised, slightly upper-class accent on that final tape describing the horror he put Mary through is harrowing as all hell. And that's nothing compared to the events he orchestrates in the film itself. Number 2, Dr. Philip Decker / Old Buttonface, Nightbreed. I don't know why, but there's something really satisfying about finding out that one of your favorite performers or artists is also...
This one doesn't have a lot going on.
Yeah, it's not bad, but it's not something that pisses us off.
Yeah, a lot of what culture videos just turn out to be kind of bland.
Yeah, it was okay, I guess. So they may have like a top 10 offensive horror movies that should be banned or something like that.
Oh dear. Oh my. This can't be good.
No community has made better use of the perilous freedoms of the internet than furries, but horror is a close second. Just take a look at Channel Zero for starters, a TV series based on adaptations of the creepiest stories drawn from the internet's murky depths. And pages like the No Sleep subreddit are prime examples.
I need to remember to watch Channel Zero's adaptation of No End House to make sure they didn't fuck it up.
Yeah. I really hope that they make a movie of 1999. That's one of my favorite internet horror stories.
They need to make a movie of the fucking Harbinger experiment. The fact that nobody has done that pisses me off.
Yeah, they both need to be made into a movie.
Of how the internet cultivates the best terrors together, allowing amateur writers to flex their creative muscles and bring about terrifying viral sensations in the process. Right for translating to screen. I am Slender Ash from What Culture Horror, and these are 9 internet horror stories that should be movies. 9. What the f*** is going on in Pinal County, Arizona? First appearing as a post on the No Sleep subreddit in November 2014 from Throw Far Far Away AZ, this creepy case is written from the perspective of a local resident from Mammoth in Arizona. The author explains how a mysterious virus has been running rife in the town, first causing an old woman to drop down dead with blood pouring out her eyes, before moving on to children and even babies. According to the story, the virus continues to run riot and becomes so devastating that bodies begin piling up on the sides of the roads. The authorities impose strict rules on people being allowed in or out of the town, and according to the tale, do a great job in keeping it from going public. Obviously, it makes for a creepy scene, but the true extent in which this tale grips people can really be witnessed in what has happened since. Almost overnight after posting, Mammoth's offices, businesses, and residents were flooded with hundreds of calls from people all around the world, asking about the supposed outbreak and piles of corpses littering this small town's streets. 8. Correspondence. Recent horror movies have capitalized on social media as a fresh new way of doubling down on scares, but correspondence is the OG. User Bloodstains tells the story via an email chain between 2 old friends, Sean and Ross, with things starting out relatively normal as the 2 men exchange pleasantries, and Sean explains how he's going to go to a party one evening. However, things begin to take a strange turn. Lost on their way home, Sean and his girlfriend Amanda end up asking for directions at a small house. Despite not getting an answer, they see an old woman standing by one of the windows staring back out at them. Later on, they find the same old woman standing in the middle of the road, waiting for them. Things soon spiral out of control for Sean, but it doesn't end there. Correspondence has been going since 2011 and continually posts snippets of conversation that reveal deeper and stranger happenings bubbling away under the surface. 7. Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone. It's safe to say that some things haven't aged too well over the course of human history, with the traditional fun fair on the outskirts of town perhaps being one of the better examples of something once considered fun and innocent turning unsettling. And The Mystery of Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone by Red Grin is one such example of this in action. The story is set around a couple of interviews with 2 local residents, Will and Caroline, recalling what they remember about the infamous Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone. A special fun fair that no one was ever able to track down, the legend is that Uncle Jerry lures the local children to his red slide, where they would all eventually end up disappearing. Describing the trauma that came with discovering the true nature of Uncle Jerry's Fun Zone and the horrors that lay within, this tale contains so many jarring twists and turns that it would be an absolute waste to not see it brought to life. 6. I'm a 911 operator, just had the most terrifying call. Phone calls to emergency services have been a staple in the world of horror for as long as anyone can remember, but they are still one of the most effective.
This is the big problem with What Culture. They do good at giving you a thumbnail that'll piss you off into watching the video, and then the video is just mostly a bunch of inoffensive nothing.
Yeah.
They never go through with the rage bait.
Ways of setting up a creepy premise. It's this idea of a system designed to send help being completely powerless against whatever evil force the story pits them up against that really gets under our skin. Higgs Thunder posted a story of a strange and terrifying call to 911 back in 2015 about a man who had wandered into someone's garden. The story is told mainly from the perspective of the call operator who can do nothing except listen on, as the man goes from just standing and stumbling outside his house to doing a handstand, and then pressing his face up against the glass and revealing an unnerving smile. It is a truly weird image, and the story goes to great lengths to explain the strange expression and huge teeth possessed by the stranger. It's very similar to 2 AM The Smiling Man, which we already know works on screen from seeing the short film that was designed around it. A creepy-looking stranger doing a handstand and smiling maniacally really is an image that will keep audiences up at night, and one that could be fleshed into an incredibly sinister feature. 5. The Limping Woman. Right from the very first word, Pippinacious' no-sleep story on the limping woman is creepy and gripping. The story opens on the drag and click of her feet, and the explanation that is how someone can tell when she is following behind them. The limping woman is the local urban legend of the author's hometown, a tale filled with tragedy. A kind and beautiful teacher in her youth, the woman was followed home and had her leg snapped by a pursuer before being killed. The legend says that when someone is out walking alone on a dark night and they hear the dragging of the limping woman behind them, the last thing they should ever do is turn around and answer her pleas for help. Pippinacious' story of the limping woman follows two girls exploring the mystery of the local legend, eager to uncover whether or not there is any truth behind the tale. The chills, creepiness, and ultimately the horrific tragedy of the limping woman and her tale are developed in a terrific way in this subreddit classic. 4. Grandma's light is always on. There is something particularly creepy about the typical design of an old woman's home in the world of horror. The emptiness, the dusty shelves, the outdated furniture covered in sickly plastic sheets, all combine to create a seriously eerie setting. And it is this trope that Saint's No Sleep story makes stunning use of. The main character opens up the story by explaining that their grandma used to own a distinctive lamp in her house that was always on. She keeps this lamp beautifully maintained, changing the bulb every week, and is particularly horrified when the author turns it off one day. Explained as being a ghost light, the story dabbles in old-world superstitions of ghosts that remain in a location long after death. Franchises such as Paranormal Activity, Insidious, and The Conjuring have shown just how lasting modern ghost tales can be. And Grandma's Light is always on could make for a fresh new addition to this excellent lineup. 3. The Quiet Neighbor. But Fillmore is quite possibly the kind of neighbor that nightmares are made of. Pippinacious' story explains how Fillmore, despite only being in the area for some time, has already carved out a seriously infamous reputation. One resident says they've seen him screeching at children in the past.
Okay, so we reach the end and we get 2 creepypastas. And one of them wasn't even originally a creepypasta.
Yeah, Jeff the Killer and this guy.
Yeah. Also, oh my God, What Culture? You do know that Have You Seen This Man is just a marketing campaign for a movie, right? You dumbasses. And fuck Jeff the Killer. You not know that Jeff the Killer is now on the Troll Pasta Wiki? Dumbasses.
Another is certain he tried to run one down in his car. The story kicks off with the author, Liz, and her brother tossing around a baseball in their garden until it lands in Fillmore's next door. It's an opening to a typical Disney film rather than a horror story. But things soon take a strange turn when rumours about Fillmore's wife start to swirl around the town. According to certain residents, the wife can sometimes be seen standing as a silhouette in one of the house's windows, motionless, watching the world outside. It's definitely a creepy, unsettling image on its own, but the tale of Mr. and Mrs. Phillimore is one of the most jarring and suspenseful on the internet right now, and it would be great seeing this strange story taken onto the big screen. 2. Jeff the Killer. Anyone who has had any sort of interaction online in recent years has run into the ghastly face of Jeff the Killer at least once. This monster comes complete with burnt eyebrows, a pair of hollow eyes, and a bloodthirsty smile carved into his face, and pops up in some of the darkest reaches of the internet. He is also a cold-blooded sociopath, as the name probably suggests. Jeff's origins lie deep in the annals of creepypasta history, and
he's a shitty fucking Michael Myers wannabe. And even that's being too generous. Jeff the Killer sucks.
is born from a story supposedly based on true events. A troubled teen during his youthful days, Jeff's fragile mental state snaps, and eventually leads him to giving in to his homicidal tendencies. One of the most startling creepypastas on the internet for its use of pictures, not only does Jeff the Killer score big in the scares, but his popularity online has led to plenty of background stories and further lore expanding on this sadistic character. From changing appearances, new and more brutal ways of killing, to even a showdown with the Slender Man himself, the opportunities for a big studio are endless. 1. Have you seen this man? In comparison to what it is today, the internet of the mid-2000s was far less refined and fact-checked, meaning wild conspiracy theories could run absolutely rife with its users. Arguably the biggest of these conspiracies was Have You Seen This Man? That ran rampant from 2008. In New York City, a patient at a psychiatric hospital drew a picture of a man who had been supposedly visiting her in her dreams. Within a couple of weeks, the picture had gone viral and was followed by over 2,000 people from all around the world coming forward and saying that they too had seen this man in their dreams. Though the face and also the website it appeared on would eventually be debunked and announced as a hoax, the level of hysteria this one image caused was unlike anything else that had come before. Even today, there's just something uniquely disturbing about the way the man looks that some people swear down they have seen him before. Apparently, the man's face is specially designed to look like all things humans find disturbing, and unlock some of the specific memories they might have buried. Either way, there are endless opportunities to put this man on the big screen and capitalize on his eerily familiar weirdness. Have you seen this man? And that's our list.
I hate you, what culture?
Yeah, I hate them too.
A movie. Fucking idiots.
Fucking what culture? Of course, I didn't expect them to do the research for Have You Seen This Man?
Yep. All you gotta do is just do a little bit of research. Just go on fucking Scare Theater's channel.
Well, that's most what culture videos in a nutshell.
Not particularly offensive, but unfulfilling.
What culture is the equivalent of McDonald's?
Yep. Yeah, not offensive.
It's not good, but it doesn't offend you either. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some digging. It's hard. You have to look so fucking hard to find some of their really bad videos. Like, they're so inconsistent. First, they say that 10 scary moments in terrible horror movies, but they also say that Final Destination 5 is an underrated horror movie. So which is it? What culture? Is it underrated or is it a terrible movie? Dumbasses.
Yeah, and they probably would say, well, a bad movie could be underrated. No, it can't. Underrated means something that's good, that's not popular.
Yeah. For example, Kodomo no Jiken is underrated.
So, guess that's all their videos.
Wow, what a joke. Okay, let me see if I can find something on their shitty fucking website. If not, we might have to go back to Wrestle Talk or something. Or at least go back to their wrestling videos.
You can check out their gaming channels because they got some shit on there.
Let me see if I can find it. Because I'm disappointed they didn't have enough offensive horror-themed videos. Good. Fuck you, Velveteen Dream. Get out of here. Most annoying final girls in horror movie history. Okay, this might actually be worth something.
We all love a good final girl. Laurie Strode, Sally Hardesty, and Ellen Ripley are...
However, if they don't mention the final girl from Green Inferno, I'm going to lose it. The final girl from Green Inferno sucks.
Green Inferno? I don't think I've ever heard of that movie.
You know exactly what the Green Inferno is. Remember when I raged about Eli Roth?
Oh yeah, I remember now. I just forgot its name.
Yeah, Green Inferno is that garbage movie that's trying to be Cannibal Holocaust.
Okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about. I just forgot its name.
Me and my ex used to talk about this a lot. She also used to have dreams about being a film director. Well, she's never consistent with her dreams. One minute she wants to be a marine biologist, then she wants to be a film director. I don't know. But we once thought about the prospect of what a Kodomo no Jiken movie could have been like. And I would be very interested if someone had the balls to make a Kodomo no Jiken movie. Rather live action or just an anime movie. Because Kodomo no Jiken tackles some pretty good themes that are worth exploring. Like, taboo premise aside, it is a goldmine of interesting themes, plot lines, and just good characters. There's a lot of interesting stuff in Kodomo no Jiken that doesn't get talked about.
Yeah, they could have
one of the greatest portrayals of depression I've ever seen in an anime.
Yeah, and if they do have a movie, they could have it starring Aoki and Ren's child, and maybe have them going through similar experiences as Ren and Aoki did.
Maybe.
That's why I hate it when people try to compare that garbage movie Cuties to Kodomo no Jiken, because I want to make this perfectly clear. Because I tried to avoid the Cuties controversy for good reason. Cuties wants to be Kodomo no Jiken. I'm going to make that perfectly clear right now. Even if the creator tries to say that she's never heard of Kodomo no Jiken, I am convinced from her movie that she wants so badly to be Kodomo no Jiken, but she failed so hard. I always find it funny when a piece of media tries to be Kodomo no Jiken and face plants into the fucking ground. I could literally make a top 10 list of pieces of media that tried to mimic Kodomo no Jiken and failed miserably.
That'd be an interesting video.
Mm-hmm. You'd be surprised. Like, for people who want to say that Kodomo no Jiken is shit and all that, need I remind you that there are so many fucking pieces of fiction that have tried to rip off Kodomo no Jiken. So for such a terrible anime, there's sure a lot of people that want to be like Senpai, and they almost never work. Ever. In fact, one of the videos I want to do sometime is Kodomo no Jiken versus that Kodomo no Jiken knockoff I showed you. That even had the audacity to rip off scenes from Kodomo no Jiken frame by frame, but missing the fucking context behind them. That made them great in Kodomo no Jiken. Mimi is a lot of people's favorite characters. Even people that hate Kodomo no Jiken, they'll usually say that they like Mimi. She's possibly the most innocent and lovable character. Rin is supposed to be a controversial character, and Kuro's supposed to be a bitch. Although Kuro succeeds a little too well at the bitch part.
Yeah. Mimi is kind of like Butters.
Yep. She is basically anime's answer to Butters. She's just absolutely precious. And she has possibly the second best story arc outside of Rin, of course, because Rin is just an absolute titan within her series. She overshadows pretty much all the other characters. Rin, you could literally make a movie just about Rin, and it would be just as interesting because she's such a fascinating character. I want to do a video essay and character study on Rin one day because she's such a great character. In fact, one premise, we'll take a brief intermission. I almost said insurrection. But one of the ideas I came up with for an anime I'd like to create in the future is it's essentially Kodomo no Jiken, but it's what if Kodomo no Jiken went down the dark path that was teased in the anime and manga. And it would be a horror series that has a lot of satire surrounding how our society treats children. And it shows a version of what Rin could have become if she gave in to those darker feelings that she harbored deep inside of her. And she even has a catchphrase that's meant to mock certain people, where she'll tease people by saying, "Don't worry, I'm just a child, a stupid child," while murdering someone in a gruesome way. And almost always invariably getting away with it. So yeah, it's basically a horror version of Kodomo no Jiken. But it tells a slightly different story, because obviously I'm not trying to step on Watashi's toes by any means. I'm just presenting an interesting what if. And it's also meant to be an excuse to have lots of satire about how our society treats children, and it's meant to have a lot of satire towards lolly characters in general. But yeah, I would give mad props to anyone who had the guts to make a Kodomo no Jiken movie. But I doubt anyone would have the guts to do that, and they'd probably fail at it anyway. Unless they had Watashia breathing down their neck.
Absolute legends. Just makes us hate annoying final girls even more, though.
Because Kodomo no Jiken is not just a great story, but it also has lots of great satire.
within it if you're willing to take a deeper look. It has a lot to say about how we treat children, among other things. Rin is a glorious character. Like, even people that have never seen Kodomo no Jiken know who Rin is. Like I always say, she is to lollies what Astolfo is to traps.
The queen.
Yep.
Except if I'm being perfectly honest, Rin is probably a more interesting character than Astolfo. Astolfo makes for better memes, but Rin makes for a more interesting, serious character that you could absolutely study for hours and never run out of material. Even the character that I find to be the weakest of the trio, Kuro, is still an interesting character. And I find her to be the weakest of the three. But here's what I will say. If we could have 2 live-action adaptations of Lolita, why not make a live-action adaptation of Kodomo no Jiken? I mean, it'd probably be dumb because using real children would be incredibly problematic. That's one of the main reasons why Cuties failed. But you could make an anime movie of it. Although I would argue you could just take the approach that Orphan took, and that movie was pretty good. I think Orphan is an underrated slasher with an interesting premise.
Second there, I thought you were talking about the anime Orphan, because there's also an anime. It's called Orphan.
Oh no, I'm talking about. I don't know if I've ever told you about Orphan, but there's this slasher movie called Orphan. It's one of those. It's presented as one of those evil child movies.
Yeah, I've actually heard of that one. I was confused.
From What Culture Horror, and these are the 10 most annoying final girls in horror movie history. Number 10, Natalie, Birdemic, Shock and Terror. James Noonan's infamous romantic horror about an army of killer birds with acidic blood was gripping, terrifying, and wrapped up with a plethora of immersive visuals. Okay, so maybe it's not the best film ever made. However, even in a movie ranked as the 5th worst of all time according to IMDb, Final Girl Natalie manages to stand out as a real low point. Wooden and whiny are not the best qualities for a horror movie Final Girl, but there are few out there who nail both of these traits quite like Natalie. An apparent lingerie model who supposedly
quick, now that I think about it, if someone did have the balls and was crazy enough to try to make a Kodomo no Jiken live action, you're going to have a hard time trying to find an actor to fill the shoes of Rin. That actor is going to have one hell of a role to play.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Kuro wouldn't be too difficult, same with Mimi, but Rin would be a tough role to fill in. Because she's definitely the most layered and complex character of the entire series.
Of a lifetime with Victoria's Secret, Natalie goes throughout the entire film either delivering out of place lines, complaining about something, or going the complete opposite way and being this unstoppable force of positivity when it couldn't be more obvious that this isn't the time for it. Whitney Moore portrays Natalie in both Birdemic Shock and Terror and its sequel Birdemic Resurrection, though undoubtedly very few people have managed to stomach her in both performances. Number 9, Laurie, Freddy vs. Jason. The general consensus about Freddy vs. Jason is that for a showdown between two of horror's biggest baddies, it's a pretty wild ride, but everything else in the film is pretty awful. The visuals are painfully early 2000s, and its characters, other than Freddy or Jason, are some of the most annoying the genre has ever thrown up. And Final Girl Laurie is the worst.
No offense, but what do you expect from slasher movie characters? Slasher movie characters are always cannon fodder. And they're always the type of characters you want to see killed off. It's one of the reasons why Final Destination stood out by not giving us characters that completely sucked. Well, then the sequels happened, but that's another story. Alex Browning and Clear Rivers are still two of the most solid slasher movie protagonists we've ever gotten. That's why it's a shame that they had to be killed off. Oh, well, at least we still have Bloodworth.
Part of the new generation of Elm Street teens who had forgotten about Freddy Krueger and his crimes.
Oh,
Laurie
everybody agrees that Freddy vs. Jason was awesome.
Until the group
Nobody except the most fucking petty motherfuckers thinks that Freddy vs. Jason is bad. Freddy vs. Jason is fucking awesome. Freddy vs. Jason is how to do a versus movie correctly. If someone told me how to do a good versus movie, Freddy vs. Jason would be it. Because everyone always just says, well, why isn't the whole movie just Freddy versus Jason fighting? Well, because that would get boring pretty quickly. It's about having a nice setup to one epic final showdown. And that's what we get. We get one teaser fight, and then we get a final showdown that's built up to and is fucking awesome. Seriously, that battle is fucking great. I want to find a way to review Freddy vs. Jason someday. That fight is incredible. Fights like the battle in Freddy vs. Jason is what Death Battle wishes they could make. Death Battle wishes they could have something as epic as Freddy vs. Jason, but they'll never have it because they're too fucking lazy.
Yeah, they're more likely to do something like Jason.
Killers. She spends all of her screen time drifting off into the background or murmuring some gibberish about the situation at hand, hardly contributing anything helpful to either the other characters or the audience watching on. Seriously, just try and listen to her. Freddy died by fire. Jason died by water. How can we use that? I don't know, Laurie. How about you try using your brain? Or, welcome to my world, bitch. These lines give you an idea of exactly why Laurie makes her way onto this list. Number 8. Rios. The Descent Part 2. One of the biggest reasons why The Descent was such a great entry into the horror genre was its all-female cast. Every single member of the group of friends who delved
okay.
deep
So
into the
now
North
it makes
Carolina mountains was
because it's all female. Oh my god.
Well, that does seem like something what culture would say. Remember, what culture really loves the women's revolution. And they really love Sasha Banks.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, again, we know that they're total SJWs.
Yep. Like, the fact that it's all female is irrelevant. It's the characters that matter. It could have been a cast of all males, and literally nothing would be different.
both likable and extremely resourceful, with all of them being given enough screen time to show off their personalities and convey these things naturally. And while the sequel does try to recapture a lot of that magic by bringing back the two main characters from the group in Sarah and Juno, it falls flat on its face when it comes to the likes of Ellen Rios, technically the film's final girl. Introduced as a local sheriff deputy who joins up with the next batch of would-be crawler victims, Rios has very little going for her in terms of development and only really exists in the film as someone Sarah can lead around and explain what's going on to. She absolutely disappears when she's next to the two final girls from the original, and the fact she's the last one standing out of the entire group is genuinely staggering. The Descent Part 2's ending might be controversial for horror fans, but seeing Rios tossed back to the crawlers at the end is certainly a moment most audiences can absolutely get behind. Number 7. Michelle, Leatherface, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Out of all the films in the Texas Chainsaw series, the third entry might just be the most forgettable one going. It doesn't have the low-budget documentary style of the original, the gloss of the Leatherface prequel, or the dark comedy of Texas Chainsaw 2. It doesn't even have the insanity of The Next Generation to keep us at least interested. It's literally just another charmless look at the depravity of Leatherface and the Sawyer family. Sadly, its characters are also some of the most forgettable in the series as well, with final girl Michelle coming in as one of the worst of these. Introduced as being stuck up and disloyal to her boyfriend, Michelle is constantly moaning as her road trip through the Texan countryside begins to go wrong. She goes from whiny to disappearing altogether when the real hero of the film, Benny, turns up. Michelle is pretty much just a character the writers can use to put through the usual dosage of misery and torture that all the films in the series end up relying on. There's not a lot going on with Michelle to root for to begin with, and certainly no arc or development to be seen in the film that will make audiences want to root for her rather than Leatherface and co. Number 6. Angela Vidal, Quarantine. Rec was a 2007 Spanish film that helped revitalize the found footage subgenre. Tense, terrifying, and filled with charismatic characters, it established a legacy as one of the finest releases of its time, spawned its very own franchise, and in Quarantine, its very own remake as well, for better or worse. Some of Rec's co-writers openly expressed their displeasure at just how much of a rip-off Quarantine was of the original. The fact that the film's final girl, Angela Vidal, is another reporter exploring an apartment building filled with people infected with a strange strand of rabies just goes to show how far the similarities stretch. Unfortunately for Quarantine, the only thing it manages to stand out with against the original is just how bland of a character its lead really is. Angela is one of those final girls who offers next to nothing constructive to the team during the runtime, but does at least boast an infuriating amount of time breathing down the camera and then screaming like a hapless damsel in distress. Number 5. Nancy Holbrook, A Nightmare on Elm Street. The 2010 remake of A Nightmare on Elm Street was released during the peak of the horror movie remake
because they
craze
decided
and
to
is
get
easily one of the
someone
worst
to play one of
examples
the
of
most
it at
iconic
work. Jackie
final
L.
girls
Haley
who
gives
doesn't
it
even
his
like
all
horror
as Freddy,
movies.
but the
What
darker
the
tone
fuck
and
kind of
rehashing
bullshit
of
is
all the
that?
things the original did perfectly fine in the first place just make this film feel unnecessary more than anything else. The OG Nancy Thompson might just be one of the best final girls of all time. However, her replacement, Rooney Mara's Nancy Holbrook, is about as far away as it gets to being among the best. In this version of Nightmare, Nancy has gone from
Doesn't even
likeable,
try.
resourceful, and competent to literally the opposite of all these things. Broody and
I
constant.
mean, I may think that Nancy is a little bit overrated as far as final girls go, but come on, it's fucking Nancy. Show some fucking respect to the queen, for God's sake.
Constantly banging on about how she doesn't fit in anywhere. Nancy is led through all the film's developments first by Jesse, then Quentin, and barely goes through anything resembling development over the course of the film. Number 4. Donna Keppel, Prom Night. A wannabe remake of the 1980 classic, Prom
Whatever, I
Night is the
guess.
story of a young woman named Donna Keppel who
Oh,
is
yeah,
hunted
that-
down
that-
by her
this could
former
just show
teacher,
up
a man
in
named
those
Richard Fenton,
Watch
years
those
after he had
videos.
become obsessed
Just
with her and
that-
murdered her entire family.
What-
Brittany
unlike
Snow plays the
Watch
final
Mojo,
girl,
Watch
but
Culture
her
is a little
performance
bit
really
more
crowns off a film that
conservative.
feels far more like a teen drama than an
About
outright bloody
getting you to mildly agree with them, as opposed to Watch Mojo that really just doesn't give a shit.
slasher flick. The whole film is filled to the brim with Donna turning around and crying and complaining. Two traits audiences would expect to see in one of the first victims to get the chop, and not the main hero to follow for the story. The original Prom Night is renowned for its pretty dull story, but its remake really manages to push this to a new level of snorefest. The PG-13 rating for this film certainly doesn't help sell the tension of the situation, which only makes the constant crying coming from Donna all the more infuriating to see throughout the runtime. On top of all of this, Donna doesn't even manage to sandwich in a victory over her own stalker in the film, with Idris Elba's Detective Wynn stealing that honor during the film's finale. Number 3, Sarah Moyer, Halloween Resurrection. Killing off one of the most accomplished actors to ever appear in the franchise and the best final girl during its run in the opening 10 minutes doesn't put Halloween Resurrection in the best starting spot. But Laurie Stone's replacement, Sarah Moyer, really helps hammer the nail into its coffin. Portrayed by Bianca Kajlik in the 2002 disaster of a movie, Sarah is the only female university student to survive the Michael Myers reality show and is again just another character the writers want everyone to think is edgy and different to everyone else. There are subtler and more interesting ways for a screenwriter to do that other than just have a character mop their hair in front of their face, give the odd weird expression, retorted remark, or just spend the entire film looking really sad, but sadly that memo didn't seem to reach Resurrection's writers. Halloween Resurrection is one of the best examples of Hollywood's love for pointless sequels in full effect, and Sarah's character does absolutely nothing to justify things either. Number 2, the girl/Princess Gemstone, Laid to Rest.
What?
2009's Laid to Rest was a decent enough low-budget slasher film, though most of the good points about the movie came from its sinister villain, Chrome Skull. However, it's so often the way in the world of horror that a brilliant baddie can bring out the terrible in a terrible final girl, and that is sadly the case with the girl/Princess Gemstone in Laid to Rest. The girl spends the entire film in this constant cat and mouse game with Chrome Skull. He chases her to a location, she fends him off and runs away, he follows her and tries again, and so on and so forth. All in all, this formula leaves very little time for anything resembling development or an arc for Princess, and Bobby Sue Luther's pretty questionable acting the whole time doesn't help the character's appeal too much either. Given that this was also a movie that had Lena Headey killed off.
Most annoying final girl probably has to be Allie from Dead Man's Hand. She sucks. She sucks so fucking hard.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about her.
Yeah, she just sucks. All the other characters are fine, but she just kind of blows and is a little bit annoying. The only thing memorable about her is the unstoppable fuck machine quote. And that came from her husband, so even then. And the fact that she ends up being the sole survivor at the end is just bullshit. Like, even if she sucks so hard, she doesn't even make any attempts to cheat death. Like, seriously, all she does is she gets off an elevator, she survives one encounter with death, her husband saves her from another death, and then that's it. She makes barely an attempt to save the others from dying. She just sucks. At least Wendy, Claire, and the others were fairly proactive. Especially fucking Chad, Jack, and Amy in Death of the Senses, which were fucking awesome and were two of the most proactive protagonists since Claire and Alex. And it kind of goes without saying, Jack Curtis possibly has to be the best protagonist we've ever gotten in the Final Destination series. Seriously, the fact that not enough people talk about him frustrate me. He was so fucking awesome in that book. Almost every time in the novel when someone was in danger, I always found myself cheering for Jack, and whenever he was in danger, I was always nervous. And whenever Jack succeeded, I would always cheer. Jack is possibly the biggest thorn in Death's side since Bloodworth. That's why it's such a shame. No, wait, I don't want to do that because I'll just spoil the novel, and I genuinely want people to check out Death of the Senses for themselves.
That should be made. There's no escaping thinking what could have been. Laid to Rest has a great villain, some solid visuals for a movie so indie, and a bunch of impressive special effects. But they're all pretty wasted when there's such a wooden final girl screaming and running away from them all the time. And number 1, Bridget, Leprechaun 2. Most of the final girls from the Leprechaun series could have a shot at making their way onto this list. Such is the quality of writing on show in the franchise, but there's just something so undeniably irritating about everything in Leprechaun 2 that it edges out all other competition. The film responsible for pushing the franchise direct to video, Leprechaun 2 doesn't have any of the so bad it's good comedy or wacky storylines and settings that the franchise would become known for, just the exact same plot as the original. And they don't come more detestable than Bridget, the film's final girl who sadly manages to survive the Little Green Tearaway. Introduced as a whiny girlfriend who sabotages her boyfriend's job.
Leprechaun's possibly one of the worst horror series ever.
Well, the thing with Leprechaun is it's basically a movie that basically is built on how shitty that it is, so it's just intentionally shitty. Because the original Leprechaun movie was actually a black comedy for the most part. And it got this reputation as one of those horror movies that's so shitty that it's good. So all the other movies just decided, fuck it. Let's just try to see how shitty we can make things. Let's see if I can find anything on their shitty website.
You're not going to go to their gaming channel?
I haven't been able to find it yet.
What culture gaming? You just put that in the search engine.
This is a random one. 10 creepy wrestling curses. I'm surprised they don't have a single section dedicated to anime on their website. Well, that's good. Eight broken video game weapons, everyone exploited. Interesting. Oh God, I forgot. What Culture's website is one of those garbage websites where you have to click right every time rather than just putting the list all on one convenient page. Dicks.
Of course.
I hate websites that do that. It's so annoying. And you didn't mention the Blood Sword from Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy II. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Go to hell. Shitheads. Why the fuck does What Culture have so many subscribers? Seriously, how do these fucking channels always manage to get so many subscribers? I don't get it. Like, it makes me feel inferior because it's like, what am I doing? Why is it that I have to bust my ass just to get a tiny amount of spike in subscribers? Like, am I doing something wrong, or is it just because the algorithm just favors them? I don't know. Will they mention Sweet Home? Probably not.
It's about 8 convoluted video games, nobody.
Video game narratives.
Narrative.
Let me see something here.
It's happening.
Warriors. So this is just mostly a douchebag in front of a microphone. Yeah, I didn't reference Sweet Home. God damn it. I hate you, What Culture. Boo. Lame. Also, please don't remind me of the RE3 remake. Fuck Capcom for that. How dare you fuck up RE3? Especially because a lot of these What Culture lists are just wasting time.
If only we could find that video of the 10 video games where you regret to tell your kids about.
I could probably just type it up if I feel like it.
Yeah.
Every Resident Evil game ranked. Maybe. Oh God, fuck off. Last of Us 3 will not happen. There's no way they can keep the series going. Resident Evil 9. Excuse me? Oh, hell no. You
Even
better
when a
not
video
do
game
it.
brings you tens or even hundreds of hours of joy,
swear to
it can
fuck.
all be undone in an instant with an ending that doesn't live up to everything you've invested. These endings quite literally took players' breath away with their intensity, their brutality, and their creativity, in turn lodging themselves deep in gamers' minds forever.
Also, stop referencing Life is Strange. Those games suck.
More. I'm Jess for What Culture.
It's more proof of why Square Enix needs to stop.
Here are 10 intense video game endings that blew us away. Number 10, Dead Space.
Fine,
Dead
whatever.
Space is one of the most blisteringly intense survival horror games of all time, offering up a finale which reveals the protagonist Isaac's girlfriend Nicole has been dead the entire time, just before you're forced to face off against the game's grotesque.
Yeah, I'm just going to skip these ones because I don't want to waste time, you know. Metal Gear, Guns and Patriots, whatever. I don't think anyone's going to complain about that one.
Pretty bad. It's a pretty bad Metal
And
Gear
emotion.
song.
Number 8, Inside. Play
I
Dead's
don't know
chill.
what this is, and I don't care. Moving on.
Never heard of that game before.
Halo Reach, again, whatever. Even though, if Dishonored Wolf is to be believed, Halo Reach sucks. Telltale's Walking Dead, goddamn, those games are fucking overrated. LA Noire, whatever. Overrated, in my opinion.
I think it's a pretty underrated Rockstar game.
I'm talking about the ending. I always hear about the ending. Brothers, Tale of Two Sons, again, whatever. What culture makes you work for the shit? Okay, here we go. Fuck! How is it that ER can completely bury this game and people still try to pretend that's good? The ending sucks. It makes no fucking sense. The illusion of fucking freedom and control is bullshit because no matter how much you play the game, it all leads to this one decision. Kill Chloe, one of the most unlikable protagonists ever fucking made, or kill an entire town. Wow, what a fucking epic decision. Go to hell. And fuck Life is Strange for all its lesbian bullshit.
Though
many fans were understandably miffed that a season's worth of storytelling and character development boiled down to a single binary choice at the end of Life is Strange's first season. What an
Everybody always praises this game for it has so much player freedom. No, it doesn't. All of your decisions lead to this one decision. It invalidates everything in the game. It's pointless. It's an illusion of freedom at best. Kingdom Hearts has more player freedom than this fucking shit. Die. And fuck Chloe. She is one of the worst video game protagonists ever made.
agonizing choice it was. In the stormy finale, players are faced with a dilemma. Either save protagonist Max's best pal Chloe and let the town of Arcadia Bay be destroyed by the incoming storm, or save Arcadia Bay and all of its inhabitants at the cost of Chloe's life. Either way, the outcome is devastating. Save Chloe and Arcadia Bay and its residents are leveled. While in the more outwardly gut-wrenching of the two endings, saving the town leads to Chloe's death and a brutal if beautiful funeral sequence. Whichever ending you ultimately choose, Life is Strange set a new emotional benchmark for episodic adventure games.
Fuck you!
Number 2, The Last of Us Part 2. For all of its 20-something hours, The Last of Us Part 2 is unquestionably one of the most intense video games of all time. an almost impossibly bleak action thriller that invests players deep in its superbly drawn characters. Beyond the controversy of that early
to make
twist,
a game appear to be intense when you kill off your main characters, you kill literal fucking dogs for cheap shock value, and you kill fucking pregnant women for cheap shock value. Fuck you. Last of Us 2 is the worst fucking way to make a story intense or deep. It sucks. It gives us two of the worst characters of all time in Abby and Ellie. And I swear to fuck, if Ellie appears on Death Battle, there will be blood. And if they have Ellie fight Claire, like a lot of dumbasses like to do, I swear to fuck, you will see one of the most intense reviews of your fucking life, even more intense than my fucking Naruto vs. Ichigo review. I'm sick and tired of people saying Ellie versus Claire. Fuck you. Ellie doesn't deserve to have Claire piss on her.
And that sudden perspective shift, the game is building towards one of the most sublimely cinematic and grueling endings in the history of the medium. In a lengthy epilogue, Ellie catches up to Abby, who has been captured, tortured, and starved by the Rattlers. Despite this, a vengeful Ellie frees Abby only to goad her into a final fight to the death, leading to a savage final boss fight in which Abby bites off two of Ellie's guitar-playing fingers, and Ellie very nearly drowns her in return. The two then go their separate ways, each coming to appreciate the futility of their own respective revenge quests, while their wider fates are left enticingly ambiguous. Divisive though some of the game's storytelling decisions were, there's no denying how brilliantly Naughty Dog ratcheted up the tension for that final sequence.
Shut up. Naughty Dog didn't do shit right. Okay? Fuck you. Also, why is the knife glitching? That's not what a knife looks like. Dumbasses. Last of Us 2 will go down in history as one of the biggest blunders in the entire video game industry, mark my words.
It also showed the hypocrisy of Sony's censorship policies.
Of course. Of fucking course. You do the predictable shit of putting the fucking ending to Red Dead Redemption on here. Because you know that you're gonna get shit for 3 and 2, so you sucker people in by saying, look, Red Dead Redemption. Because nobody's gonna disagree with that. Fuck you, what culture, you dirty motherfuckers. You're so fucking cheap. Can you at least embrace how shit you are like Watch Mojo does? At least Watch Mojo is shameless and embraces how shitty that they are. They don't try to hide it. Okay, let's see here. Oh, no. God, can you just let 2K go and just start a new franchise of wrestling games, WWE, please? 2K20 was a fucking train wreck. What are you doing? I'm not looking forward to 2K22. The roster is going to be abysmal. No Lars Sullivan, no Ascension, nothing.
10 secret ways video games totally waste your time.
Blah. Let's see here.
Oh, gee. Fucking shitheads.
These video game items suck on purpose.
Lol. Sometimes I get myself out of breath when I go into rant mode.
Seven terrible video games you must play.
Where? Wait, what?
Yeah, that.
Huh?
Ooh. That got more emotional than I thought it would be. Hello, all of you little demons. Jules here for WhatCulture.com, back again with another episode of the awesomely named and awfully hosted Choose Your Own Adventure, the weekly medieval themed format where I, the crown jewels of WhatCulture.com.
First game was just okay. That was it.
Huh.
And the second one, they just decided to make
list chosen by you. Yes, you, the person who has worked tirelessly on Choose Your Own Adventure for over a year and deserves far more credit. Osley BT. Yes, you get to decide what list I dole out to you each and every week. This week we have none other to thank than Ryan Faust for their suggestion of terrible video games that you just have to play. This is the thing. When you look across the litany of video games that we have at our disposal, the libraries, the giant archives of video games, there are some that are going to stand out as all-time classics. Well, these games on this list, they didn't so much cut the mustard as they did cut the cheese. So let's take a look at some absolute stinkers of the swamp that somehow, some form, in some way, have utter gems hidden within them. So I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 7 terrible video games that you must play. Number 7, big rigs over the road racing. Sometimes in life, much like my own upbringing, so many things can go wrong that they kind of come full circle and just somehow manage to work in the end. And I really feel that this happens to be the case with big rigs over the road racing, because when you look at it from a technical standpoint, it is one of the worst driving video games, and say it with me, video games? So, kids, I was going to call the kids video games. And say it with me, kids, of all time! And yet somehow manages to be an enjoyable romp through and through. In what feels like it was programmed over the course of a game jam session by a person on the come down of their lives, Big Rigs fails at almost every conceivable level. The AI, for example, flat out just doesn't work, to the extent that you literally can't even lose in some instances. The buildings and towns that you race through have no hit detection whatsoever, so you pass right through them. Hell, the bridges in this game do the same and let you pass under them entirely, making the over-the-road part of the title highly ironic. Yet the best thing about all of this is that if you choose to reverse, you will find that this game is just utterly broken in the best of ways, because the developer, for some reason, didn't put a speed limiter on how fast you could go backwards, so you could end up just screaming off into eternity, because of course this game doesn't have boundaries, which means that you can just go into an endless void at hyperspeed, and it's like nothing else I've ever played before. Oh, and to cap it all off, if you do decide to win the race and stop going off into the nether, you'll find there's a massive spelling mistake on there. Top job. It is a marvelous mess of a game and should be, by all accounts, one of the most hated experiences that you can play, as this really does represent everything that we should despise about game design. And yet it's just so utterly broken that it becomes a one-of-a-kind experience that is downright hilarious. So get this, there is a sequel in the works. I can't wait. Number 6, Animal Soccer World. E.T. for the Atari. Superman 64. Little Britain, the video game. There are some video game experiences out there that top lists the world over as being some of the absolute worst that the
I remember something similar happened with Shaq Fu. Shaq Fu became such a famous shitty video game that Shaquille O'Neal himself wanted to make a sequel to it.
And we did get a sequel.
That was hilarious. I guess Big Rigs is doing the same thing.
Industry has squirted in and around our faces and demanded that we pay for the experience. And while I would like to stand here, or sit as would be the case, in my ironic hat, sipping my sarcastic soup that has been fortified with iron E and tell you that you should play all of these raging skip fires of a title, that would actually be an utter lie. The reason? Well, because they're literally terrible with little redeeming features on offer. And hand on heart, if I could, I would bury many of these piss-soaked experiences in the desert alongside E.T. Plus, if we're being honest, all of them pale to the true worst game ever made, and that is Animal Soccer World. This game, this fucking game, what is this absolute mess? Well, it's meant to be a puzzle game, but it comes across like the screams of those locked up inside the Dark Souls asylums. The animation is about as smooth as rigor fucking mortis, and the audio is so utterly terrible that it makes porn dialogue look Oscar-worthy.
If you're making one wrong move, I will eat you. You old dictator.
And I know what you're thinking right now. You're thinking, whoa, this is a pretty rough-looking DOS game programmed by Beelzebub right here. But no, friends, get down, you wee devil, you. This was released in 2005. What were they thinking? So, why do I want you to play this literally terrible video game? Well, the reason is kind of simple in an abstract way. It's because this is the bottom of the barrel. This is the worst experience. This barely qualifies as being a video game. And therefore, it can only get better from here. I want you to play this game so that you can go out into the rest of the world and see 5 or 6 out of 10 games as 10 out of 10 games, 10 out of 10 games as being so perfect that your eyes drip out like melted candle wax. I want you to go into the world and see the best in things rather than the worst. And this is most definitely the worst. Number 5, Crystal Monsters.
What?
Some games are homages to other titles. Others are spiritual successors when it comes to basically just ripping off all of their mechanics. But Crystal Monsters is neither of these two. It is a charlatan, a literal thief who's decided to just be like, yeah, I'll have that. Just all of the Pokemon series. I'll just take it all. I'll just take it all, mate. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Lawsuits? Try and catch me, mate. Try and catch me. Now, while this should make Crystal Monsters the absolute top of every player's hit list,
like
for one
it's a
reason,
new thing for people to rip off Pokemon. People have been ripping off Pokemon for years.
Yep.
Hell, look at that fucking Yokai Watch game.
Yep. Digimon as well.
Hell, even Dragon Quest made their own version of Pokemon called Dragon Quest Monsters.
and one reason alone that this absolute thief is given a free pass. And that is that it is discount ditto fare through and through, but the game is totally aware of it. Honestly, the developers ape the poker series so hard that it should be making a manky out of players, but actually leans into the copy-paste mentality in so many right ways that it's actually pretty engaging. If you're gonna steal from someone, I guess steal from the best. And while it might feel so overtly familiar from the art style to the very concept itself,
I mean, like I mentioned with Kodomo no Jiken earlier, while it is annoying that there are so many Kodomo no Jiken pretenders, it does at least warm my heart that there are so many people that look at Kodomo no Jiken and think, that's so good, I want to rip that off. Now, if only somebody could rip off Kodomo no Jiken properly.
True.
Because that's one thing I will say. I mean, if you're going to rip something off, at least rip off the best, you know? I mean, you could probably say that my anime, I Want to Make Snuff Machinery, is a ripoff of Battle Royale, and on a certain level, you wouldn't be wrong. Though I'm clearly not trying to, like, rip off Battle Royale in an offensive kind of way. More so, I love Battle Royale so much, I want to take Battle Royale and make, like, the most gigantic, epic, biggest form of Battle Royale possible, because Battle Royale is so fucking awesome. I want to make my own version of Battle Royale.
And Battle Royale has lots of loving homages. I mean, goddammit. And my anime has lots of loving homages to Battle Royale. Even one of the main characters, Victor himself, is a homage to the antagonist, Kiriyama.
The game has borrowed all of the best bits of Pokemon and just run as best as it could with it. Yes, it's not polished. Yes, it is a blatant ripoff. But you know what? This Tesco brand Mr. Mime here is working its bloody socks off to try and convince you that it is more than the sum of its parts. And its parts are fucking stolen. Number 4, God Hand.
What?
Whoa. Now, let me be clear from the off. I do not think that God Hand is a terrible game. In fact, Clover Studios has done something marvelous with this title. It is.
Then why is it on this list?
Yeah, there's a think it's terrible. Why be on a list of terrible games?
This makes no sense.
It's the same shit that
it is off kilter. It is off the goddamn rate.
You know, at least there's a little bit of method to the shittiness that is that is Watch Mojo. With What Culture, I don't even think they even know what they're doing half the time. Like with What Culture, it's literally just they're so stupid. Like there's almost kind of an art to the shittiness that is Watch Mojo to an extent.
Sometimes, and I absolutely love it. But you know who doesn't love this game? IGN. IGN don't like this game. They said it was terrible.
Who cares about IGN? Lost credibility years ago. Don't get me started on the whole too much water thing. IGN has given some questionable scores. IGN gave Bravely Default 2 a 6 or something like that. What the fuck?
And I believe they gave the Kane and Lynch game a good review, even though it's a terrible game.
Why are you underwater? Yeah, fuck IGN. Nobody takes IGN seriously anymore. Maybe someday I'll cover IGN because they really piss me off sometimes.
And therefore I want you to play it to prove them wrong. They gave God Hand a measly 3 out of 10, and thus marking it as terrible for their massive audience. This Caesar's thumb was enough to kill interest in this title for so many, and it's only been thanks to a feverish devotion from fans that we've seen God Hand climb up the ranks of the underground to become regarded as a cult classic. And the reasons why you need to play this air quotes terrible game are almost too many to mention, but I shall try. The setting is absolutely insane for a start, showcasing a fusion of future punk aesthetics against a Wild West backdrop. The story is absolutely bonkers, telling of a tale of demons trying to kill a man called Gene for his outstanding power, aka the titular God Hand, and the fighting is superbly balmy. There's so much to love about this game that it's making my pea-sized brain
Maybe I'll have the main character from God Hand show up on Blood Royale just to piss off Death Battle, like, hey, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
My head like an empty aerosol can. Look, listen, you can hear it. Plus, there's a deliciously adaptive difficulty in this game, which means the fights...
Fucking What Culture is more useful than fucking IGN.
Get harder, the better you do. Is this the sign? Is this the sign that we've been waiting for? Is this your son that you sent to Earth to show us the way? We've killed him. IGN have crucified him. We're sorry. We're sorry. Come back. Am I saying that God Hand is the second coming of Christ? Why not? In for a penny, in for a pound, yes. Now, using tank controls in a fighting game would surely be the death knell for so many other titles, but here, thanks to its focus on combos and crowd management, it somehow works, placing you right into the action and making every fight feel like a one-on-one duel to the death. It's cringy, corny, and right backward in places, but God Hand's true strength is originality. And you know what? It uppercuts the competition right out of the bloody building as a result. Number 3, Kaiser Knuckle. When it comes to fighting games, there are a ton of terrible titles to choose from. I mean, you've got your straight-up clones, you know, back when Mortal Kombat used its potato camera to
reference that Angel Fighter game. It's a shitty version of Street Fighter, but it's a shitty version of Street Fighter that allows you to strip girls naked and create your own character. Just saying.
Nice.
Yeah, if you ever wanted to play Street Fighter where you can get the girls naked, look that game up on Steam.
digitize all of its fighters, and everyone was just like, yes, I'll be having some of that for my terrible game, please. And then you had other ones that were just experiences that were just so utterly god awful because they had no idea what roster balancing was. There was a lot to choose from, but out of all of this cream of the crap, I chose but one, and that's Kaiser Knuckle. Now, to be clear, the actual fighting mechanics in this Taito title are actually pretty decent. However, there's one moment so utterly terrible that it's less an education in pain and more a 3-year uni course in having your teeth pulled and a master in having somebody spit in your face and wipe off the mess with their bloody taint. I'm speaking, of course, about the final boss of this experience, the General, who is the cheapest, most aggravating son of a bitch in the entire fighting game genre. That's right, I said it. Go kick rock, Shao Kahn's. Go suck it, Seth. Move over because there is a big bad bastard in town and he is called the General. And the reason why he is such a pain in the ass is because you know how in some fighting games the final boss usually has some awful gimmick like teleportation or no wind up at all on their attacks, or just straight up stealing your moves, or having a massive health pool, or only being able to be damaged in certain like tiny windows? Well, usually they only have one of those facets. The General just has all of them. Just says, yeah, I'll have all of them. I'll have all of them. I will have all of them. I will have all of them. I will have all of them, please. Beating this military leader is enough to give you war flashbacks. Yet, you must play this to appreciate the restraint that other developers show when programming their final encounters. Kaiser Knuckle shows us what the abuse of true power is, and it is far uglier than getting your face kicked in, let me tell ya. Number 2, Two Worlds 2. The Two Worlds series of video games feels like the true underdog story. Really try hard. They just hamper it by a source code that is kind of like a deck of cards over an active fault line. It's just not stable in the slightest, and it will come crashing down the moment you try and do anything interesting. Yet, they have so many brilliant ideas under the surface that they kind of demand that you play them. Oh, and also, the first game has the worst voice acting I've ever heard. Osley, there you are, my friend. Would you please play the clip of Hard Ones?
Tell me more. Swiftly now. Warriors. Hard Ones.
All of these problems, alongside being just a blatant Oblivion clone, meant that many just thought that the original was going to be written off and would fade into obscurity. Not so, it seemed, though, as Two Worlds 2 stuck its oar in the water and pulled hard to get the franchise back to shore. Now, to be fair, it's a bit of a shame that the franchise ended up rowing in circles, but there was one aspect not only keeping the experience afloat, but that got so many players wet in another aspect, and that is the magic system. I will go on record as stating that the magic system in Two Worlds 2 is one of the best in any action RPGs I've ever played. It is that good. And it all comes down to how complex but rewarding it is. Now, I will try my best to explain what it is, but it kind of operates on a card system, with you slotting into different places what abilities and features you want your spell to have. And because you can mix and match what they do, be they like area of attack or protective spells, and then choosing an element to go with them, you can create your own ludicrous spells that are absolutely insane. For example, if you fancy walking around with a tornado of anvils swirling around you, then you can do that. Or you can just rain down fireballs from the sky into your enemies. You can literally spend hours switching in and out effects and testing them on unlucky opponents. And trust me, you will actually need to put in this time, because the game tells you precisely none of what you need to know to get the most out of this feature. And this is why it's on the list, because the game buries what is clearly the best aspect of the title under just a dross and generic action RPG experience everywhere else. It focuses on that when it should be focusing on this. Infuriating, but still very, very fun. And number 1, Demolition Girl. Okay, so one need only glance over just a wee bit of footage here to be able to see 2 massive reasons why you should play this game. No, not them, you perv. The first is that this concept about trying to help this poor bikini-clad woman get back to regular size as a military force and then fight off an alien invasion is so genuinely unique that I can't think of a single experience that even comes close. And the second feature is that it's actually genuinely really fun. Built as a shovelware budget title, Demolition Girl was never going to win any awards. But the fact that this game is more than just functional is actually quite the achievement. The team could have just churned out absolute dross, and yet the mechanics are pretty well.
Interesting. Not really. This was lame.
I'm actually surprised he didn't go on some kind of SJW tangent about this game.
Ooh. This might be interesting.
Welcome to another episode of Choose Your Own Adventure.
Okay, so not only is this guy a faggot, but he's also a neckbeard. Wonderful. Sorry, like I said, my internet's being a little bit crappy. That might be why. I apologize. I don't know if there's anything I can do about it. I really am sorry if it's laggy.
That's what I'd sound like if I was trapped forever in a 1970s sitcom. Hello, all of you little demons. Jules here for WhatCulture.com, back again with another episode of the awesomely named and awfully hosted Choose Your Own Adventure, where I, the crown Jules of WhatCulture.com, take it.
I remember him from a lot of their shitty wrestling videos.
Next week's episode down in the comment section below. But until then, let's get on with that list. Number 8, the Atlantis musical section, Kingdom Hearts 2. So when it was announced that Disney and Square Enix were crossing paths in order to create a brand new video game, a lot of eyebrows were raised. I mean, on the one hand, you had a publisher that made melodrama, epic war fantasies, and on the other, it was, well, a company designed to make films for kids. How were these two going to intersect? Well, pretty well, actually, because Kingdom Hearts 1 was an absolute stonking hit. But it doesn't mean that the series has not been absolutely full of cringe. And while it would be easy to point at Mickey being presented as an edgelord with that hood, trying to be all hard, are you now, mate? Come on, then. Or the overwhelming references to heart, light, darkness, heart, etc., the king of cringe came from the Atlantia level, or Atlantis, if you want to just be normal about it, in Kingdom Hearts 2, which takes the form of a rhythm-action sing-along. From start to finish, watching Sora flail his pipe cleaner guppy in the throes of death body around was just so incredibly awkward, and the worst bit about it was that it was so long. It was so long, like real long, brother. And it just meant that anyone passing by would just be like, I thought you were playing a game about sort of saving the hearts of humanity and fighting off against darkness. And you'd just be like, I am, but I've just got to listen to this mermaid in a clamshell bra tell me about her treasures. Number 7, Mr. Libido and the Video Store, Yakuza Zero.
Here, I'll give you my gun.
Okay.
You're not going to do anything with it, are you?
I don't know.
Hero. Now, we're all aware of video games mocking those players who like to get a bit pervy sometimes, you know, by either just embarrassing them by having characters call them out on their lewd actions, or indeed rewarding them with achievements that will highlight their shame forever. For example, when you try to look up 2B's skirt or Juliet's skirt in Lollipop Chainsaw and Near Automata Potato Patata. But sometimes video games just hit you with this sort of stuff out of nowhere, because nothing was more embarrassing than the adult video store in Yakuza 0 or your subsequent interactions with Mr. Libido. If you happen to pop inside the Gandhara Sotenbori looking to catch the latest Michael Bay output, then you might be a bit disappointed, as this store instead offers a different type of tit and box office bust, because the videos here are just softcore erotica of the most recoiling nature. What makes them so uncomfortable to sit through is actually twofold. The first being that they aren't animated, which somehow makes the experience even worse, and the fact that the final shot is of a box of tissues complemented by a satisfied groan. What you've just been a part of is a wince-inducing wank. How the hell would you explain this to somebody just walking in? And you know what? You better get your excuses ready, because
I'll explain it to them by saying I'm playing a video game that's like GTA and it has an adult film store.
Yep.
I have played literal porn games. Come on. Jesus Christ. I'd like to see what would happen if you showed Koyakatsu Party to this virgin. I bet this motherfucker's never gotten laid in his life.
Yeah, he's afraid of Japanese girls.
Yeah, like seriously. Like I said, I would love to see what would happen if this dickhead played Koyakatsu Party. That'd be hilarious. In Koyakatsu Party, you can straight up peep on girls peeing and showering. You can peep on girls that you have set to the likes girls trait. You can peep in on lesbian classmates having sex with each other.
Yeah, if he played that, his head would probably explode.
Yep. You can straight up fuck a girl in front of your own classmates. And some of them will join along with you in a threesome, and others will run away in embarrassment.
There's an extended conversation with Mr. Libido as soon as you exit the store for the first time. To put it into context, he's a man in his pants who is constantly thrusting like this. He just never stops. He just never stops. It's actually quite impressive, but he just always is looking for sexual gratification wherever he can.
Oh, but I thought you liked this shit, what culture? Remember NJP? I thought you loved this shit. Don't you like really homoerotic bullshit? Dumbasses.
You have to have a regular conversation with him, explaining that you're not as big a perv as he is, even after what you've just done. So if somebody didn't walk in and saw you with the soft core thing and saw them that, they'd be like, oh, why is he talking to you? You'd be like, birds of a feather together. Yes, Mr. Libido claims that your love of the lewd means that you two are destined to become bosom buddies. Please send help. I have just died inside. Number 6, Sonic and Elise kiss. Okay, Sonic 06. Now you might say any moment from Sonic 06 as a...
Well, I'm just going to skip this one because, again, nobody's going to really have a problem with this one. This looks like what would happen if Sonic stole a script from Final Fantasy. I'm literally not convinced that Sega didn't just find one of Square Enix's scripts for a Final Fantasy game in the garbage and just dug it out.
What the f*** is going on? Number 5, Resonance of Fate, Raisins. Right, to begin with, let's talk about how brilliant Resonance of Fate actually is. If you've never played it before, it's from a company called Tri-Ace, and it is... it's coming out. Chef kiss. Not only is it actually pretty humorous in places, it's got a really interesting story about a city that's suspended above a poisonous fog, and it's all been ruled by an elite class and a church that seems to be keeping everyone in tow. But it also has an absolutely outstanding battle system, which sees you combining parkour mechanics and dealing chip damage to enemies before finishing them off in like big over-the-top spectacle attacks. It's really, really complicated, but it's really, really fun. That's how I sold it to my friends.
It sounds like something.
I actually got this game and I was so jazzed about it that I got my friends to come over to watch me play it. And they were like, yeah, this is actually really good. Love the menu system. Love all of this. Fantastic menu system. Why don't I pull that out of my ass? They loved everything about it. That wasn't until that I decided to go and accept a little side quest from Lady Barbarella. Things changed pretty hard. And that is because this lady is a rather busty lass, and party Lothario Vacheron instantly starts fantasizing about her rack and the prospect of her fertile soil before lamenting that while...
What?
Oh no, she's got big boobs. How terrible.
Well, be careful, you might get my mommy off.
Barbarella is full-bodied like the wine that she wants the heroes to collect. All he has in his party are raisins, aka Leanne's breasts. The sheer amount of recoiling that I did in that moment sent me back in bloody time, and I was declared socially dead from that moment onwards. And I lost all my hair.
You're already socially dead. I'm pretty sure Tomoko has more of a social status than you do.
What a day. Number 4, just all of Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball 3.
Die. Fuck you. Okay? If you cannot understand why Dead or Alive Extreme works, then you fail to understand what made the Attitude Era great. You fucking neckbeard.
It's just like Dead or Alive Extreme is Mario Party compared to the stuff I've played.
In this game by having decent volleyball sections anymore, because you want to know why. The first two games at least had the pretense of trying to get the mini games up to a standard where they were the talking point, other than the fact that it was definitely an oogle booble box. But no, Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball 3 decided to change all of that by giving you access to items that you could buy that affect the physics of both the boobs and the butts of the girls in the game. Meaning that this has got
I got
to be...
news for you, fuckwit. That's all the DOA series ever was. Mediocre fighting games and lesbian beach volleyball with jiggle physics. That is the DOA series. Spoonie said it best in his review of the movie.
It has to be the first and only time where a game can embarrass you from being in the menu alone. Then again, you knew what you were doing with this game the moment that you bought it. Well, have fun. Just don't stick my hand upwards. Number 3, the hot spring scene, Final Fantasy X2. Now, I know that a lot of you are probably...
Really? This is what has got him offended? Are you kidding me?
It's because the scene where Riku goes up to Yuna's chest and Yuna is her cousin, and she says, and she basically comments on her boobs, like she's comparing the size of her boobs to Pain and Yuna. It's supposed to be a funny scene, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Why wouldn't you put literally any of Titus's scenes on here? Titus alone makes you embarrassed to even play the entire game.
This is what's got him triggered too. You don't even see their boobs. Like,
yeah. And even then, Final Fantasy X-2's graphics suck so badly, it's not like you'd even see anything worthwhile.
And for the most part, the characters look ugly.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Expecting a certain scene from Final Fantasy X to be an auto-include on this list.
This right here is why I want to make videos sticking up for adult games and games with lewd content, because I'm sick and tired of this idea that if you play something like DOA Extreme, you need to be embarrassed. Like, what the fuck? Or if a video game makes a joke about a character's size of chest being too small, you need to be embarrassed by that. Fuck you. If I want to play a game where I want to stick my character's dick in my favorite waifu, who the fuck are you to tell me otherwise? Go fuck yourself.
Certain moment, which sounds like two seagulls who hate each other mating
Why wouldn't this scene be on the list? Why do you fail so hard at everything you do, What Culture? This should be on the list, you dick. How about cutting the fucking pubes off your fucking chin?
Very hard and aggressively, you know the one I'm on about. However, the one that people actually often miss actually occurs in that game's sequel, Final Fantasy X X2. Now here we're thankfully low on last...
It's X2, you dick. How do you fail this hard?
Yeah, or just tend to.
Yeah, it's called because the X is the Roman numeral for 10. Fucking idiots.
Laughing scenes, but in its place is the hot spring cutscene that plays out like some anime filler as the trio of heroes falls into a sacred hot spring and decide to take the chance to rejuvenate. Okay, so the screen fades to black, probably just going to cut to the next scene where they're all in disguises, because after all, that is the quest that they are on right now. Oh, no, they're just in their underwear, and now Riku is comparing her body to theirs. Cool, wait a minute! Who are these blue voyeurs over there getting a peek on and cheering as the trio wrestle in the water? In fact, so disturbing is this moment that it's going to make this week's musical interlude. Owsley, Are you ready to have a very shameful sing-along?
I'm not suspicious. I was in electrical doing wires.
James, put down the bongo mags and pick up the bongo drum. Because it's time for a little musical interlude. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba dove. You're a big blue perv, dabba dee.
Really? You're gonna reference this song and do it and put no effort into it?
This
Whatever. Moving on.
This fucking guy.
This fucking retard.
Of sex in this video game are utterly abhorrent. At numerous points in the narrative.
Ride to Hell Retribution, fine, whatever, I'll let that one slide.
Yeah, it is pretty. It's so bad. It's offensive. Like fully clothed sex scenes with someone after you save them from being
Like, if
raped.
you're gonna have sex scenes in your game, at least have the balls to at least have some partial nudity, or just go play Koyakatsu Party.
Yeah.
Of slime Jesus just escaping your soul, never to return. And number 1, watching your parents have sex. South Park, The Stick of Truth. So, surprisingly, on the list of things that I would never, ever, under any circumstances, ever want to witness is watching my parents make the beast with 2 backs. It's right up there with, beating a puppy to death with a brick or watching Kingdom of the Crystal Skull again. It's that bad. And my parents are divorced, so it would just be weird. Yet here we are, trying to return to normal size after being shrunk by the dastardly underpants gnomes, now being subjected to the horrifying image of our protagonist's dad railing their mum like he was seconds away from death, and the only thing keeping him alive was his erection. For anyone unlucky enough
Also,
to have
I find it interesting that he's playing as a black character. That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's probably one of those people like, oh, we need more black characters in video games.
Either that or he wants to be black himself. What the fuck?
10 video games you love as a teen but should never play again.
How about I shove my spear up your ass?
Our developing years as humans are something that are at once terrifying, exciting, hilarious, and eye-opening. It's a time period that will help define who you are, where you're allowed to go crazy, where you're allowed to make mistakes, to live life as if it was going out of style, and more often than not, make awful fashion choices that you'll look back on and cringe hard at. And as you grow, your tastes will change. You'll look at life in a different way, and you'll likely find things that you loved back in the day simply do not hold up today, video games included.
I forgot that in the Stick of Truth that the difficulty is tied to the skin color, and that's one of the jokes. Yeah, I completely spaced about that. I might have to play that game sometime. Of course, he's most likely going to talk about DOA Extreme again.
We're going to do, and with all of
Even though there's nothing wrong with wanting to see beautiful women play beach games. Like, seriously. Anime popularized the whole beach episode where you get to see all the female characters do fun things. Hell, even Kimimorra Delkirin has a beach. Well, come here, you.
Nostalgia tint rubbed from our eyes today is look at some video games that we absolutely adored as jubilant rose-faced youths, but now, for reasons that I shall explain, are best left alongside the memories you have of getting an embarrassing boner in French class and then being called to the front. With this in mind, I'm Jules, this is whatculture.com, and these are 10 video games you loved as a teen but should never play again.
Number 10, Dead or Alive Extreme Beach
Oh,
Volleyball.
come on.
Jiggle bones, chest hams, the wobble pots, breasts are everywhere in video.
Jesus H. Christ. Oh dear.
I think this would be the last video before I call it a night because I can't take all this cringe anymore.
Oh, you think you're getting off that easy?
Video games, and thanks to developers of anime titles and directors who love mountainous memories, we have a slew of games that are packed to the rafters with pixelated lady pairs. And some would argue that leading the charge are developers Tecmo, who became known for their realistic jiggling breasts. Honestly, ladies, or should I say the 3 ladies that watch this channel, would such a jiggle be damaging in real life? Please let me know.
And what's wrong with a game having, quote, realistic jiggle physics?
Absolutely nothing.
The combination of all of this has to be Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, a surprisingly well-made volleyball game that's nevertheless a shameless excuse to titillate horny teenage oiks.
Okay,
An entire
so
department was devoted to engineering the game's breast physics, and while developer Team Ninja at least had the decency to give players a solid sports title amidst all the sexiness, this is a game that you never want to be caught playing nowadays. And I'm saying that as a man who owns all of these
I would literally stream myself playing this on Twitch if I ever used that website, you ass fucker. Why do you have to be so gay, what culture?
Yeah.
I bet if this was a bunch of men, you'd have no problem with it.
Yeah.
Fag.
So unknown's comment still on the screen.
I know, that's my bad.
Okay.
Titles. Trust me, I've never shut off a game quicker than when my missus sees me playing this, and that is with good reason. Number 9,
Number 1, I don't believe you actually have a wife. And number 2, if your wife is offended by you playing a beach volleyball game, then get a new wife. Honestly. What? Oh, hell no. You just opened fucking Pandora's box, dipshit.
Mortal Kombat. Hey now, hey now, put it down. Yes, the 1992 Mortal Kombat game birthed an iconic media empire and will always have its place in history for that reason. But if we're being honest, the original game does not hold up well. Like at all. Compared to the decidedly superior Mortal Kombat 2 released the very next year, the original Mortal Kombat was relatively charmless and a forgettable one once you got past the photorealistic, or at least at the time photorealistic visuals, and of course the highly controversial team-baiting bloodletting. The combos were non-existent and battles were boiled down to low step, move forward, attempt uppercut, fail, cry, go home. Don't get me wrong, the kernels of what made this series truly great in the later installments are definitely here, but it lacks the over-the-top personality that we know and love today. Number 8, Conker's Bad Fur Day. Again, I know it's sacrilege to talk about hating on a beloved title like Conker's Bad Fur Day, but what you remember as being an uproariously funny, jaw-droppingly crude, and gloriously self-aware parody platformer is, unfortunately, incredibly tame by today's standards. With its knowing send-ups of classic movies like Saving Private Ryan, Aliens, and Terminator 2, Conker managed to lampoon the biggest names in such a way that it made him stand out from the crowd of copycat platformers. But if you're tempted by the prospect of revisiting the game on the Rare Replay collection released back in 2015, here is some advice. Don't. Returning to Conker over 20 years later reveals just how far platformers have come since 2001. The camera is awkward. The difficulty swings wildly between being so easy a child could play it and so frustratingly hard that you figure the game's devs actually hate you, and it all boils down to a game that once led platformers and now is falling so far behind even acceptable standards. Also, given how commonplace meta humor is nowadays, its self-awareness doesn't carry the same charm it did in the past. But I will say this, a giant poo enemy will always be funny. Number 7, GoldenEye 007.
What?
If you grew up in the 90s, there's a strong...
Oh, you son of a bitch. How dare you shit on one of the greatest FPSs of all time? You are desperate to fill this list, aren't you, you son of a bitch? Now you're actively showing your true colors as a Watch Mojo ripoff, aren't you, you motherfucker?
Yeah, this is the kind of shit that they would do.
Yeah. I swear.
Yeah,
This is fucking horse shit. Oh, let me guess. He's going to say, oh, the game doesn't hold up compared to FPSs today.
That means you shouldn't play it. Fuck off.
Chance that you've got fond memories of playing 007's ludicrously entertaining local multiplayer suite. However, while its map design, weapon choice, and game modes might have absolutely wowed you as a kid, things haven't held up so well for other areas of the game. For example, its pacing is molasses slow, and the frame rate runs at 007 frames per second in places. And you know what? Let's drag up that age-old argument. The N64 controller is unwieldy and doesn't feel right for this game. Yes, I said it. Sure, it was great for FPS titles at the time, but thankfully we have moved on from that. What it felt like was less like you're in control of James Bond and more like you're pushing and shoving him down corridors. Over 20 years since its release, this is a game that unfortunately, like many in the same position, doesn't hold up well. It's still rightly considered as a stone-cold masterpiece and what it achieved at the time, but it's a shame that Bond is a bit of a chore to play. I do hope that this gets a remaster someday, because with modern controls, this could well be the be-all and end-all to the FPS question. Number 6, Enter the Matrix. Enter the Matrix was released at the height of Matrix fandom and was a brilliant bit of cross-promotion, filling the gaps between the second and third games, a slam dunk of action and over-the-top spectacle. But also had Monica Bellucci making out with almost every bit of fans on the nose. However, releasing the game in more recent years revealed just how much of a rushed, thrown-together hodgepodge this truly was. Even if you accept the fact that Neo himself isn't a playable character, the gameplay is so arcadey to a fault and seemingly borrows the leftovers that Max Payne didn't think worthy to hold on to, and thanks to a frantic camera, can be annoyingly difficult to get through. The sheer clunk and chunk of this game turns what should be a power fantasy experience into something of a nightmare. If you want a slightly better effort, then check out Path of Neo, which, while still being wonky as all hell, benefited from a longer development time and allowed you to play as Neo, aka the one thing that many players wanted. Number 5, Mario Kart 64. What? Will I ever stop crapping on your favorite kids' games? No, I am the mean Jules in this list format today.
I don't even like Mario Kart, and I would say that this is bullshit.
Yeah. Especially it's considered one of the best Mario Kart games of all time. And this is my favorite Mario Kart game, too.
This might be the video to end off on, because I don't know if it's going to get any shittier than this.
And I'm going to step on all of your toys. Mario Kart 64 is one of the most iconic multiplayer console games of all time, because anyone who grew up with an N64 doubtless spent hundreds of hours playing this thing with their friends on the couch. However, while MK64 is decidedly more playable than GoldenEye these days, in large part thanks to more simplistic rules, it also far more egregious than fans are prepared to accept. For starters, the sprite carts in a 3D environment are an absolute eyesore, but worse still, the tracks actually feel so empty and are lacking in detail, especially when compared to contemporary games that they might even be considered, oh, I know, weird. I mean, forward your salty mail to the pits of hell where I clearly live.
Wow, aren't
Side
you
note,
so
I do actually think
clever for comparing a game from an older time to a game from newer times? Oh yeah, because that's a real fair fucking comparison, you dick. This is like me saying Sweet Home doesn't hold up because even though it invented the survival horror genre, it just doesn't have the same depth, or it just doesn't have the same depth or good controls as Resident Evil or Silent Hill, or how about you fuck yourself with a dildo? Go find a giant black man and pay him to fucking fuck you with his giant black man cock. This is bullshit. This reads about as well as me taking a dump all over Sweet Home because, oh, it doesn't hold up compared to Resident Evil 8. Fuck you. It invented the survival horror genre.
Yeah, this guy's logic is basically
this
game's
is a really
bad,
fun game, but when you're asked to read a script, you read the bloody script. Number 4, Grand Theft Auto 3. Grand Theft Auto 3 is one of the most important and acclaimed video games of all time. I'm not going to do a second one. And a milestone for gaming which helped popularize open world sandbox game design. And it also elevated the GTA series to a monolithic level of popularity. It was also likely a game that a teenage version of you remembers well, as it was edgy as all hell, allowing you to murder and commit mayhem until it was time for turkey twizzlers and potato faces for tea. But playing this today is sometimes an exercise in frustration, as thanks to the shooting controls, or what the game tells you are shooting controls, this game can feel entirely unfair in places. Hell, things get even worse when you realize that there's no mid-mission checkpoints and the fact that there's a lack of a pause map menu. It's a massive chore that feels punishing rather than playful. Plus, let's not forget the one thing that we never knew how much we took for granted until we played something that took it away, the bailout that was added in Vice City. My God, was it so annoying to see your car go up in flames only to have to ride that thing to hell? Do yourself a favor and let the memories be good ones. Don't go back and tarnish them. Number 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Jesus Christ, originally this list had Final Fantasy VII on here, and I'm not going to stand here in this booth in Gateshead and lie to you kids about hating on that game. So instead, I'm going to talk about a series that once flew so high, but then came crashing.
I would have actually had some respect for you if you put Final Fantasy VII on this list. I might consider taking a steaming dump all over Final Fantasy VII, because I'm starting to get sick of Final Fantasy VII shit.
Crashing down whilst flipping its audience the bird, the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series. If we're being brutally honest, this game really didn't hit the ground running until the second and third titles, and that was down to the inclusion of the manual and the revert, both of which took the arcadey trick-scoring gameplay to new and unparalleled heights. So what do you think would happen with these moves stripped away? Well, you'd have Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 that's actually quite boring all across the board when you come back to it. The locations weren't wild, the graphics look like you're squinting at a bunch of ants from a plane, and really the only thing going for it is the soundtrack. Is there any wonder that it was Tony Hawk's 2 that got the remaster and not this? No, I don't think so. Number 2, Tomb Raider. There's no refuting the legacy of the original 1996 Tomb Raider game. It was a pioneering action-adventure title which created one of the most iconic and beloved heroines in the history of the medium, Lara Croft. And though any self-respecting PS1 or Sega Saturn owner had to have Tomb Raider, the game's cumbersome and sluggish tank controls, ineffective camera, awkward platforming, and fiddly combat aged pretty poorly in the years that followed. Mercifully, the more recent rebooted Tomb Raider titles have deferred to a slightly less pointy sweater ham character, and while it might seem that it's...
Those fucking remakes suck, okay? Fuck off with those remakes. Those remakes completely miss the point of what made Tomb Raider great. Fuck those recent games.
This guy's logic is that because the game is old, that means it's automatically bad.
Mm-hmm.
Not because the game's modern, it automatically makes it good.
Yep. This is just stupid. Like, the new Tomb Raider games are shit. Yahtzee has destroyed those games on many occasions. And even the Critical Drinker took a piss all over it. The new games suck.
Chasing Uncharted nowadays rather than leading the pack, it does seem to have fixed a lot of the controls that hampered the series for a long old while.
While completely failing at everything else.
Titles today is like when I make Tender Love to Your Mum and have to put a picture over her face of her from 20 years ago, in that she's not aged well and she controls like a bloody tank, and I cut myself on her tit. Brilliant. And number 1, Silent Hill.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Okay. The only way this could be worse is if he mentioned Sweet Home. Motherfucker. Where the fuck is Phaelus? Can somebody get Phaelus to beat the shit out of this guy? This is bullshit. Where's a Silent Hill fan when you need them?
Horror is perhaps one of the toughest video game genres to withstand the test of time, and while the first Resident Evil is lovingly ribbed for its goofy one-liners and general silliness, that game has endured regardless because the tone was always akin to that of a schlocky B-movie. Silent Hill, on the other hand, took itself far more seriously, and to its credit is one of the most atmospheric horror games of its era, jam-packed with shocking body horror violence and an unpredictable, unsettling narrative. But you're better off sitting tight with those terrifying childhood memories of playing the game because in 2019, Silent Hill's horrendous controls and janky graphics are immensely off-putting. Silent Hill 2 was a massive step up for the series in nearly every way, and if you're thinking of taking a trip down the memory lane with the original, ask yourself this: is that actually fog or just nostalgia blindness? Because you might not like what you find lurking within. And there we go. Those were 10 video games you loved as a teen.
Okay, you do know that a lot of survival horror games have shitty controls because it's meant to add a sense of vulnerability.
Of course, for what culture, they wouldn't realize that.
Motherfucker. God damn, that was terrible. I give you guys full permission to fucking destroy this guy's comment section and like to dislike ratio. I don't care. This motherfucker is trying to get rage clicks. Okay, you want rage clicks? Fine, I'll get you some fucking rage clicks. Odds are you're gonna squeal like a little bitch when you get them. Because this motherfucker's clearly asking for it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's all I could take right now. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna go lay down.
All right.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. That was painful. I don't know whether to keep the stream going or not. That was painful. That felt like getting a needle from a fucking Japanese hornet. I was never subscribed to What Culture. I never took those guys seriously. Although I did embarrassingly used to be subscribed to Watch Mojo. And yeah, What Culture sucks. Like I said, unlike Watch Mojo, though, you do have to dig a little bit to find their gems and massive quotations. Whereas with Watch Mojo, you can click on almost any video and be rightfully pissed off at them. Is there anything shittier that I can find? "10 video games kids should not play in front of their parents." I would click on this, but it's not a What Culture video, sadly. That was just awful. He was trying way too hard on that one. I could probably do a better job than that.
Hell, I do a better job at pissing people off by just simply speaking the truth. I don't have to try to piss people off. I just say something they don't like and they naturally get mad at me. Don't worry. I might end the stream soon anyway. I mean, like I said, I think that last one was probably the best one to go out on because I can't seem to find anything that could probably top that unless I went back to Wrestle Talk. And maybe I'll come back to Wrestle Talk because those guys are a special kind of terrible. Oh, yeah. What culture is filled with neckbeards? I hate my facial hair. I can't stand it. I always go out of my way to get rid of it. It's disgusting. I would never want to be caught dead with a neckbeard. No, it's not weird. You should never want to be a neckbeard. I was never even subscribed to those losers. I wonder who I'm gonna have to go after next after what culture. I do have plans to, in one episode, get some guests together and take on a bunch of K&J reviews. You won't believe some of these hot takes that people have on that series. That is so cute. Let it be known that even cats love mac and cheese. I highly doubt that guy's actually in a relationship. And if he is, I'm almost certain it's a relationship where his wife wears the pants in that relationship and he probably gets pegged in the ass. Like the relationship my ex is currently in. I'm almost certain that her boyfriend is a cuck that probably gets pegged up the ass by both of his so-called wives in massive quotations. Let's see, what to do. Yeah, I hate corporate YouTube channels. This is why I don't censor myself and hold my opinions back. Because I never want to be like these corporate channels. I want to be me. And if being me means that people get upset at my opinions, well then, oh well. Even Death Battle is slowly becoming a sanitary corporate channel. Give it a bit longer, Death Battle will be just another Watch Mojo. They're already on their way to being the Watch Mojo of Versus channels. Which is pathetic. I keep trying to help them stop themselves from going down that path, but they never listen to me. A lot of Versus channels don't listen to me. But the irony will always be, I always end up being right at the end of the day. Just like the smart busters, they will never listen to me until it's too late. Let's see here. Yeah, right now the West keeps pissing off the Japanese, and the SJWs aren't helping that at all. And with the whole unnecessary kick Vic drama, I'm surprised that Japan even bothers to do business with us. If I was Japan, I would be embarrassed to associate with America right now. Also, I'm now going to look back at Guts versus Nightmare with great scorn. Because Mira is gone, and the best you could give Mira while he was alive was Guts versus Nightmare. Death Battle, fuck you. You are so cheap, you know that? You cheaped out on Berserk. You honestly, I hope you take that episode down out of guilt. That episode is so bad. Even the animations aren't worth it. Everybody tries to say that, well, I watched Death Battle for the animations. Even watching it for the animation is not a good justification anymore. Because as I've proven with some of their modern episodes, even their 3D fights, which were usually always guaranteed to be good, don't hold up. Now you're not even guaranteed to get good animation. And with Blake versus Mikasa, yeah, that was a bit of a punchline. Yeah, sometimes you get decent animation every once in a while, like Poe versus Iron Fist. But it's always a shell of what it could be. And even then, you could probably get better if you're going to just watch it just for the animations, you're probably better off just looking for animations that people make that are better than what Death Battle makes. There are people out there that make much better animations than what Death Battle gives you. Just saying. Well, I don't know. I mean, I was always going to wait till Berserk was finished before I read it, but now that Mira's gone, who the hell knows? That really sucks that had to happen. Such an unfair world we live in. Hmm. I don't know what's going to become of Berserk. I mean, obviously, the publishing company probably still has some kind of rights to it, but I don't know how the hell they're going to keep the series going. Even if he left outlines for how the story was going to end, how are you going to replicate his art style? What to do, what to do. I don't think I'm ever going to watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's just way too homoerotic for my taste. And again, I'm fully aware of the irony of that statement. I would love it if Latasha made a sequel to K&J, but who knows if she'll ever do that. Although the woman who made Kodomo no Jiken, it is working on 2 new manga series. One is a yaoi one, and the other is some kind of fantasy series of some kind. Well, we would only have ourselves to blame because we allow these SJWs to run their mouth. Seriously, people need to learn when to tell SJWs to shut the fuck up and that nobody cares what they have to say. But instead, we give them credibility and they believe that people actually care about their garbage opinions. Just the way Jotaro walks is homoerotic. You expect me to believe that the whole series isn't homoerotic? Just his walk is really gay. Top 10 matches that made wrestlers quit. That looks like that could have been funny. Too bad I didn't come across that one. Oh wait, this is a What Culture video. Fuck it.
Or just sensing they needed a change post 1, 2, 3. These specific matches all ultimately led to wrestlers kissing Vinnie Mac's playground goodbye. I'm Gareth from What Culture Wrestling, and here are 10 WWE matches that made wrestlers quit. Number 10, Batista versus Chris Jericho, Raw 2008. After battling against John Cena at WrestleMania 26 and continuing their feud over the next few pay-per-views, fans all around the world were left stunned by Batista's decision to dramatically call it quits in May 2010. In truth, however, the animal had been thinking about calling it a day for nearly 2 years. Coming during the 800th episode of Monday Night Raw in November 2008, Batista met Chris Jericho in a steel cage. As the pair went to war, the former Evolution man decided that a little bit of color would take things up a dramatic notch. It was in this moment where Batista bladed himself, an act he knew would land himself in hot water with Vince McMahon during the then PG era. Sure enough, the two were called into the boss's office afterwards, but instead of being given a reasonable fine for his actions, Big Dave was slapped with a $100,000 gut punch. After being hit so hard for his mid-match call, the star knew he was done in this current WWE landscape, later confessing on the Talk Is Jericho podcast.
The PG era sucks.
Cast, I think that's the day that I knew things were never going to be the same. Number 9, CM Punk, Royal Rumble 2014. The CM Punk that seemed determined to alter the business for good back in 2011 was in a rather bad way by the time the 2014 Royal Rumble rolled around. On top of being creatively stifled for much of the time that followed his infamous pipe bomb, Punk's body had begun to break down, with knee issues.
His infamous pipe bomb was a work. It wasn't a real shoot. Fuck the pipe bomb. It sucked. Also, CM Punk had one of the greatest careers of any wrestler. Seriously, he held the belt for like 400 and something days. He had matches against The Rock, Triple H, fucking The Undertaker. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Triple H? What the fuck is wrong with you, CM Punk? Fuck yourself. CM Punk is just a fucking belt hog. That's all he is.
A nasty staph infection being just a few of the problems keeping him awake at night. Despite all this, though, Punk was still focused on putting in the sort of Rumble shift that would force Vince McMahon to insert the star into the much-desired WrestleMania main event spot. Unfortunately, things wouldn't go to plan in that year's over-the-top rope spectacle, as Punk suffered a sudden concussion. This appeared to be the straw that ultimately broke the camel's back for the voice of the voiceless, as a frustrated Punk followed up his unfortunate Rumble appearance with an explosive meeting with the boss and Triple H.
CM Punk is not the voice of the voiceless. He's the voice of whiny bitches and smarks. That's all he is. You suck, CM Punk. You didn't deserve to win the Rumble. Because they're a bunch of smarks. That's why.
There and then, a tired, hurt, and burnt-out Punk fresh off of a miserable Rumble and disappointing pitch to face the game at Mania 30 called it a day. Number 8, Gail Kim, a Battle Royal Raw 2011. Compared to her outstanding work in TNA, Gail Kim's time within Vince McMahon's empire can best be described as a bit of a letdown. This was largely due to the fact WWE weren't smart enough to understand the caliber of talent they had in the star, though, and had very little to do with Kim's work as a performer. Finally, after years of feeling as though she was being underused...
Because nobody watches women's wrestling for wrestling. You son of a bitch. When are you going to understand that people do not watch wrestling for wrestling? In-ring ability means jack shit. It's fake. It is fake. In-ring ability is not impressive. Fuck you.
Utilized and underappreciated, Kim decided to take matters into her own hands during a battle royal on Raw. Coming into the August 2011 bout to decide the new #1 contender for the Hideous Divas Championship, Kim was informed that she would be one of the first women eliminated, with her night set to end in the very first minute. The former women's champion was clearly infuriated by this move, so instead opted to just eliminate herself from the bout in a matter of seconds. Kim confirmed shortly after that she was not impressed and had officially quit WWE. Number 7, Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Brock Lesnar, Raw 2002. This match may have never actually happened inside of a WWE ring, but the idea of it was enough to make a WWE legend take his ball and go home. Coming out of WrestleMania X8, the first signs of Stone Cold Steve Austin being exhausted by the professional wrestling industry became apparent, with the Texas Rattlesnake no-showing the Raw after the show of shows. Despite returning to the company and continuing to appear on weekly television, the cracks were spreading beneath the surface. A shoot interview shortly after, taking aim at the poor direction he felt WWE was heading in at this time, seemed to set the stage for Austin's seemingly inevitable departure. Then, when told he would be doing the job for a young Brock Lesnar, the bionic redneck was done. Austin thought it made zero sense to give away such a meaningful moment on free TV without any substantial build, so instead chose to go AWOL. Not for the first time on this list, an accumulation of creative frustration and physical exhaustion consequently led to a star giving McMahon the middle finger. Number 6, Sasha Banks Women's Tag Team Championship match, WrestleMania 35. Speaking of wrestlers being absolutely mentally and physically drained, it's rather depressing just how consistently this narrative plays out, isn't it? After becoming the inaugural Women's Tag Team Champions in early 2019, Bayley and Sasha Banks found themselves dropping the new titles to the Iconics at WrestleMania 35. Feeling a few injuries picked up in the lead up to the event, not thinking the right call was made in that match, and also suffering from depression at the time. That painful loss at Mania 35 ultimately acted as the catalyst for a 4-month hiatus from the company for the boss. Coming out of that match, Banks told Vince McMahon she wanted out, to which the boss responded, no. Instead, he recommended she take 30 days to think things over, and that month quickly snowballed into 4. Thankfully, in that time, Banks rediscovered her love for wrestling, and has since gone on to carve out another acclaimed run in the company, recently becoming the talk of the town once again for her part in the Night 1 Mania 37.
Why do you have to lie? Nobody is talking about Sasha Banks. Nobody knows who she is outside of the wrestling community. Okay, fuck off. Yes, Japanese wrestlers actually kill each other. That is a real thing that happens. Misawa died right in the middle of the ring. He broke his neck on a suplex.
Main event against Bianca Belair. Number 5, Rick Rude, Montreal Screwjob, Survivor Series 1997. The Montreal Screwjob kick-started a period within WWE that would see the company go on to become the biggest wrestling promotion on the planet, conquering WCW and housing game-changing talent such as Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, and Mankind. However, the act of Bret the Hitman Hart being screwed out of his WWE Championship on his way out of the door at Survivor Series 1997 understandably didn't sit well with many within the company at the time. Notably, Rick Rude in particular was incensed by this portrayal, so much so that he immediately phoned up WCW president Eric Bischoff and asked, man, is there room for me there? Keen to get the jump on WWE in any way he could, Bischoff happily obliged the pissed off Ravishing One, and it wasn't long before the former D-Generation X ally was kissing Vinnie Mac's treacherous ship goodbye for pastures new. Number 4, Ronda Rousey versus Charlotte Flair, Survivor Series 2018. Ronda Rousey hit the WWE ground running with an incredibly entertaining WrestleMania 34 showcase debut. By SummerSlam, she'd beaten Nia Jax and become the new Raw Women's Champion after disposing of...
It's worth noting that this generated no buzz. I guarantee you none of you even knew that Ronda Rousey even became a wrestler. And her fucking run was a joke.
Of Alexa Bliss's arm. Then the man happened. Becky Lynch's meteoric rise to the top of the card had taken both the company and Rousey by surprise.
Fuck the man. That character makes no fucking sense, and Becky Lynch sucks. The fact that they used that to catapult her to the top should tell you a lot about the state of wrestling.
By the time Rousey was set to face off against the last kicker at Survivor Series 2018, the crowd were only ever going to back one badass. Sure enough, despite Lynch being forced out of action by the aforementioned...
Also, Becky Lynch is not a badass. Stop trying to present her as a badass. Wrestling is fake!
and pain in the jacks, Rousey was still painted as the villain coming into the event. A DQ victory over a newly healed Charlotte Flair did nothing to convince the crowd she was their hero, and boos rained down from the heavens. Evidently still smarting from this first negative post-match reaction, Rousey explained last year, "I love performing, I love the girls, I love being out there, but at the end of the day, I was just like, F these fans, dude." It seems that had fans not rallied against Rousey during and after the
clear, Rousey, that you don't understand the WWE crowd. That crowd is made up of nothing but smarks. They will turn against you for the dumbest shit. If you don't fit the Smarks mold of what's good, they will boo you. They booed motherfucking Batista and The Rock, okay? And they have 5 times the charisma you will ever have in your entire lifetime.
This blockbuster encounter, she would have perhaps stuck around post-Mania 35. So if she ever does come back, just be nice, guys, okay? Number 3, The Revival versus Lucha House Party, Raw 2019. To pretty much any fan of the tandem, it felt as though The Revival's eventual release from WWE was a long time coming, failing to utilize the units on Raw or SmackDown throughout their tenure on the main roster.
How are you supposed to use The Revival? How are you supposed to use them? They have no character, they can't talk, and they're dog shit in the ring. What were you going to do with The Revival?
NXT call-up, the duo were finally released into the free agent market in April 2020. However, they decided enough was enough long before that moment. Whilst going back and forth with the Lucha House Party on Monday night in January 2019, the duo sensed that Vince McMahon and his team were never going to fully embrace the tag team division or give those involved in legitimate units the time and respect they deserved. So, after defeating their rivals on one particular occasion, the two finally decided that their time under the WWE banner was up. Seconds after arriving back through to Gorilla in their gear, the future FDR asked for a quick word and requested their releases from the company. It would be 15 months until they'd be granted said wish. But one Lucha Party too far was enough to confirm that the pair had no future in Vinnie Mac's playground. Number 2, Neville versus Enzo Amore, Raw 2017. Though Neville and Enzo Amore did actually meet in the squared circle whilst under WWE contract, with the former infamously dropping his Cruiserweight Championship to the latter at No Mercy 2017, that specific match wasn't responsible for the King of the Cruiserweights' decision to up sticks. It may have set the scene for it, however. A few weeks after said pay-per-view, Neville was informed by Vince McMahon that he would be meeting the loudmouth new face of the division in a lumberjack match on Monday Night Raw. Yet instead of being given a chance to reclaim his rightful place at the top of a 205 mountain that he single-handedly made watchable throughout his run as the purple strap holder.
No, he didn't. The Cruiserweight division was a fucking train wreck. Neville did nothing. There were rumors that the Cruiserweight division was going to be canned. Neville did nothing. The Cruiserweight division sucked.
The boss wanted Amore to go over. This was enough to finally convince the Newcastle native that he no longer belonged in WWE, walking out on that night's Raw and never returning despite the company's attempts to keep him under contract. Turning out to be a career-saving call, Pac would eventually find himself in the land of All Elite upon officially exiting WWE in August 2018, re-establishing himself as one of the baddest men in the wrestling industry. Number 1, Chris Jericho versus Kevin Owens, WrestleMania 33. Ask any WWE fan what the most captivating storyline coming into WrestleMania 33 was, and 9 out of 10 fans will answer Chris Jericho and Kevin Owens' best friends turned bitter enemies tale. The other one would likely tell you they couldn't wait for Randy Orton.
I fucking hate you, Smarks. That storyline was one of the most eye-gouging things in the fucking world. It was shit. All it was Chris Jericho saying that he's going to put someone on the list and then them talking about how they're friends. It was terrible. Fuck Smarks. You like shit stories, okay? Stop watching My Little Pony. Stop asking for wrestling to be My Little Pony. Wrestling is not My Little Pony. Fuck off. Smarks are fucking brain dead.
To get his hands on Bray Wyatt. The more things change, eh? The point is, these two deserve to be given the main event spotlight after a year of stellar.
No, they did not deserve the main event. They did nothing to deserve the main event. Kevin Owens was the lowest drawing champion. This was such a fucking comedy bullshit. It wasn't meant to be taken serious. It was a joke.
Storytelling. However, Vince McMahon had other far beefier plans involving Goldberg and Brock Lesnar that he felt needed the Universal Championship. So instead of having KO and Jericho battle it out for Raw's top prize, a bout that would have seen Y2J win the big one as a face for the first time in his career, Owens dropped the belt to Big Bill, and the hottest feud on Monday nights was booked as the second match on the card.
Because it was shit. It wasn't a hot feud. It was garbage. You can't take a bunch of childish, fucking G-rated bullshit and then expect it to main event WrestleMania. The reason why they put the belt on Goldberg was because Goldberg and fucking Lesnar would actually draw money. You can't fucking fault them for that. What you need to understand, Smarks, is that what you want inherently sucks. What you want kills the ratings. You can't fault WWE for wanting to make money. The moral of the story is fuck Smarks. If you listen to Smarks, they'll kill your fucking company.
Respected by this decision, Jericho would later claim that this made him realize he'd only ever be seen as a second match guy for the rest of his time in WWE. Feeling he had more to offer than that, Jericho then set sail to New Japan Pro Wrestling before eventually finding a new home in AEW. And Le Champion's been making history ever since. And that's our list of any other WWE matches that made...
Really? Is that why nobody is fucking talking about AEW, you fucking fuckheads? Jesus H. Christ. Don't make money and always kills the ratings. Well, that's what makes them smarks. Smarks always act like they know the business, but they don't. They think they know who deserves to be pushed. They think they know who's over. They think all this shit, and they're always wrong. Every single time the smarks get what they want, the company fucking hemorrhages ratings. Every single time. You'd think WWE would learn to stop listening to them, but no. They always give these childish man babies what they want. And actual wrestlers hate smarks. They're the worst. Like, you're just fans. Watch the fucking show. The show isn't always meant to go in the direction that you fucking want it to go in. Jeez. That one hurt. Now I have a headache. I can't with these losers. Nakamura, if he ever got the belt, would be the worst thing. That would be the thing that would just kill everything. Nakamura would be the worst champion of all time. He's not a star. He's not larger than life. He sucks in the ring. He sucks on the mic. He's not a good seller while we're at it, too, so he doesn't even make for a good jobber. There's just nothing about Nakamura. He has no character. Nakamura just comes off as a retarded autist. Like, Nakamura sucks. If he ever got the belt, that would be a disaster. Again, Jinder Mahal has more credibility than fucking Nakamura. I pray to God they never put the fucking belt on Nakamura. He might be the worst wrestler of all time. I once started up a script. I don't know if I ever finished it or not. It was going to be like the top 20 worst wrestlers of all time. I might have to go back to that sometime. Because I'm sick and tired of people acting like Nakamura is some amazing wrestler. He's not. Nakamura's not even better than fucking, what was his name? Yokozuna. He's not even better than Yokozuna. Fucking Tajiri is Stone Cold Steve Austin next to Nakamura. At least Tajiri had enough sense to never pick up a microphone. He had a fucking manager do the talking for him. Because Tajiri knew if he tried to talk, it would be a disaster. WWE does deserve to go out of business. WWE can't sustain itself for much longer. Every time WWE gets a promising superstar, they end up fucking ruining them. WWE isn't going to be able to keep going like this much longer. Even if Karrion Kross turned out to be the best thing ever, he's not going to save the company. Neither can The Fiend either. They'll have to fire at least 2/3 of the roster and replace them. They would have to have Triple H do another so-called reign of terror where he holds on to the belt until he finds some wrestlers that are worth putting over like he did back in the day. At this point, that's the only way you're going to save the company. Put the belt on Triple H and don't take it off of him until he finds some worthy stars to put over, and fire at least half of the roster because they're worthless. Sure, I guess you could keep Karrion Kross and The Fiend, but they can only do so much. You gotta fire the entire Divas division and start from scratch, by the way. The only one you can maybe keep around is maybe Alexa Bliss. But all those she-males need to go. Well, that's the thing. Getting rid of the Smarks is kind of hard because the Smarks are all that's left. Trying to get the casual fans will be quite back. Trying to get the casual fans back would be quite difficult. The Smarks completely took over. It wouldn't be impossible, but it would be quite difficult. I would say what you should do is get rid of all the smarky wrestlers, let AEW take them, let AEW become a smarky shitfest while you fix up WWE. And then maybe you might be able to save your company, but even then, that's a big if. Seriously, if I went over the roster, there's so many wrestlers that need to be fired. Most of them are just a waste of paychecks. If WWE is smart, they would have listened to the Smartbusters, but they never did. The Smartbusters gave them so much great advice, but they didn't do it. They should have given Batista the belt at WrestleMania 30. They shouldn't have given the belt to Bryan.
To quote the Smarkbusters, the pipe bomb awakened the Smarks, but Daniel Bryan winning empowered the Smarks. The Smarkbusters speak the truth, people. Smarkbusters have a great video talking about what could have happened if Batista won at WrestleMania 30, like what was originally planned. And the possibilities of what could have been is both intriguing but tragic. Of course, they ruin everything. Smarks can never be happy. That's another thing about Smarks is you will never make them happy. They will never be satisfied. Casual wrestling fans were far more simple. Just give good stories and put badasses on screen, and that was always enough. Real wrestling fans never asked for much. It's always the Smarks that can never be pleased. That matchup would blow. The Predator couldn't do jack shit to Jason. Have you forgotten that Jason has parasitic immortality? Even if you somehow killed him, he would just take your body. Good fucking luck with that. Yep. The Smarkbusters have so many epic rants on the fucking Smarks. Let me see if I can pull one up real quick. So many great ones. It genuinely blows my mind that at no point did WWE take any of the advice that the Smarkbusters gave. Fucking tragic. What a bunch of fucking inept dipshits. Yeah, check this video out. Well, good luck trying to do that. What you need to understand about Jason is he's incredibly haxed. He's near impossible to kill. He can only be killed by a member of one of his family, but even if you took that away, Jason has parasitic immortality. If you kill him, he'll just take your body. And when Jason leaves your body, you die.
It's not my imagination. The whole fucking country feels that way because Raw just got the lowest ratings and viewership it's gotten in years. You have to go back to the mid-90s to find ratings that are this bad, okay?
But it's a daunting
we usually don't talk about the ratings. No, but we need to now because
this is like TNA territory.
Like their lowest that they got is almost as bad as TNA's best. So you're getting to the point where you're getting fucking TNA ratings, and I'm logging onto threads and forums and seeing Smarks wondering why I don't get it. I'm enjoying the product.
There are literally people, Smarks, on wrestling forum, Reddit, wherever, who are saying like, well, I just don't understand. Why aren't people watching? The wrestling's better than it's ever been.
Get you fucking neckbeard. Maybe it's never been about wrestling.
Doesn't this prove that you are... Everything we've been saying since we started this channel is true. Wrestling fans, by and large, don't care about technical wrestling.
We've been predicting that this was going to happen for months. And now it's happening. And the rate, they're not going to get better. It's going to keep going down because this fucking show sucks. There's nothing on it. Pointless mid-card matches with no build-up, no story, no reason to any of it.
But there's work rate on display and false finishes.
You don't know what work rate is. I'm tired of this. It's so bad. I'm trying to do videos and I'm like, why is this so bad? Is it just me? No, it's not me. Everybody thinks this shit sucks.
Country, everyone watches wrestling. It's bad. Oh, you know what it is? Because they're pushing Roman Reigns.
No!
The downward trend that you can trace back to when your fucking precious Ryan started getting in the main event.
This is what all, and then there's people like, this started in the early 2000s when Triple H hogged the spotlight. There's people on Reddit saying that.
What the fuck are you talking about?
And then there was one fat, chubby gentleman who was like, oh, well, I'm enjoying wrestling more than ever. Well, I'll be honest, I switched to New Japan. That's the problem! It's this indie shit! These beards hijacking shows, so now the creative doesn't know what to do, so you have actual matches like Ziggler versus Breeze on a pay-per-view! With that Survivor Series! Dolph Ziggler versus Tyler Breeze? Are you fucking kidding me? What planet is the WWE of the late 90s and early 2000s that brought the revenue and built the foundation for what we have now? The only reason this company's around now is because that time period, they were living off of it. What world are we living in where that company's legacy is Dolph Ziggler versus Tyler Breeze, two gay porn prostitutes?
And the same schmucks who are saying that wrestling is great today are the ones who are saying, don't worry, guys, NXT is going to save us.
No!
NXT is more of the same
It's
stupid
the same
bullshit.
shit. They're like, well, NXT does good. Yeah, because their audience consists of stinky neckbeards.
When NXT is just siphoning off more of the stupid indie schmucks. You got Hideo Nomo straight from New Japan, Fergal, and all these jobbers from like Combat Zone Wrestling or some stupid garage fed. It's like, no one is interested in this shit. Don't you understand that we don't care?
Seth Rollins is an indie guy. Kevin Owens is an indie guy. Cesaro is an indie guy. All these fucking man divas are indie people. Nobody cares about any of this shit. And you're wondering what the problem is? The problem is this indie shit and fat nerd neckbeards that is not your audience. You cannot tell me that anybody that enjoys Dolph Ziggler versus Tyler Breeze and the work rate was a fan of Steve Austin. That is not the same audience.
Don't you care that like everything that you're trying to put forth is killing wrestling?
I can't take it. I'm watching something that I've watched my whole life go down the tubes because of these people that are fat and rich and like My Little Pony and clap.
And you can't say that this isn't true. You saw the fucking video clips in that wrestle talk, in that fucking What Culture video. Smarks are actual fat neckbeards. There are these fat fucking losers with no life. That is your typical Smark.
There's nothing appealing. Like, look at.
I don't want to see Charlotte Flair main eventing Raw. I don't want to see it.
And, like, how can they be cute? Like, why? I don't understand. Why are we getting such low ratings? Look, Charlotte Flair and her broad ass shoulders main evented Raw 2 weeks ago.
No one wants to see that. I go in the kids section at Walmart. It's packed with stupid WWE figures that no one's buying. You know what they are buying? There's kids buying Walking Dead toys. Kids want people like Rick Grimes, not fucking Tyler Breeze. They want badasses.
Back in the day, you'd go to a store, the WWE section would be empty except for like a whole row of Rob Conway figures.
Now the Smart can be like, push Conway!
Now, because every wrestler is basically Rob fucking Conway, no one wants to buy anything, no one wants to watch it.
They're all bland. I just farted. They're bland, boring, talentless indie schmucks. Fucking Hulk Hogan will destroy you. He'll rip you apart. Steve Austin, The Rock, The Undertaker, Brock Lesnar. They want fucking... People are waiting for Sami Zayn to come back.
Oh, you know what, though? Hogan wasn't a real technical wrestler.
Fuck you!
It's fake! Your fighting ability doesn't impact the entertainment value of the show because the fighting that's taking place is fake. Why? Like, okay, Andrew Lincoln isn't a real survivalist, therefore The Walking Dead's not good. What the fuck? What kind of stupid bullshit? These are the same people who go, well, if you say wrestling's fake, then that means every movie is fake.
Every movie is fake.
Like, if you can't compare wrestling to movies when you're trying to say wrestling is real, and then go on to say the wrestlers have to be legit fighters. You people are hypocrites.
The show is getting bad ratings because it sucks. It sucks, and there's no one. We've said this so many times. Like, what is it, 2 years now? We're coming up on our 2-year anniversary. The main core here hasn't changed. People want to see badasses beating the shit out of each other. Stuff you can go, oh yeah. No one's going to say, oh yeah, to Dolph Ziggler versus Tyler Breeze unless you're gay and fat and jerking off to it.
Really, what have we been saying since, like, before WrestleMania 30? We were saying that Daniel Bryan, if they go in that direction, it's going to kill wrestling.
It's going to kill it, and it did, because they listened to these fat assholes. They listened to the obnoxious, stinky vocal minority.
You know, we warned them before WrestleMania 31. We said, go with Roman Reigns, do something. No, he's not the greatest thing ever, but he's closer to what's good about wrestling than anybody else. And what they do, they gave it to Seth Rollins, some stupid indie schmuck. And now technical wrestling, 45-minute matches with false finishes every week.
His title reign was the most eye-gouging shit fest I've ever seen.
But you understand people hated him because he was a good heel. No, because people like good heels. When Triple H was champion, ratings weren't 2.1. Because you hate the heel doesn't mean you hate the show and don't want to watch it. How can you say he's a good heel when people hated him, not to the point where they wanted to boo him and watch him get beat, but to the point where they didn't want to watch wrestling anymore?
There's nothing worth caring about on this show. Nothing. I was going to print out all the stupid smart posts and prove that people are stupid, but go on Wrestling Forum, go on Reddit, you can find their excuses themselves. I've never enjoyed the product more, people are saying.
This proves...
I don't get it.
It proves everything we've been saying. I know I've said this like 35 times, but like, the people on the thread about how the ratings are low are saying, well, this is exactly what I've always wanted. Like, the company's not meant to be what you want it to be. Sandow's not meant to be a world champion. Midgets aren't supposed to be running around in the main event. That's not what wrestling is. And when you get that, the real fans, real wrestling fans, which we always say, don't give a shit. They don't care. If Batista had won the title at WrestleMania 30, this would not be happening. I swear to fucking God, I will stand by this till the day I die. If Batista won the belt, ratings would not be where they're at right now. You can try to deny that all you want, but you know what? You're stupid.
Punk, Bryan, Zayn, Fergal, Kevin Owens, Cesaro, I don't care. I used to like Cesaro. No, anybody from the indies goes. Get them out. I don't want them anymore because they're ruining it. It's never worked. It has never worked. And these beards are like, well, just give them a chance. But what they mean by a chance is keep putting more of them on. The show is saturated with this NXT shit. No one cares. Pac or Neville, he sucks. No one gives a shit about him. The Lucha fucking assholes. No one cares about them. Maybe in NXT, when you're fat and you're imagining everybody running around the ring is really Pinkie Pie, and that's what you care about, well, maybe then you'll enjoy it. But real people who watched Steve Austin, who watched The Rock, who watched Kurt Angle, don't care about this bullshit.
But it's not the 1990s anymore.
Fuck you!
What does that even mean? Oh, it's an arbitrary number, therefore you're not allowed to like the same shit? Like,
that's going to be coming one of these days, and that's exactly what I want to fight against. I do not want to see our world become Shimonetta in real life. If we ever ended up in a world like Shimonetta, I would be one of the motherfuckers going around public nudity, passing out free porn and all that shit. I'd be fighting against that shit. That's the thing that's so great about the Smart Busters. They actually care about wrestling because these guys have been watching wrestling their whole lives. It means a lot to them, and they hate to see something that they've loved since they were kids die because of these fucking fat-ass smarts. It's kind of like how I'm very passionate about versus debating, and I don't want to see shows like Death Battle kill themselves. But sadly, I'm very much in the same position as the Smart Busters because not a lot of people in the Versus community listen to me, and then everything I say ends up coming true, just like everything they say ends up coming true. People that listen to Grand Bowl and fucking Fan War and Cartoon Fight Club are part of the problem. And at this rate, Death Battle, like WWE, is just going to kill itself at this rate. Because the real fans that helped build the foundation that Death Battle is living off of are leaving because they're tired of what Death Battle's doing. They're not giving us great matchups. They're not giving us good research. They're just fucking around.
No! Entertaining stuff is entertaining, no matter what year it is. The ratings are going to keep going down. They're going to keep going down. And you deserve it. You really do. WWE deserves it for catering to these tards, and these tards deserve the company going under because they did it to themselves. Like, be honest, since Brock Lesnar since Brock Lesnar beat Cena, has there, for the title at SummerSlam a couple years ago, has there been a moment that you would want to go back and rewatch on the network?
Oh, well, Ziggler versus Miz on that one Raw.
You know, like, these smarts actually would, though. They actually like this shit. They like
psychology and work rate. You don't know what that fucking is. You don't know what psychology is. You don't know what work rate is. You don't know if someone is gassed because you're a fucking fat piece of shit. You get gassed when you stick your fat bingo wings out of the car to pick the Taco Bell up from the server behind the window. You get gassed when you do that, you fat asshole. You don't know anything about wrestling. Go and watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Go watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Go watch Magic, the fucking Pokemon, whatever it is.
It's just so unfair to people who've been watching wrestling. We were loving it. We're really digging it. These people, these things just invade. They kill it, and they're going to move on to something else, so we can't have it anymore.
That's the problem is these indie schmucks in the main event. CM Punk should have never, ever been considered for a title reign.
But the pipe bomb.
Stop the pipe bomb. It wasn't real. You're so fucking stupid. You think McMahon would really let something get that far on his show to the point where he has to cut the mic? It wasn't real. Like they wanted Brian all along. No, they didn't want Brian all along. They had to put him there because of you fat asshole. Nobody gave a shit about that guy.
Oh, we stuck it to the company. Yeah, you did, because you just killed it. That's how you stuck it to them. Not because they had to give Brian the belt, but because you had to kill the company.
It's horrible when, like, 3 years in a row, the Royal Rumble goes from, I wonder who's going to win, to, I wonder when the Smarks are going to hijack the show. What kind of a fucking world do we live in? Here come the beards.
I don't get it. What made you people fans of wrestling? Why did you start watching it?
And all they do is talk about how much they love New Japan, and WWE needs to incorporate more of that shit. No!
Just go watch that! It's still there!
Go watch that!
WWE can be awesome. You can still watch your stupid tripe bullshit.
I love New Japan. Last week, Masawa died in the ring. How fucking cool is that? Yeah, that's really fucking cool.
Strong style.
Puru. Blow me! I don't want to see Charlotte Flair. I don't want to see Sasha. This is fucking guy in his fave 5. He's got Sasha, what are the Springsteen, the boss. He's got her in his favorite 5 wrestlers. Why would you like her?
How do you dilute yourself to the point where Sasha Banks becomes one of your favorite wrestlers?
How does this happen?
She's got Dean Malenko hair.
I can't believe that we've gotten this far. Actually, no, I can't, because we've been saying it was going to get that far.
I honestly didn't think it would happen this quick, though. I thought it would be, a little gradual.
I used to watch wrestling, and my grandmother would be watching it, and she'd go, oh, they're going to hurt each other. Now she watches it and goes, this is silly.
And you know what? Michael Cole sitting on commentary basically, oh, this is silly there, yeah.
I don't know what else you people want, because Smarks still aren't happy for some reason. Even though they're saying they're enjoying the product, they're still ranting about Reigns.
Yeah, Reigns blows. Maybe he's not the problem. Maybe if you gave Reigns the chance at WrestleMania, maybe this wouldn't be happening right now. But no, we had to endure Seth fucking Rollins, an indie schmuck. Hey, future! And look what we got now. Oh, but I'm really enjoying his heel run. He's doing a great job. As everyone in the country is turning it off to watch something else. Oh, but it's Monday Night Football. Put up with Monday Night Football every fucking year. There's these people. Yeah, right, really? And then there's these people that people just aren't watching cable anymore. Bullshit. Because again, The Walking Dead is pulling in ratings that people haven't even heard of or dreamed of. So it's not
this excuse. Smarts always say that oh well, people just don't watch cable anymore. Bullshit. That is such a bullshit excuse. That's like saying, well, nobody goes to the movie theater anymore. What kind of fucking logic is that?
that people aren't watching cable if they're not watching your indie darlings. That's what this is. And for the people that say it's oversaturation, no, because back in the 90s, there was 2 wrestling companies. Yeah, and you're saying there's oversaturation, but at the same time, you're complaining that WWE is no competition. Anybody who likes Kevin Owens or thinks that the reason the company isn't doing good is because they're not pushing Cesaro enough. I used to like Cesaro. Great. He was a nice mid-card act. He was cool in the Real Americans. Now he's a penis.
He's also an injured penis.
If Cesaro would do cool shit, I would say, wow, I like him, but he's not doing anything to impress me right now. He's running around cracking his neck with bath towels on his head.
Doing that stupid, phony uppercut.
His entire career right now is a testament to how much he misses his lover, Tyson Kidd. That's really entertaining shit. I, as a 23-year-old male, really want to watch a walking penis cry that he misses Tyson Kidd.
Oh, dude, that reminds me. I figured out why the ratings have gone down. Because Tyson's been.
Oh, there you fucking go. We need more cats and headphones. Fuck Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, people are leaving California because California is a fucking shithole. Honestly, I feel bad for the future generations. In fact, I'll say this much. If Snuff Machinery ever gets made and it becomes a success, I have potential ideas for a trilogy. And in the second one, it's a story about how we're killing the future generations and how they're suffering at our hands. That's something you can look forward to if I ever successfully make Snuff Machinery and it becomes a success. And I decide a sequel would be worth making to carry on the story. Because I've always wanted to tell a story about how we're basically fucking the future generations. Our children are screwed. The first one would be a death game that would symbolically show how humanity has fallen. The second one would thematically involve a death game that has nothing but children. And there would just be a lot of symbolism involving how the future generation is fucked, and we're directly to blame for it. And the third and final one would basically be a cautionary tale of how if we don't fix what's going on, civilization as we know it is going to collapse. And if you don't believe me, just look at what things are becoming now. Go out into the real world and see what things are becoming. And then try to tell me that civilization won't inevitably fucking collapse. And then it'll just be all out war. Just us fucking murdering each other for basic human necessities, or just killing each other because a bunch of fucking racists decide they want to form us a fucking small militia and then start killing people. I remember that law being passed. It was passed by that Dick Wiener guy. Psych. Okay. In fact, a lot of the stories I write are cautionary tales. That anime I mentioned earlier, that's basically a horror version of Kodomo no Jiken, that's a cautionary tale about what can happen when you completely try to control children and you underestimate what children are capable of. And for those of you that think that children can't become killers, I dare you to look up stories of killer children. They absolutely exist. And I love writing cautionary tales because I think that while media can be great escapist entertainment, it can also be a great way to warn people about what can happen if you're not careful. And if anyone wanted to call my stories, oh, this is exploitation, you're just an edgelord, I'd be like, fuck you. I actually tell stories that are worth telling. Like, it's just such a sad state of what things are becoming. And now we can't even rely on our media to fucking save us from this shit world that we live in anymore. And I hope that I get the opportunity to make some of my anime scripts a reality. Because I firmly believe that I could potentially tell stories that'll be not only incredible stories worth telling, but a great reflection on our society. That'll be memorable for decades to come and will serve as great cautionary tales. Or at the very least, will serve as a prediction for what our society is going to inevitably become, because I've proven on multiple occasions that I'm very good at predicting the future. I'm not just good at predicting death battle. How many times have I said shitty things would happen and then they end up fucking happening? Nope, I'll have to look him up. He definitely has never been on my radar. Hell, there's this one manga that actually has a very interesting premise. And it's only becoming more and more topical as time goes on. It's called U12. And it's a story about how Japan passes a law that dictates that children no longer have rights, that they're essentially just property. So a bunch of these little girls get sent to this prison where they're told by the person who runs the prison that there's this event called the party, where for 30 minutes they're put before these pedophiles, as this prison has all the most dangerous pedophiles in the world. And they have to please these pedophiles for 30 minutes. And it's a great fucking cautionary tale, because in real life that can actually happen. All it takes is just one wrong guy to get into power, and then pass one wrong bill, and then shit like that could actually happen. And if you think that that's just, oh, that's just fiction, you're delusional. If you think that that couldn't actually happen. Oh, Death Battle can absolutely give you foresight. There's a reason why my catchphrase is slowly becoming Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? Because Death Battle is insane. They do the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Seriously, I guarantee you, a year or two from now, you're going to be seeing me make a video exactly like what the Smart Busters made, except I'm going to be talking about how Death Battle killed their own ratings and how Death Battle made a mistake listening to these halfwits like Grand Bull. Oh yeah, what we need is we need more mirror matchups. We need Steven Universe versus Star. I mark my words, that will go down in history as one of the worst fucking death battles in history. It is so terrible, I don't even want to fucking watch it. Spoiler alert for my next video about the next death battle, but I'm not watching Steven Universe versus Star. Don't even bother fucking asking me to review it. It's not going to happen. That death battle is going to fucking suck. And it's going to potentially bring in an audience of fans that should never be brought into the Versus community. If you think the death battle and Naruto fans are bad, just imagine the fucking Steven Universe fan base running around the fucking Versus community. Then you'll have to deal with Steven Universe fans telling you to fucking kill yourself. You'll have to deal with Steven Universe fans harassing you because they don't like your fan art. Mark my words. Rather people in the Versus community like it or not, what I say is the truth. And what I say is going to age like fine wine. And what things like Grand Bull and Fan War say is just going to be like what idiots like fucking Wrestle Talk and What Culture say. What they're saying is killing wrestling. What these people are saying is going to kill the Versus community to the point where nobody cares about it anymore. Death Battle still has the ability to turn things around. It's not too late, but they're likely not going to listen to me. If Death Battle had any fucking sense, they would bring me on their fucking podcast so I could give them a reality check. But they're not going to do that. Seriously, can you honestly tell me that you're excited to see Steven Universe versus Star? And I looked into it. The whole reason for that matchup is literally just they're both kids for magic. They're both kids with magical powers. That's it. Wow. How fucking incredible Versus community. And of course, this is on the fucking Death Battle wiki because all the worst death battles come from that fucking garbage fed. I mean, garbage dump of a fucking website. Fuck the Death Battle wiki. Don't get me wrong. There's some okay people on the Versus. There's some okay people on the Death Battle wiki, don't get me wrong. I mean, there were some people that rightfully spoke out against that crazy guy that said they'd rather watch Daisy's destruction, and that's all well and good, but their website still sucks, and their ideas suck and are killing Versus debating. I probably will someday. I'm probably going to have no choice but to go after the Death Battle wiki. I've already covered them a little bit in other streams. The Death Battle wiki is terrible. You can go on the Death Battle wiki. They have some of the worst quote-unquote dream matches of all time. This is already giving me PTSD flashbacks of the smarks on Wrestling Forum that say, oh, Nakamura versus AJ Styles dream match. Fuck you. Your dream matches suck. Put some effort into your matchups. Well, if you don't see Steven Universe as propaganda, then you're probably not paying attention. The show creators themselves admit that it's propaganda. They care more about their message rather than their story. Case in point, Steven Universe has no story. I'm sorry, but if you can't see what's wrong with Steven Universe, then I encourage you, watch Easy Peasy's videos on Steven Universe. Watch ER Senpai's video on Steven Universe. Even SJWs that Steven Universe is supposed to appeal to, like Lily Orchid, has made 2-hour-long videos explaining why Steven Universe sucks. Even Steven Universe's own fan base that they're trying to appeal to can't stand it. What does that tell you when people like Lily Pete can't stand it? And Lily Pete sucks, don't get me wrong. I'm going to deal with that dumpster fire of a human being one day. Like, I'm sorry. I mean, if you can somehow get yourself to enjoy Steven Universe, that's great. But Steven Universe is terrible. It's a garbage show, and it's propaganda geared towards children. Not to mention, the people that work on Steven Universe are total creepers. Keep in mind that the woman who made Steven Universe draws Ed, and Eddie porn. That's really the woman you want making cartoons for your kids? Again, Steven Universe is the kind of show that's so bad, it makes Kodomo Jiken look like Dora the Explorer. Steven Universe's art style is a joke. It's terrible. It is so fucking inconsistent. And the pastel art style doesn't work for me. The character design doesn't work for me. Pretty much nothing about Steven Universe works for me. And before some fan tries something, I actually watched Steven Universe. I gave it a fair chance. I watched the pilot episode. And I watched several episodes after the pilot. It sucks. It's just a terrible show. You can't fault me for not liking Steven Universe when the show sucks. If Steven Universe was a good show, I would have no problem with it. All I care about is just a good story. Case in point, Kodomo Jiken has a lot going against it. And I hate romance anime, but Kodomo Jiken works and is one of my all-time favorite anime. Why? Because it tells a good story. The characters are memorable. Like, why is that so hard for people to understand? Yeah, Kodomo Jiken has good themes and messages, but they're secondary to the fact that the story and characters alone grip you. Like, the fact that Kodomo Jiken has taboo subject matter is irrelevant because the story is so great, it makes the taboo subject matter irrelevant. In fact, controversy made Kodomo Jiken into a rock star. I want to make a video about this one day, about how controversy oftentimes literally turns the very media that people are trying to kill into rock stars. There are so many examples. Kodomo Jiken, The Joker, Hatred, fucking Mortal Kombat. The list goes on. Controversy, more times than not, works in the favor of these pieces of media. Hell, look at Boku no Pico. Boku no Pico has become a household name to the point where even the Smart Busters know what Boku no Pico is. And look at Boku no Pico. Boku no Pico is a fucking trash fire. But controversy made Boku no Pico into a household name. How do you like them apples? Stop with this fucking outrage culture, and maybe you won't keep making these pieces of media popular. I literally would have never watched Kodomo no Jiken if it wasn't for all the fucking dickheads out there saying that Kodomo no Jiken is so terrible, it's the worst anime of all time, it's so disturbing, and then I watch it, and then I find out it's nothing like what was depicted. You go into Kodomo no Jiken expecting Boku no Pico, and you don't get that. I want to show you this guy. I want to show you this meme that really encapsulates what I'm talking about. Give me a moment. Let me see here. Give me a moment. Like, there's a reason why I mention Kodomo no Jiken as often as I do. And keep in mind, Kodomo no Jiken isn't even my all-time favorite anime. It's one of my favorite anime, but my favorite anime will always be another. And remember, my dream video is to make a review of another. But I want to make sure the script I have is ironclad and perfect. I want to make sure the editing is right. And I want to save it for a big subscriber special. Because that will be the most important video of my channel when I finally cover another. Just check out this meme right here. Kodomo no Jiken. What I watched, what I expected, versus what I got. Seriously, this is Kodomo no Jiken in a nutshell. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I can find more examples. Let's see here. Where's that other one I'm looking for? Oh, also, Kodomo no Jiken is a great gold mine for quotes. Watashiya has a way with words. Check out this quote right here. I think you'll find it'll hit hard with a lot of you. Hold on. Here we go. Just check out this quote from the anime. Grown-ups lie all the time. They hurt others without any remorse. And they do cruel stuff without regret. And this is just one quote. Much like Lucy from Elfen Lied, Kodomo no Jiken is filled to the brim with amazing quotes. Just like our girl Lucy. Favorite wrestler? Probably maybe The Rock or Brock Lesnar. Let me see. There's one more quote
There's not quote. There's one more meme I'm looking for. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Here's another one. Kodomo no Jiken. What I read, what I expected, admittedly, I don't know what that is, versus what I got. This is from one of the most saddest scenes in the entire manga / anime. Those who have read the manga and seen the anime, you know exactly what this is. But for those of you who don't, this is from one of the most genuinely heart-wrenching scenes you'll ever see. You know how people try to say that Clan Ad is the saddest anime ever? Bullshit. They're lying to you. You want to see an anime that'll actually make you cry? Watch Kodomo no Jiken. Hulk Hogan is one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. Hulk Hogan is wrestling. To quote the Smartbusters, there would be no wrestling if not for Hulk Hogan. And let me see here. There's one more, if I can find it. I mean, I'm sure you all get the point, though. This anime is the definition of not judging a book by its cover. And it's enraging to no fucking end. How much people don't understand this anime. This isn't even me trying to be like a pretentious dick or anything like that. Like, no, they really don't get this anime. Most of them won't even watch past the first episode. And as you've seen from some of my brilliant fans, many of them take a lot of the scenes out of context. And of course, the fact that they don't watch it makes it even worse. Like, you all will see what I mean when I get around to the Kodomo no Jiken episode of this podcast. You will see exactly what I mean. Some of the takes that these people have on this anime is utterly fucking asinine. And even if you still don't like some of the subject matter in the anime, that's fine. I understand that. Kodomo no Jiken does tackle some uncomfortable themes. Don't get me wrong. I get that. Kodomo no Jiken is not for everyone. And sure, there can be some parts that can be uncomfortable. But again, I don't think that it should be considered a bad anime just because it tackles uncomfortable themes. Seriously, name one anime, movie, or TV show that hasn't tackled uncomfortable themes in some capacity. Look at Death Note. You gonna try to tell me that Death Note sucks because it tackles uncomfortable themes? Look at Berserk. You gonna tell me that Berserk sucks because it tackles uncomfortable themes? Get fucking real, people. Many of the best stories of all times will often tackle taboo subject matter in some capacity. Some of the best stories ever told do that. That is just a special kind of terrible. First off, Urza would get her ass handed to her. Second off, that just makes no fucking sense. That's just the epitome of I like these two characters, so have them fight. And that's a huge problem in the versus community. I'm going to address that one of these days in a video. Just the terrible matchups that people come up with. I mean, I know I talk about this a lot in my Roasting Bad Death Battle videos episodes, but I'm just never able to just scratch the surface of just how bad some of these matchups get.
I don't know. I don't want to see the versus community go down the same path as the wrestling community, but I don't know what I can do. Sadly, I don't have as big of an influence as a channel like Death Battle, which sucks. I don't know how else to reach the community. I'm trying my hardest. I've been trying for years to reach the community. I've been trying hard to reach Death Battle and other versus shows like Fan War, but it never works. They never listen to me. They always paint me out like some bad guy, and it sucks. Because when their shows inevitably collapse and they kill the community, I'm going to have to end up being that guy that says, I told you so, you should have listened to me. But nobody ever listens to me. And what's gonna suck is when Death Battle kills itself. It's gonna be difficult for me to keep justifying making Death Battle content, which sucks for you guys, because I know you guys like watching me talk about Death Battle. But what am I gonna do when Death Battle kills themselves? Seriously, what am I supposed to do? Which seems to be inevitable at this point. How much more longer do you honestly think Death Battle can sustain itself? They're losing subscribers. People are unsubscribing from Death Battle more than ever before. I have seen the most fucked up anime you could possibly imagine. I have watched the anime equivalent of Sallow. No joke. Anyone who says that Kodomo no Jiken is the most fucked up anime of all time, I laugh at them. They haven't seen shit. They don't know fucked up anime like I do. One of my old managers from my work that I used to be at in Utah encouraged me to make a list of the top 10 most fucked up anime of all time. She's just like, straight up do it. And I probably will, because I'm sick and tired of people that they look at anime like a Goblin Slayer or Kodomo no Jiken. They think, oh, this is the most effed up anime of all time. And then I'm over here laughing at them. They haven't seen jack. They haven't seen the things that I've seen. Given the current state of Death Battle, don't rule out the possibility that they'll find some way to work regular show in there. Because like I said, there's no Death Battle too shitty for Death Battle. How do I know that? Case in point, Steven Universe versus Star is happening. Back in the day, if I mentioned Steven Universe versus Star, you would have laughed at me. Now it's happening. Anyway, I'll save some of these Death Battle rants for other videos or podcast episodes. But yeah, I think I'll stop it here. Mainly because I have to be careful how long I keep these streams going for, at least when I'm using Streamlabs, because a Streamlabs has a limit as to how many hours you can stream for. It's really stupid. So, yeah. It might be a while before I do another podcast episode or stream, as there are some videos I need to get finished. I'm going to try to see if I can get the Saw review up by tonight. I got everything ready. I just need to do the voiceover. The editing's already dealt with. But yeah, and I'll also try to get my video up for why I'm not going to review Steven versus Star. And trust me, I have good reasons. But don't worry, I will still at least review Poe versus Iron Fist, because I think Death Battle may have actually done the impossible and made a Death Battle that's not completely unbearable. Don't get me wrong, it's still got some bullshit in it because it's modern Death Battle. But as far as it goes, it could have been a lot worse. So yeah, I'll see you guys around next time. Also, let me know how you feel about the name I've been experimenting with, Kimcast. I remember one of my fans suggested that name a while back when I was trying to come up with names for the podcast. And looking back at it in hindsight, I don't know how I feel about like taking the whole have a seat thing, because don't get me wrong, I hate Chris Hansen, and taking his gay little catchphrase is kind of amusing to me. But at the same time, I hate Chris Hansen and I never want to be associated with that fucking fraud. So if you like the name Kimcast, let me know. If not, I'll keep looking for a new name. I'm still trying to find a good name for the podcast. I don't know. Let me know what you think. Don't give Death Battle any ideas.